Sure you guys get them likes up, get them likes up. It's too early. I can't believe it's time to get up already, but that's okay. A man's morning routine is everything. The first thing I do is I head to the washroom. My focus, brushing my teeth, my beard, and my skin. Tej Hanley, uncomplicated skincare for men, has changed my life. The face wash, the scrub, the super serum, the eye cream, the AM PM moisturizer has people giving me compliments left and right about my skin. At the beginning of each week, twice a week, I massage the scrub into my face, and then I rinse. Every other day, I use the face wash. I put it into the palm of my hands and spread it evenly across my entire face and my head. The Tej face wash keeps the pores clean and also removes all oil. My favorite part about Tej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. And because Tej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tej Hanley for the best possible price, but they also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. Let's get this show started, people. Let's just have a conversation. Family. It's go time, go time. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Kay. We got Anton. We got Island Girl Q, Kayla, Mr. Logic. Special guest of the night, we got Didi. Me, myself, I'm Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Shout out to Rilla. Shout out to Rilla. What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
What's up?
Happy New Year's.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Let's try this again.
What's
going on, family?
What's up? What's up?
Hey.
Ah.
Ow.
Okay, well, no, I'm a little delayed on the sound effects right now. Let me catch up. I'm pretty sure a little late in the stream, I'm gonna be on point. So make sure y'all watch out for it. But y'all doing good. Y'all ladies, y'all looking nice. Y'all looking nice.
Thank you. Thank
you.
you.
Y'all look nice too. Thank you.
Y'all man beard looking nice.
Well, well, that's every day for the men. You know how we do.
Y'all should have a beard bonnet. They sell beard bonnets.
Yes, they do.
Oh no, I knew you was gonna jump off the window. Somebody was gonna jump out the window.
Yeah.
If I get y'all beard bonnets, would y'all wear it for real?
No,
nah, I couldn't see myself doing
never.
that.
Ever.
Wow.
They all said no, like in unison.
Never say never.
The guys got to be in sync, man. Well, I appreciate Didi having you on there. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Oh,
how y'all doing?
Man, we
Hi.
doing good.
Hello.
Doing good. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Membership is open, so hit that join button. I see the green gang in the chat. Let me shout you guys out right there. There you go. And yeah, let's get this show started, man. Let's get this show started. Before we do, let me do one thing. Really, you good? Pretty sure you good. Do one thing. Don't y'all be laughing now. Don't y'all be laughing. You know, really probably got to pull his bonnet off.
For the goatee, you got the bonnet for the goatee.
Yeah, for the goatee. You know, they got him for the goatee now. I mean, girl, Kia, bet you ain't know that,
Nah,
did you?
he don't got enough beard. For
That
a
ain't
beard
nothing but a
bonnet.
money grab.
Yeah.
He don't got enough beard for that.
Yeah, I don't think that stuff works. Just like those special beard oils that they claim to have, man. All you gotta do is just slap a little like digital
Natural.
beard on there and say, man, yeah, I got that beard oil. Like, oh, okay.
That beard
Okay.
oil. Does
Beard
it
Or
work?
you can go to your girl for natural juices.
Oh, okay.
What
No,
about
I've never used a beard oil or none of that junk in my entire. Well, let me
about the sponsor?
take that back. If you decide that you want to sponsor me, I might be using a beard oil. So let me not say that. So
There you go.
Now he's like, let me hold on. Let me correct that.
Let me think about that.
let me revise that. So I've been using a beard oil, but I'm gonna let y'all know in a little bit. All right.
Okay, there you go.
Hi, Rita.
Okay. All right, I think we good to go. I just had to do one thing. Again, thank you guys. Make sure you gotta get them likes up, man. It's gonna be a great show for you guys, man. I can't wait. Shout out to our sponsor, Tej Hanley, man. Shout out to Tej. I do have a link posted at the top of the chat, so make sure you click that link because that's gonna get you a gift. So make sure you click that particular link right there at the top and get you a gift, man. Tej has done wonders on my skin. It's too early, as I say. All right, y'all. Moving right into our first topic of the night, man. This is I know what it says on the thumbnail, but I kind of like to open it up a little bit, you know, get us warmed up before we get into the meat of the conversation. So our first topic of the night is, does labeling your business Black owned help or hurt the business? Does labeling your business Black owned help or hurt the business? Start with you, Kay.
I'm not sure from like a, actual data standpoint, but just like in my opinion, I would say that I've had this conversation before. I think that it depends on the business, really. I think that especially nowadays, I think labeling it Black owned could be very beneficial for people's businesses. So I would say for the most part, it's not going to hurt it. Not now.
Really? You don't think so?
Mm-mm.
Okay, interesting. I got to feel like we're going to have some different opinions about this. Kayla, what do you say about it? Does labeling your business Black owned help or hurt the business?
This is a good question. It could hurt it. It could help it. I think it depends on the business. I think it depends on in what capacity you are toting that you're Black owned, because you can just label it as Black owned, but that doesn't mean that like through your marketing, every time you do some form of marketing, it's like Black owned, Black owned, Black owned. You could just like be Black owned. But there are businesses that like that's a part of their marketing strategy to let people know that they're Black owned. So depending on how you do that could depend on if it helped or hurt it, and also like what industry it's in. So for like food and like, I don't know, it just depends on the industry. In certain industries, I do think it could hurt it because people will be then, I don't know, looking for discounts, assuming it's not going to have as good of service, things like that. So I don't know. It's a sticky question for me. I can't give a exact yes or no.
Okay. Mr. Logic, coming to you next, Didi. Mr. Logic, does labeling your business Black owned help or hurt the business? What are your thoughts?
It really depends on where you at. If you're in the Black community, obviously it'll help. But if you in a non-Black community, then you know what I'm saying, it'll play against you. But I say nowadays in our current environment, I think it's a win across the board. Right now, everybody is really on this support Black and all that kind of stuff like that. So I think by labeling your business Black, it gonna support across the board. My only thing is that if you get them Black customers in there, you got to be able to break them stereotypes. But that's a sidebar. But yeah, I think it's it's a win. You just use it.
Okay, that's interesting. Miss Didi, does labeling your business Black owned help or hurt the business?
I think it could help. I mean, I agree with Kayla and Kay in that sense. It depends on what product you're putting out there. And if it's a product that's geared towards women, I think it could be very lucrative to market it, as Black owned, because of course you guys know women are the biggest consumers, especially when it's beauty related products or just anything really. So I think it might be a good thing to do that. It could be very profitable. I couldn't say for sure, but I do think that it could be, especially depending on the product and the way it's marketed.
Okay. Anton, see the smirk on your face, man. I got a feeling you're going to go the other way. Does labeling your business Black owned help or hurt the business?
I believe that it is probably perhaps not only one of the biggest mistakes from business people, but I think it's probably the dumbest thing that you can possibly do from a business perspective. Why? Because first of all, I know Black people that they don't think like that. Like, they're quiet, and there's a lot of people that like to divest themselves from people that try to use that as a marketing shtick. That's A. B, let me just dispel some myths. Let me cook for a minute. I've opened up businesses in predominantly Black communities, right? And because I was visible, a lot of the people that rock with me came as a result of me, having some visibility online and stuff like that. But I will still say the overwhelming majority of the customers, and I mean at least 65% to 70% of the customers, was still white, especially in 2021, 2022, because there are no, especially if you market your business effectively, location isn't even as important as we like to make it out to be. People will come to your business and chase your business. They will go out of their way if you have a good enough product. And so a lot of white people and Asians and a lot of different people, Arabic people, would come out of their way to come and patronize the business. And one of the things that they used to say to me is that I'm glad that you rock with everybody, because I would often say, and I've been saying for years, that I don't align myself with people based off of the color of your skin, but based off of the content of your character. So people would go out of their way and come all the way down into the Black communities where I would open up businesses, and they would patronize it. And so people think that marketing it as Black owned is a plus today because of what's promoted in the culture. But in reality, all you're doing is alienating customers. If you opening up a business, you're supposed to open up a business to sell to everybody. And if you think that everybody rocks with you based off of your beliefs mentally, all you're doing is starting to alienate people in a general sense. It's a reason why no other culture says I'm Asian owned or I'm white owned or whatever, so on and so forth, because they want to sell to everybody. This is business 101. You don't alienate the customer. Number two, I know Black people that will say, yo, I'm not going there because I'm not supporting a business just because it's Black owned. I'm rocking with a business because it has great products. If it just so happened to be owned by Black people, cool. But that's not the reason that I'm going there. It's probably the biggest mistake that you can probably make as far as labeling yourself anything. I don't care what it is. I'm woman owned, I'm man owned, I'm Black owned, whatever. I want everybody to patronize me because money doesn't have a color. So if you're in business, and business is supposed to be to make money, and this is the difference between people that open up a business and people that understand business, right? When you open up a business, you're only creating another job for yourself. And when you limit or you remove the opportunity from people that may see things differently, but was able to see based off of the product that you're selling, that's a completely different conversation. So my point is that very few people understand business. Anybody can open up a business, but very few people understand how to look at things from a business perspective. And it is probably one of the most destructive things that you can probably do to your business if you're only limiting yourself to the amount of customers that you want to serve. It's crazy. It's stupid. And I always look at people that do that and I say, okay, we're going to see how far this go. We're going to see how far it go.
Hey, can I push back on that comment real fast?
Yeah, you go ahead.
So, I mean, I understand what he's saying, but you're speaking from a perfect world. And a lot of times they don't have Black-owned business, but by the service they offer, it's offering for a particular type of individual, whether it's race, gender, and everything. So your concept is strong, but not in this current environment. If I walk up to a place and they got all Chinese letters in it, yes, it doesn't say Chinese on, even if you can read Chinese, but it serves into a particular group of people. The same thing with barbershops. When I first got to the DC, Virginia area, the first thing I did is I looked for a Black-owned barbershop. Not because I'm just racist or something like that. No, I want somebody who's familiar with my hair to do that. So if you just put barbershop or whatever, yes, you might get your core individuals out there, but every person have done this before. They actually go and say Black-owned barbershops, and you try to find it. Women probably do it too. I don't know. I'm not a woman. But the thing is that label, I agree with you, can hurt you. But as far as the products that we do and we provide, it can only benefit us.
No, it cannot. And the interesting thing about it is that just because you know a bunch of people that said Black-owned, what about the people that didn't say it? Like, what is your comparison? What kind of data and statistics, and not necessarily data specifically, because we're not about to cite data in real life, right? But who do you have to compare it against? Did you compare against a barber that didn't say Black-owned versus a barber that did say Black-owned? Because a lot of times people don't even know what they don't know. And I'm not going to alienate a completely different customer base just because I want to patronize or I want to advertise to another customer base. In 2021 and in this time that we're in, there are no limits to the amount of people that you can reach. And just because you may see yourself one specific way does not necessarily mean that you're shooting yourself in the foot, because you don't even know the customers that you missed out on. Yet you may look for a Black-owned barbershop, but a lot of people don't give a piss. How many people looked for or seen, not even look for, but seeing when somebody said it and said, yo, I'm not rocking with that? Because I know a lot of people like that too. Just because they don't verbalize it amongst a group of people because they don't want to be criticized openly by them does not mean that when they get comfortable, then they saying, you know what, I don't rock like that. Because I don't rock like that. That's the first thing that if I see something that says Black-owned, most of the time I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to be bothered, because I'm not patronizing it just because you Black. I'm patronizing it because you dope. I'm one of the people that say I'm not rocking with it because you rocking like that. So in the same way that you said that you look for it, I do too. But I look for it on the other side and I say I'm not rocking with it.
Anton, I have two questions for you based on the things that you were just saying. The first one is, do you think that if a business, states that they're Black-owned, and I think Kayla mentioned it earlier, like there are varying degrees to which this can be used in marketing. Let's say that this is not like their main marketing pitch or whatever. It's just something like, this is a Black-owned business. Do you think that actually alienates like people?
100%.
I heard you say alienate multiple times.
Yes, it does.
How so?
It's the same way if you're serving food, I don't want to know your political beliefs. If you're serving food, I don't really care about anything that's not relevant to what it is that you're serving. I'm looking for the dopest food. I'm looking for the dopest haircuts. I know some white barbers that's dope as piss. Like, I know some people all the way across the board that don't care nothing about color or whatever like that. So I don't know. I come from a space where I've always rocked with people based off of the content of their character. And if I see somebody trying to lean on something that's not relevant to whatever the business is, then I'm not rocking with it. Because your service or what it is that you're selling should sell or should be the stick versus whoever it is. If I see a business that's like woman owned, I'm like, Rita, come on, let's get on from out of there. I just want a dope business. I'm not looking for a business that's trying to get a leg up by identifying themselves any specific way, because again, my life has to be the same way across the board. And the same way that I rock with people based off of character, just based off of my friendships and how it is that I do business with them, is the same way in which I rock with people based off of how I patronize businesses.
But see, my biggest
hold on, Elijah.
Mr.
Elijah, hold on. Let me get to Didi real quick because I know she had her hand raised. Go ahead, Didi.
Yeah, so I want to know what you think of this, Anton, as far as companies who are non-black owned, but they use like black pride. Like as far as beauty products, a lot of those companies are owned by non-black people, but they use black names to, I think, patronize black customers. You know what I'm saying? Like they use
like what? Give me an example.
Like beauty products, they're like African pride and black this and black that. So do you think
I don't go into a beauty supply store? I wouldn't know anything about that business.
But I do, I do. So I know, a lot of beauty products, they use black. A lot of the products, I was surprised when I looked up black products and found out that most of the companies are owned by non-black people. So do you think that they're using that to benefit from the black culture and they're not owned by black, and they're not black owned?
I have no idea whatsoever. But let me ask you a question now that I don't have any idea, right? So let me ask you a question for clarification. Are these black owned products being sold in stores that's not black owned? Are they utilizing a network of stores in order to increase how much money they're making?
The majority of the products are sold in companies that are not black owned.
Okay, so that's my point. Listen, first of all, if we really want to get down to it, there is no such thing as black owned. You may own your company, but what about the products you source in order to support that company? Right? You may own a restaurant, but what about the supplier for the chicken? What about the electricity that you pay for? What about the landlord that you pay? Right? There's no such thing as anything owned because you don't know who owns anything. And the only way it can truly be any black owned is if you're getting it all the way from the source, and then you can be able to support your argument or your narrative that way. So it's a false narrative for somebody to advertise something as black owned, because you're still supporting a bunch of other companies and businesses that you don't know who owns it. So it's just a marketing shtick. It doesn't even mean anything. It's not even real. It's silly to even think that we having this conversation as though something is truly that when it's not. Just because we want to market it that way does not necessarily mean that we understand the business principles behind how things are sourced and whose hands the money is really going in. So if you really want to market yourself as black owned, first really be black owned, because you're really not. Even if your products are sold in other stores, the Walmarts or whatever, if you get some shelf space, let's be clear, the majority of your profit is going to somebody else. It's not going to you.
Hey, can I interject real fast? Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad, Q. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to add a little something. Because we're not thinking of a business aspect of things. Like for me, if I see, like, for instance, Turkey Leg Hut is black owned, and they're very known in Houston. It's a very popular place to go. So when I think of a business highlighting their black owned, I don't think from my standpoint, for me, like a regular person, I'm not thinking, oh, they're alienating themselves from different races, because when I pass by there's lines of people of different races, Mexicans, whites, and everything of that nature. But as I think Kayla was saying, it really just depends on what product you're selling, because when it says black owned, of course, I'm interested to see, I want to invest into it, or let me see what it's looking like, the market and stuff like that. But I don't think it's just alienation.
Wait. Wait,
Good afternoon
Is
to
he
you
all
too,
right?
boo
You all right over there, Rilla?
Hello.
yeah, I'm
Welcome to
wait,
join us, sir.
wait, hold on.
Island was giving her.
I
Yeah.
know.
Rilla, hold tight,
I
Rilla.
was on
Come
mute.
on,
I'm
Rilla.
sorry.
Nah,
I was
hold
trying
tight,
to
Rilla.
I
hear what
was
she was trying to
running.
say.
Listen,
What just happened there?
I apologize. I'm sorry, Q. Q,
Rilla
you
was
know
like
I love
hopped
you.
up out the bed, turned my
Q,
swag on.
no, Q, you know I love you. I was literally running because
Oh, that's what y'all
partially
the breath.
to Anton's point, I was dealing with a situation with a non-black entity, and I'm running into this conversation because I'm listening to my superior, but I'm also running into this conversation because, yo, Anton, I'm listening to you, bro, and I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about Burn Rubber, in Detroit. Shout out to Roe. Shout out to Rick Williams.
What does that mean? Can you please define what burn
It's a
rubber is?
couple different
Hold on.
dudes that own a shop called Burn
Oh.
Rubber, and they homeboys of mine.
Nope.
Gotcha.
Anton, give them their props. Don't. It's not a couple of homeboys that own a shop.
They my homeboys, is what I'm saying.
They are your homeboys.
So what are you talking about? They own a sneaker shop, and they do collaborations with a lot of different people like Puma and stuff like that.
Anton, I'm not coming with
Rilla, what point are you making? I'm trying to understand what you're talking
hold on
about.
1 second.
You did come in like
What
Debo.
about Q?
You
He
came
was out
in
of
like
breath.
Debo on cue.
Rilla was out of breath running. He said,
But
"I
go
run
ahead,
my
Rilla, do
home."
your thing.
Nah, listen, I'm not coming for you like that, bro. But I'm saying if we're gonna talk about Rick Williams, we're gonna talk about Roe. And I could bring up for a fact. I can
And you can talk about Anton because I really opened up businesses in real life too. So
facts. And so when you speak about these businesses, and I hear you saying ultimately there are no black-owned businesses, then that means when I go into Dearborn, there are no Chaldean-owned businesses, right?
that's correct. There's no truly Chaldean-owned businesses.
Right, but we won't have that conversation.
Why won't we? I just said it.
Because Anton, what you have to understand, and what I would honestly ask you to accept, bro, is that your perspective, when you talk about I'm open to the possibility of being wrong, this is one of those moments where you got to accept that, bro.
Okay, tell me where I'm wrong.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because we would never have the conversation whether Chaldeans source their materials from here, there, or neverwhere. We would still recognize that as an Arab
Why
business
wouldn't I?
issue.
No, y'all would, because I understand how
no,
business
no,
works.
Anton,
I look at it completely
I
differently.
hear you, Anton, and I don't, bro. I have in the last year, I've completely come to understand you. You wouldn't. The rest of the world would say that's an Arab business. If they came to Chicago, that's an
But it
Arab
doesn't matter how you feel or what they would say.
Ain't
The
nothing to do
truth
with
is
how I
the
feel.
truth,
I can see
regardless.
Arab
The
doesn't have
truth
nothing
is
to
the
do with how I
truth,
feel,
regardless
Anton.
of how you feel, Rilla. And
Has
when I
nothing
break
to
it
do
down
with how I
and I
feel,
ask you,
Anton.
who are you
I can
paying
see
your
an
rent to?
Arab in my neighborhood, and
Hold
I can
on.
say that's an Arab in my neighborhood.
You can feel how you want to feel.
Ain't got nothing to do with
Who
how I
makes
feel.
the majority of the profit off of the business, and who do they get their products from, and who do they pay their rent to?
Anton,
I'm curious.
listen, has nothing to do with how I feel.
It has everything to do. Your
Absolutely
argument
not.
that you're making right now is based off of how you feel.
Absolutely not. I can
Oh, okay.
look outside my window and see an Arab in my neighborhood and say, there's an Arab in my neighborhood with a business. Has nothing to do with how
Okay, that's good for you. That don't mean anything to me.
I know. That's what I'm saying, Anton. It's you. That's fine. I'm not taking nothing away from that. That's you, bro. Right? So look. So let me take it back to the D. Let me take it back to the D. So when we talk about Burn Rubber, right? And then we can go to let's say we go to what's the soul food spot? Beans
and cornbread, bro. Yeah.
Come on, JR, slow down because I want to walk this down where Anton is, because what I'm not talking about is a supplier issue. I understand what you're saying from a logistics and an entrepreneurial standpoint. I'm telling you from the people standpoint, bro. I
Rilla,
jumped off this call with my DM ran in here like,
You
yo, let
ran?
me,
Like,
man, fam. And I did not mean to
You
interrupt
really
you.
wants to know
There
about
was
my
no
breath?
disrespect.
that's why you was out of breath.
Man, fam.
I gotta stop.
You.
All right, y'all.
Because Anton, I get it. I do understand what you're saying, bro.
I'm trying to understand the point that you're trying to make.
Yeah,
You walking this
about
down,
to
but
make
I'm
it, bro,
feeling like this is a
because I
crawl.
understand, but because here's the thing, we understand what you saying too. No victim Olympics.
They don't be doing that.
There's no excuses. We don't make excuses. We make it happen. We are all with you when you say that, bro. But the truth of the matter is, there are Black-owned businesses. Period. Regardless of where they get the supplies.
That's not the question, Rilla. The question is, does labeling your business Black-owned help or hurt the business? And so we add in context in order to layer the conversation, and you're not even answering the question. I'm telling you that you alienate people when you do. One of the reasons why I wanted to let Q finish is because she was referencing a company that's pretty successful where she is, which is the Turkey Hut, which I've been to, and which me and Rita have been to. And so I wanted to let her add context to the conversation. Just because you've all right, let me not cook. I'm gonna let y'all get it out. We got all night. I made time tonight.
Wait. I definitely got time on this subject, so we both can cook, bro. We both can cook on this one.
Maybe
All right, that's a girl
conversational. We both can cook.
Right.
this is more of a crock pot cook.
I forgot what
some
I was
people
gonna
are
say.
looking for more of a sear, like a cast iron skillet situation. It's going really slow. I don't know what happened.
You still out of breath?
It's more of a
Rilla?
Dutch pot. It's seeming like a Dutch
like the
pot
cast iron cooks pretty
situation.
quick.
Go
Like,
ahead,
Okay.
Q. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm out of
That's
breath.
what, I think that's what we
Rilla-
want
Oh,
to
okay.
happen.
Okay, what you want?
Rilla needs some water. He was running.
All right, hold on, Rilla. Hold on,
Little
Rilla.
Scooby.
Hold on,
Where
Rilla.
I
Let
go on
Q.
my feminine energy again. There we go.
Okay.
No,
Go ahead. Let
Rilla needs
Q
some
go
water
ahead.
though. Rilla, get you some water since you've been running.
What? Q, you
I don't
asked
know what
3
the heck Rilla
times
got going on
about
over
that
there.
out
But
of
Rilla,
breath.
I mean, Q, please continue. And then Mr. Logic, I know that you said that you wanted to add some context too. So I'm still listening for you too, bro. Just letting you
Honestly,
know.
I forgot.
All right, we're gonna go to Logic. Go ahead, Logic.
All right. You know what? That's so long. I forgot what I was finna say.
I know what I was going to say.
Mr. Logic, I
I
tried to clear the path for you, bro.
No, see, this is the thing. So I understand your concept, but your concept is in a perfect world because every other race, they exercise. When a Korean come to North Atlanta, guess what they do? They find their own. So it's a mixture because it's about services. So I'm not, when I want some good Korean food, I don't want no Black person in there. I want a Korean owned place. So it's the same thing. If we have Black owned products to sell, which Black people have a lot of certain niche they have, whether it's braiding, whether it's doing certain hairstyles or whatever. You know what I'm saying? When I get my hair dreaded, I'm not finna go to no white lady. I'm just saying, and it's nothing against, it's not racist, it's not nothing like that. It's about quality of service due to experience. A Black dude can't make sushi like the Koreans do. So I would prefer to go there. A white lady can't make collard greens like they can in Atlanta at the Beautiful. So I prefer to go there. So what I'm telling you, well hold up. I'm glad you muted too.
My bad, fam. I didn't interrupt you. My bad.
Yeah, you always try to cut me out. But look, the thing I'm trying to say is
Give me a second.
your concept. Like I said, they're gonna cut his camera
all
off.
this leaving?
What is going on with the male energy right now? What's
Hey,
going on?
well, I'm gonna go ahead and end it and go back and chill.
All right, y'all. Go ahead and let Logic cook.
The thing I'm saying is that in every culture, a culture have something that they're good at. And then people tend to go into that individual group to get that services. So now let's not act like if we want Mexican food, we're not gonna go to Mexicans. Let's not act like if you want your dry cleaner done right, you don't go to Koreans. So we being disingenuous. So now if you have a Black service that you have to offer, yes, you'll be an idiot not to put Black on that. I digress now.
Now, the problem with your argument is that all of these services that you're highlighting, don't label themselves as Korean owned or Black owned. It's just understood that this is the service that they provide and they don't want to alienate anybody. Again, we're talking about marketing the business, because I know people that will choose not to patronize because somebody is marketing themselves that way. Just because you go to an Asian spot because you want to get some kind of Asian food, it's understood that Asian people are serving the food. But when you start to market yourself a little bit differently is where we have the disagreement. And I believe, again, that when people start to market themselves, that they start to label themselves, what you start to do is you start to separate yourself. You start to separate yourself from people in general.
Anton,
What they do, I just want to just jump in on this too real fast. I apologize to y'all ladies and y'all gentlemen. They don't say Black owned, but what they do say is authentic. See, you're right. They do it in such a way that they say authentic Mexican food, authentic Korean food, authentic Chinese food. It's the same as us. If we say authentic, you know what I'm saying, Black food, we don't have no defined food like that, but they do it. You can see what group they going for. Like I said, go to North Atlanta. You'll see a whole community that you can't read nothing. You can't read nothing.
That ain't just in Atlanta, it's everywhere.
Okay then, so what's your point?
They don't do it to market themselves any type of way. One of the reasons why, Jesus Christ, one of the reasons why you see a lot of Asians, for example, let's say you say the Chinese place, right? And let's say that they're immigrants and they come over here. It's similar to us, right? The way in which you move is based off of proximity. In most instances, there's a language barrier, right? You generally navigate to, or you stay, or you open up a business where you're familiar or where you're most comfortable. It has nothing to do with how they're marketing themselves, and it has everything to do with outside circumstances by which they found themselves in this country in the first place, bro.
Antoine, one question, Antoine, and I'm gonna shut up because hey, look, by them not having one single letter in English, everything is either Korean or Chinese. What group are they marketing to, Anton?
Us.
What are you talking about?
Come to the hood.
No. If you go to the Korean towns,
I'm gonna come to Atlanta and I'm gonna observe it. I've never been in a city. I've never been in a city where all of the letters are foreign languages.
Well, you need to get out of your city then, bro.
No, I travel all over the country.
Apparently not.
Oh, yes, I do.
It's apparently not.
I'm all over the country, bro.
I know different places that I traveled over all over the world, and I can always go to a area that has nothing but Chinese and Korean letters.
But again, my point is that it's all based off of their circumstances and not necessarily how it is that they're marketing to anybody.
But I'm asking you, if they go and they put all their business in Korean or Chinese letters, what group are they marketing to?
They're not marketing themselves to anybody. They just selling food.
Even read it. What how can you
My point though is that when they come to this country, they have a language barrier before they even open up a business in the first place.
Anton,
what are you talking about?
There's a reason why Black owned businesses say Black owned and like Korean owned ones.
And that's cool. But again, just because you open up a business don't mean you understand business. There's a lot of people that open up. But the point that I'm making is that even to Mr. Logic's point, let's just say, for example, they make their letters in all Korean, right? It doesn't mean that they know what they're doing in order to market their business effectively. Just because they do it don't mean that we should follow it as the blueprint for how to be successful. That is not what we arguing. What we arguing is, wait. What we arguing is, do they alienate themselves from other customers that could possibly patronize them? To Mr. Logic's example, I'm saying yes, they are still alienating. And just because somebody else does something does not mean that it's the right thing for me to do from a business perspective. Just because you see it don't mean that it's the optimal results that come along with it. I don't care about what nobody else is doing. I'm going to do the thing that makes the most sense from a business perspective overall, not just because another group of people did it.
Anton,
y'all losing track of the question.
Anton, would you also say that you would not? Because earlier you said that you wouldn't, like, you would see something, say like maybe black owned or woman owned or whatever, and you would say, look, let's go somewhere else, simply because of that, right?
I'm not even gonna give them a look.
Okay,
at all.
Okay. I just want to clarify before I went on. So would you also feel the exact same way about someone, like a business that said like made in America? Would you be like, you know what? Nope.
I'm not checking for it at all. I don't care about none of that stuff. You're not
checking for black owned either. I get it. But if there was a sign in the window that said made in America, or
I know that it's a lie.
There's nothing that's manufactured in America.
I know that what it is that they're saying, depending on the business, and you can give. Listen, if you want to give me a specific business, if you want to give me a specific
Weber
business,
grills, whatever, Gibson guitars. I know a couple of things that are, American made. If those companies are like really good, are you going to say no because they're trying to stand on being American made, or do you only apply that to black owned?
No, I apply it across the board. So again, and I use the example. I use the example of women. When I see something that's woman owned,
heard that example. I'm asking about the
American. It ain't. But you created a narrative and you said, do I only apply it to black? American. Wait. You applied the narrative to. You tried to make it seem like I only do it to black people.
I hate when people do
your
that.
question was, or you only
question,
your quote. You said, or do you only do it to black? And I said that that's a narrative that's false because I never said that in the first place.
Okay, you do it to black and women. Sorry, you're right.
It's such a disingenuous question because we know what you're trying to imply.
Anton, you just don't. We know what you're trying to imply. Just say you don't want to answer it. I'm asking you.
I just answered it. I said that I know it's a lie and I'm not rocking with it.
Okay, so you would be like American owned, man. Forget that Gibson guitar. I'm not getting.
Bro, I said what I said. I don't know how many times you want me to say it.
I'm not getting a Wilson football. Are they?
Why do you want me to say it multiple times? I said what I said. I'm not gonna change my answer just because you asked it a different way.
You kind of like danced all around, but okay. So I'm gonna say your answer.
How? I said what I said. I said no.
Okay, so you don't.
I don't fall for marketing sticks. I don't care about that. I want the best available product.
There are shoes in your background, Anton. There are Jordans in your background, Anton. And you're talking about you don't fall for marketing, please.
Why do I have those shoes in my background, Kay? Why do I have the shoes in my background, Kay? Why do I have the shoes in my background, Kay?
You pull up a Versace robe. Thank you very much. I love mine.
Why do I have this stuff in my background, Kay? You know what the funny thing about your whole narrative, though? You know what the funny thing?
Of shoes.
I'm gonna let you rock out and then I'm gonna cook
you. Please do.
Okay.
There are plenty of you just said you're gonna let me rock.
Go ahead.
Cook or whatever.
You said please do.
I'm saying please let me continue my stir fry, or I don't know. I am just saying the entire time I've been on this show with you, you have had shoes in the background, but you're telling me you don't fall for marketing. How did you pick those shoes? Why don't you have any Shaqs? What are the Shaq shoes? Why don't you have any of them back there?
Let me know when you're done.
Why don't you have them?
Not Shaq.
Not Shaq.
I'm just saying, that was the first one I could think of.
Now you want me to answer, or are you just trying to create a narrative?
I'm not creating anything. It's the truth, because you're.
Would you want? Did you ask? Was the question rhetorical, or would you look for an answer?
I'm just like, you let everyone else do context. Let me do it too.
Okay, cool.
You are talking about, oh my goodness, I don't fall for marketing. Meanwhile, you got Jordans in the back. Please explain.
Now, the reason that I have these Jordans in the back is because I own a shoe company. And I understand that in order for me to write off certain things and in order for me to hold it for an extended period of time, because I understand that the value of these shoes go up, it's an opportunity for me to make money from it. It has nothing to do with falling for a marketing shtick. As a matter of fact, none of these shoes that you see in the background and all the way up, none of them have ever been worn in my entire life. I didn't pick the reason why I didn't pick Shaqs is because I can't make money off of Shaqs.
And I'm not mad at Shaqs. I recommend people go get them.
So, let me finish.
Nothing wrong with Shaqs.
So my point is that you let me talk. So let me finish. So my point becomes similar to what I said prior to, and I know everybody not gonna get it because it's not for everybody. But the point becomes there's a difference between thinking and opening up a business and having a business mindset.
Okay, but
If-
we were just
no,
talking
no, no,
about
no.
your
Shh,
marketing.
shh, shh, shh.
We were just talking about you saying you don't fall for marketing.
Give me a
Yes,
second,
you
Kay.
do.
Give me
you
a
do.
second, Kay.
All right, y'all, one at a
You
time.
can't be quiet long enough to even let me finish cooking.
Because you're not telling the truth.
The point, I don't own a shoe company. What are you talking
That's
about?
not what I'm talking, Anton. Okay, your shoe company.
Let me
I'm proud
finish
of you,
saying.
bro.
If
I'm
you want to
talking
talk,
about-
okay, I'm gonna let you.
All right,
I'm gonna
Kay,
let you
hold on,
talk.
Kay,
No,
hold on,
no,
Kay.
Jr. Let me
Hold on,
finish this.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
I was
She
telling,
wanted to have
I
a
was
talk.
telling
I'm
Kay
sorry,
to relax a
Anton. I'm
little
trying
bit
to be better
because
in 2022. Go ahead, Anton. I'm gonna mute
The
myself.
point is that the reason I don't have shacks in the background is because shacks don't make money. It don't have nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the fact that I have to get rid of money in order to not give it to the federal government. I don't care nothing about these shoes. I don't care nothing about Yeezy. I don't care nothing about I don't even wear Jordans at all. It's all about the way in which I have to get rid of money in order to not give it to the federal government. And like I said, it comes back to your lack of understanding when it comes to understanding how business works versus thinking that somebody is falling for a marketing shtick because I don't walk around with Jordans on my feet.
You
Never
had some
have,
pretty nice shoes
never,
when I saw you.
never have, never will. And the point is that you don't know nothing about what you're talking about right
You
now.
had some pretty nice shoes on, a nice little polo shirt. I don't know what. Well, I don't know.
What are you
You had
talking
nice
about?
clothes on. When I'm trying to see, like, how could you say that you don't fall for marketing? How could you say that marketing doesn't work on you? Are you really saying
Just
this?
admit that your example fell flat on your face because you didn't know what you was talking about.
Did it?
Yes, it did.
You're trying to
But bro,
turn all these
you
things
got on
into something else?
Versace glasses. Come on, bro.
Why do I do that? Ask yourself. See, before y'all make a statement and y'all
Does
look
Versace
stupid as
sponsor you?
hell,
You
why
should
do
ask
I
them.
do that?
You do that.
Ask yourself why I do it.
I'm answered. Last time I asked you about this, when you was on a different point, you said something because it's dope or something like that. So if it's dope, then guess what? Nobody is throwing you under the nobody's pushing you on there. But you can't say I got all these joints in my back because it gonna hold value. But them Versace says and a Porsche, it's not gonna hold value.
Again, if you understand how money works and business work, I have to get rid of the money or the federal government is going to take it. Everything
Donate it to
I
my
do,
It's
school.
for write-off.
please
Donate it
let
to
me
my
talk.
school.
Okay, what the
You don't have
fuck?
to use it for Jordans. Donate
Okay,
it to
I'm
my
gonna let you.
underfunded
Come on, y'all.
school.
Come on, one at a
Do
time.
that.
One at a time.
If you
one
don't
at a
care
time.
about marketing and you don't care
They
about
have no idea. You guys
donate
are
it to my
so
school.
behind.
Then I'll
You
believe
so
Move on. We
you
about to
so
move on.
behind the eight
About to
ball.
move
You
on.
have no idea. No
About to move
idea
on.
whatsoever on how it is that you need to
Hold on,
move from a business perspective. And I
All right,
can
final point
tell
on real
by
life.
your assumptions and lack of questions. Now, if you really wanted to know how to move a little bit differently so that you wouldn't have to pay more taxes than I do, even though I make a ton more money, it's a different conversation. A completely different
subscribe
conversation.
to the Patreon,
All right.
y'all. See that marketing?
Yeah, you need to get into Patreon. That way you can get.
All right, Rilla,
See
go
him
ahead, Rilla.
using the marketing.
Hold on,
that he
y'all.
doesn't
Hold on. Really got the
Listen,
final point.
listen,
Really got the
listen,
final point. We
listen.
moving on.
I'll say this to answer the question flat out. Does labeling your business as a black business, does it hurt business or whatever? No. Especially if you're saying I'm in a niche market and I'm comfortable. Now, if you're trying to scale, and so here's the deal.
They actually think that them Versace robes that they got for Christmas wasn't a write-off.
No,
Was that marketing
I'm not
too,
going to
Kay?
disagree with that. I know
There's
exactly
right
what you're
off.
doing.
Was that marketing too?
Hold
There's,
on,
I
Kay.
mean,
Hold on,
let's-
Kay. Hold
You
on,
need to
Kay.
go and talk to
Right.
my accountant and
Go
see what
ahead.
that is.
Go ahead.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
y'all. Hold on.
Hold on,
Go
Kay.
ahead.
Because I'm answering the question. I
If
came
you
in
know,
late.
you know. You have no idea what you're
I
talking
came
about.
All
in
right, y'all.
late.
All right, we gotta let
and
Rilla
I
cook. Y'all let Rilla
apologize.
cook, y'all. Come on.
No, I ain't cooking. I'm simmering. But I apologize. I came in late. I work a real 9 to 5, and I got caught up in some business. So it is what it is. But does labeling your business black owned hurt or help? I work for a company, honestly. And JR, please give me grace on this one. I work for a company, honestly, that at the height of everything that was going on, we could have asked this company for whatever we wanted. We could have said we need more people at the executive level. We need more people at this level. We need pay increases. We need this, we need that. You know what them jokers said? We want to wear Black Lives Matter t-shirts. And they was offended that they couldn't wear. Still bugs me out to this day. That's one part. So my objective is to get everything I can about this company, since this company has dedicated a percentage of what they can do for Black people. However, the city that I'm in and the cities that I've traveled in, and I often talk about this, and I know people get tired of me talking about it, and I'm now and I'm old and all this other stuff. Whoopie-whoop. Cool. But my time in Detroit, I specifically sought out Black businesses that I could patronize and make that dollar circulate. Listen, Anton, it's no slight to you, bro, because I spent money with other people as well. Obviously, I had to, but I specifically sought out where I could make my dollar circulate. When I went to Dilla's Donuts, that was for a specific purpose. When I went to, I think you said it, Beans and Cornbread or whatever, that was for a specific purpose. When I shop at Burn Rubber, like, yeah, but then I also shopped at, Detroit Grooming and so on and so forth. Detroit is a different beast, and I think that's one thing that y'all may not understand about Detroit and Anton's experience. And I'm not trying to make excuse for Anton, because I do want to bring it back to my experience. Detroit is a different beast, man. It's not, when you in Detroit, it's not black and white, man. It's if you're poor, you're poor. If you're middle class, you're middle class. If you're rich, you're rich. And only when you get to the rich level do you even start to see, Anton may disagree with me. I don't, whatever. You're going to see racial disparities when you get to the rich level. But if you go back and watch 8 Mile. They tell you right there, that whole B-Rabbit experience, that's real. It's blacks and whites working together, and there's no like me against you, this against that, this, that, and the third, woo-woo. Now, in Chicago, it's funny, and the reason why I was rushing and choking and burning rubber and huffing and puffing to try and get in here.
You listen to this.
There was somebody that asked me, like, what do you do for your community? It was a young blood. Asked, what do you do for your community? And I thought about getting into this dick measuring contest with him about what I do for my community. But then the biggest thing that I thought about is, like, I looked in my closet. Every mother loving thing that I own in my closet is Black owned. That's the biggest thing that I could do for my community, is make this dollar circulate. I specifically seek out Black businesses. I specifically seek out people that look like me, that would employ people that look like me, to empower people that look like me, so that we can empower our community to get to the next level. That's what it's about. Same thing is happening in Atlanta. I wish they would figure out how to duplicate what has happened in Atlanta for the last, 50, 60 something years with Black leadership in Atlanta. Shout out to the new mayor, Andre. Like, they need to hold his feet to the fire to produce, but Atlanta has had Black leadership in terms of the mayor since 1970 something. There's no other city that's done that, right? So when we talk about Black businesses, and does labeling your business Black, I mean, Anton, to your point, I think you would make the argument like, maybe in the sense of affirmative action, because I think about Herman J. Russell and the fact that Maynard Jackson declared that 3% of the contracts for the city of Atlanta needed to go to Black-owned businesses. I mean, I don't know. You can make that argument, but what I would say is that ultimately, regardless of what, we control the flavor. We are the flavor in terms of what's hot now. So if I look at Joe Fresh Goods and he labels his business Black, like Joe Fresh is unapologetically Black, unapologetically, and he's in the top 5 sneaker releases for the past 2 years, and probably about to be 3 years, right? And as long as he continues to create, right? So
whose sneakers is he selling? I'm curious.
You said what?
JR, what
sneakers is he selling?
Oh, no. I know what you're gonna get to ultimately, Anton.
I'm just asking a question. Whose sneakers is he selling?
It's New Balance. It's New Balance. But I can also
know who owns New Balance?
Yeah, I absolutely know who owned New Balance, and I also know there's no black owned.
So
There's
you
no
did all of
black,
that ranting and rambling and all of that other type of stuff,
absolutely
only to
not.
really say that you don't even know
the
who
only
you're really
person,
supporting.
Listen, Anton, what you don't understand. Okay. What you don't
Hey,
you're
man, we
making
got
a
all night
bigger
for y'all,
point
man.
in terms of
we
we
got
don't
all
source
night.
the materials. So we don't source the
Hey,
materials. We
Rilla,
don't
go ahead,
own
wrap
the
it up,
company.
Rilla.
I mean, listen. All right.
Who do we pay his rent to? Because
That's
I've been
gonna
to his store.
No. I'll
I'm
save it for
curious.
tomorrow. I'll save it for tomorrow
Who do he
because
pay his rent to? Because I've been to the store.
who?
What's tomorrow?
Joe Fresh Goods?
What's tomorrow?
You saying who's this Joe Fresh Good pay that $4,000 to?
I don't know what he paid. I don't know how much it
honestly,
is. How much who he pays rent to?
I know. I don't know who he pays that to.
I know you don't know. So stop acting like you do.
I wouldn't assume. Here's the difference, though. I wouldn't assume it's somebody that don't look like him. That's the difference. You assume it's somebody that doesn't look like him.
I'm not assuming. I'm saying that you don't know. I don't know. So how can you sit there and give us this whole rambling rumble jumbo spiel and you have no clue?
I like when you do that, Anton. I like when you do that. I'm saying that man employs people and empowers people that looks like him, right? What you're saying is, oh, he doesn't source the materials. See, this is what you're about to get into. You're about to whittle it down to he doesn't own the sneaker company. He doesn't source the materials, right? What I'm saying is we've been putting our stamp on cool for the longest. The fact that you're wearing that hoodie, JR is wearing the collaboration with Lavish. I'm wearing this hoodie. Kay, I don't know what you're wearing today.
Stitch Fix.
This probably Chinese people probably made this.
You are cold. Bruh.
Can
My point being, Anton, here's my point, bro, is that I mean, am I gonna go to the Asian or the Arab or the Jewish community and say, where do you source your materials from? No, I'm gonna recognize those businesses as they stand because of the sole proprietors. However, they move their materials and barter and trade or whatever, that's how they move in their materials based on the market demand. Doesn't matter where they sourced them from. If I'm selling pencils, I'm not a black-owned business because I'm selling pencils. I didn't make the pencils. I don't source the materials for the pencils. I didn't buy the lead or the wood.
Say some of the energy. Say some of the energy. Say some of the energy, really.
Now I got all this energy.
Can I ask
I got it. Hey, it's boiled over for Monday. I got all this energy for y'all tonight.
I'm curious why nobody went and bought Master P shoes.
You know why did nobody bought Master P shoes? For the same reason they didn't buy
But he marketed it as black owned. Why didn't y'all go over there and support him?
That's Anton, come on now, bro.
No, it's
okay.
Wait. So when I start asking, because the questions that I'm asking,
we got to get to Q too because she had
the question that I'm asking is relevant to the topic.
It's very relevant. So
why didn't y'all go over there and buy Master P shoes?
So why are Rap Snacks selling out?
No, answer my question. Stop changing the subject. Answer my question.
Okay, cool. We could say the marketing is bad, the appeal isn't there, didn't connect with the customer base, so on and so forth. But we know when you're talking about Master P, we know Rap Snacks are selling out. Why?
What?
Oh my God!
All right, we're gonna get to Q and gonna move on. Boy, you got a question?
So
it's a statement, right? It's a statement. A question.
It's a question for Anton. You know, I understand about the taxes, but what size of them sneakers behind you that you don't wear?
9s.
Oh, okay. So whenever
no.
Whenever you want,
Christmas is over. Christmas 2022.
Since you don't wear them, I totally agree with the taxes. You got to write them off. So
right? Exactly, Q. Exactly.
No, Kay, but no, Kay, he is right about the taxes.
No, I'm not saying that he's not, but I feel what you were just saying.
If I can make a quick comment.
You can donate to.
We ain't gonna never get off this topic, I see.
I just want to make a quick comment and then we can move on.
Sure. Okay, nobody else make a comment out there.
Kayla, you look so nice tonight. I just want to say that also.
I'm not even going to try to get in the middle of any of that. All I will say is that this is just not a cut and dry thing. It's different for every business. We talk mostly about services, but we didn't talk a lot about products. So if you make granola bars or you make t-shirts, things that are not culture specific, I think that changes some things, and that changes kind of the conversation on if saying Black owned can hurt or help if you're just selling t-shirts or granola bars or fresh squeezed orange juice or whatever, you know what I'm saying? A product, actual product that's not culture specific, like what's culture specific, like curry or something, but just like a regular non-culture specific product like a t-shirt or granola bar. I think that changes the conversation versus services that are culture specific, like Chinese food, or you know what I'm saying? But that's all I wanted to add because, whew, Lord, I don't, yeah.
Okay. If you guys are just, hold on, my bad. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel. I see Nicholas Virgil with the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. And I seen a lot of other super chats that came through. They're not currently on my screen, but we definitely appreciate that. Memberships are open, so make sure you refresh the screen, hit that join button right there, and become part of that green gang. Shout you guys out again. Appreciate you guys. We're gonna make sure we take care of you. I promise you that. We're gonna move on to our next topic, man. It's getting a little hot in here, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm about to call HR.
It's the men. The ladies are doing good.
I was
tonight,
wondering
you know?
where Kay went. The last couple shows, she tried to disappear on me. I like this version. Okay, come on back, Kay. Come back to the dark side. I like that.
There you go. There you go. Our next topic of the night is: how much does a woman's behavior tell about her man? How much does a woman's behavior tell about her man? I'm gonna start with you, Didi. I know you've been quiet over there, so let me get you involved in these conversations.
What's the question again?
How much does a woman's behavior tell about her man?
I think it could tell a lot. I mean, it just depends on how she moves, you know, the things that she does. I mean, it could tell a lot, and I don't have any specifics, but I really do think just in the way that she moves, the things that she says when she's around other men, you can kind of tell what type of man she's dealing with based off of how, you know, what she does, and you know, just things how she moves and how she interacts with other people and other men in particular.
Okay. Island Girl Q. I know everybody was stepping on your toes, so I'm definitely coming to you.
Only Rilla. It was only Rilla.
It was Rilla.
He had to
Okay,
run
we're gonna
too.
blame Rilla. Rilla, I'm calling HR on you tomorrow, man. I'm sick of this shit. How much does a woman's
write him
behavior
up.
tell about her man? Let's talk about it.
It's a lot. It shows a lot, like her character, her demeanor, how she speaks, her attitude. That kind of shows what type of man he is. Like it shows a lot. So that's why I think men and women are picking who they pick, because that's your other half. That reflection is reflected upon you, especially when it comes to business wise. So yeah.
I want to ask you two ladies, it's Didi and Island Girl Q. So I'm pretty sure there's a difference between a husband, right? Because if not a husband, I don't know, man. I just had a blank. My mind just went blank for a second, man. I blame it on alcohol.
Blame it on
y'all been drinking. Oh, it makes sense now. Y'all men
I'm
been
waiting
drinking
on the
tonight?
ladies to say
Oh,
something
it makes sense,
specifically, because
Rilla.
they saying all of the nice stuff right now, but they're not saying the real stuff. What about when a woman is overly masculine?
Nicer.
Is that a reflection of her man?
It's a reflection. Yeah. We kind of summed it up. It's a reflection. If a man's overly masculine, a woman's overly masculine, and she has a man, that shows the type of man she's with. Like, is he with a beta or someone that's gonna be okay with that?
Oh, so you saying that if a woman move a specific type of way when it comes to going back and forth with men, or she show her masculine side in an overabundance, that could be a sign or a signal that her man that she's with is beta?
No, that's not specifically what I said, because some people can put on one thing. Wait, hold on. Some people can act the way online, and some people can act differently in person. And you specifically said that about certain people. So
no, I said that move a certain type of way around a certain guy in real life that has nothing to do with the reflection of how she is with her man, or if she's a representation of her man. When you show up in real life, it's easy to do all of this stuff on the internet. And when you show up in real life, it's a completely different conversation than how it is that they are online. But conversely, is a woman that move in her masculine energy, and we know what that means, figuratively speaking, all the time. Is that a reflection of her man being weak? Come on,
I know.
Q.
Like I know what I was gonna say.
I mean, I don't move. I mean, I get where you going, you know, but I don't move like that. So that whole
I didn't
statement
say
don't
you.
apply to me.
I'm saying it in a general sense, Q. Don't be afraid to answer the question.
No. You know why I say this? Because people can move differently in person with a different man. Like the thing is like I might be communicative with y'all, but when I'm with my man, I'm lovey-dovey. Like I'm catering, I'm nurturing, and y'all might not
But
see
you're
that
not
side
masculine online, so that's not a good example.
You're right. No, you're right. But that person that's showing masculine features, she might act a total different opposite when it comes to her man.
Not true.
Because
My
she
chick
thinks
don't-
she's treating him.
My chick is the same across the board.
But Anton, that's your chick, okay? Everybody's
Which is a
different.
reflection of
Everybody's
me.
not the same.
Which is a reflection of
Okay,
me. My chick is always going to be
Your
real cool. She gonna be smiling. She gonna be in a good space. Great energy. She not arguing with men. She not getting in their face. She not telling them what they ain't and ain't and all of that. And if she is a reflection of me, and so she moves accordingly. So when you see a woman that's outside of her, how we would identify as an overly feminine woman, is that a reflection of the men that she around? Is it a reflection of her daddy? Is it a reflection of her man? Is it a reflection of her fathers and her uncles? Are they weak and are they beta? It's a direct question, and I know y'all don't like that.
I mean, around the men, like how she's brought, yes. I mean, that shows a reflection regarding the person that's raised them. I mean, I would say more to the parents that's raised them. But they can raise them is different than a man that they might be lovey-dovey catering. But it shows how they raise, but everybody's raised differently. So yeah. And as I said, yeah. But that doesn't apply to me. So next person.
I agree, it don't apply to you.
All right, Mr. Logic, I'm coming to you, sir. How much does a woman's behavior
logical,
tell about
Mr.
a man?
First of all, it tell if she got a man. So to the point that they was just being made, you can tell when a woman don't got a man, or if she got a man that she don't respect, because you will see that in her behavior. It will pour out of her. You can go to I went to Fifth Saks today, and then I was shopping, and I can tell that this chick didn't have a man, because she was so angry. She wasn't interested in her job. It's like, and then I just asked her, I said, "You single, right?" She said, "How you know?" Well, this is the way you act.
Hey, Mr. Logic out there preying on chicks and sex.
He said Fifth Saks, yo.
No. All right, what you got something to say, Miss K? Yeah, I got to get y'all names right. But to make the point I'm saying is that as you go anywhere you go, you can almost tell when a woman is happy by her attitude. And not all the time, but most of the time, if a woman is in a happy relationship, or she's with somebody that she's happy with, you know what I'm saying? You will see that. I done met strippers in Atlanta that was happily with a dude, and then you can tell. I mean, it's crazy. You can tell, but you can just tell, and that's just how it goes. You can always tell when a chick got a man. You can always tell when she's happy, and then hey, you know what? I'm gonna just interject when everybody else try to debunk me. Go ahead.
No. I'm not debunking you. I don't even disagree with nothing that you just said. Do you think that even if a chick is unhappy, just another part of the conversation, if a chick is unhappy, okay, let me ask it like this. If a chick is unhappy and she got a man, what does that say about their relationship, or what does it say about the guy that she with? So like, let's say, for example, that chick that was at Saks, she just an angry, bitter chick, and she got a man. What would that say about her?
something wrong. You know what I'm saying? That means like if I got a chick that's living here with me and then she walk out of here and she come here angry all the time, it just something is wrong with that equation. Something ain't right. So
you've seen this lady before?
No. You told me the lady I was talking about?
Yeah.
No, that was my first time seeing her. But
Okay.
you can just tell she wasn't interested in her job. You know what I'm saying? It's like her mind was something else. You can tell she had problems going on. It was like I was like, hey, look, I said, hey, give me this and this and this, right? And then she'll come and she'll bring the wrong color. I can tell by her actions that something was wrong.
Something tragic could have happened. You have no idea.
People can have bad days going
through.
But no. What, Kayla, I did have an idea, and I was absolutely right.
Okay, so that means.
And if you want me to, if Lapeef, I can call her right now, and she'll tell you.
Nah, talk your talk,
You got
big
her
dog.
number.
Talk your dog. Talk your
Okay.
talk, bro.
Your number.
You got her number.
Why y'all worry about all that? You know what I'm saying? I need friends too. You know what I'm saying?
You told us.
Like
I
her.
know. Let us know. So I was just inquiring if
Hey, she was a damsel in distress. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
So then why are you complaining?
what's
about
that?
him?
Hey, why? How you figure he was complaining?
What he's doing this isn't this negative? Okay, I mean maybe I'm missing.
That's not complaining. I answered the question. I used an example, and I stated the facts.
But
so
you still wanted this person.
I just think that people that work in retail that have to deal with people every day, it's not an easy job. Okay. So I think that like maybe there's a little bit more context you need to provide because you said she was upset, whatever. She wasn't enjoying her job or that days like that happen when you deal with retail, especially at Saks.
If we was talking, no, but see what you got to realize, if you was talking about Foot Locker, you probably have something. But if you look at the clientele that is at certain places, you know what I'm saying? It's a chill, laid back environment.
In Saks, it's not that. My mom used to work at Saks. The people that come in Saks are very particular. They want it this way and they want it now. They're people that are spending a lot of money. It's not, and you have to hold your composure and just deal with however they treat you. That's how working in retail is.
Miss Kayla.
So I just feel like you could provide more context that would indicate to me that she was
ask you one question,
versus that she just had a bad day and she works in an environment where she has to deal with people.
I want to ask you one question. I want to ask you one question. If you was
but I just asked you.
What? Oh, you asked me a question? I'm sorry.
If you could just provide a little more context to your interaction with her.
I'm gonna provide more context, right? The more context is that it was just that you can tell, and I done been to these places a lot, so I can just, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, hey, I
Tell me
could
now
have
for
been
your
wrong.
free reading. He's Miss Cleo.
Hold on, okay. Hold on.
Maybe that's from too far back in the day.
Hold on, okay. It's Kaylin and Logic.
Look,
okay, this Kaylin and Logic. Come on.
Clairvoyant. Okay.
So, like, watch this. So it's about signs. If I go and I see you at the beach and I see you got a lot of stretch marks on your stomach, I'm assuming you got a baby. And then now now, and a man can tell. So now what I'm telling you is that's the same way. When a man sees signs in a woman, you know what I'm saying? The same way y'all do us, we make determinations about that person.
Why would you go after her if in need of a friend to get her number and do all this?
See, now you
had this clairvoyant experience about who she is deep down. Why would you continue? So what can we tell about you based on that?
So wait.
What can we be able to tell about you based on what you did?
Hold on, but you can't do that because she asked me a question. I want to make sure I answer her question, and then I go to you.
Sorry, Kayla.
Did I answer your question?
No, it's fine. I was just trying to get more context. He's not willing to provide it exactly.
I just literally provide you more context.
No, you told me about your feelings and your intuition, and I was asking like what happened in the interaction with her. You told us that you came in, she was having a bad day, she didn't have a good attitude, and she gave you the wrong color. But I mean, and then you just said, "I can tell."
Okay. I mean, and so now it's the same. You go on a date with a man, or he said he was going to buy you drinks, and then at the time the bill come up, he tell you he left his card at home.
What?
And see, exactly, right? If he go to take you out to drinks or whatever, and then he will tell you that he left his card at home, right? What's your assumption that you'll actually make?
He left his card at home.
He left his card at home.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, most of the time you figure out the nigga just broke and you got.
Oh, you talking about like this is like a first date? Are you talking about you in a
It
relationship?
ain't got to be a date. It could be any. It could
What
be
does it
anything.
have to do with what you asked?
No, I don't know what it has to do, but since you want to talk about
using-
it, if you're in a
I'm
relationship
I'm
with somebody,
using-
y'all go out all the
to
time.
show
and
you-
Hold
match
on.
his wallet.
I'm not gonna let y'all.
All
I'm
right,
not gonna
baby,
let y'all
just
gang
sell it
up
to
on
me,
logic.
like-
I'm not gonna let that happen. Okay, because I see what's going on. Peeping. I'm just sitting here observing. I see.
And
I
I,
see.
you know what? I don't see.
I do. I see
I'm
what's going
sitting
on.
here like,
I
what?
don't know where
Yeah,
he's
y'all. Yeah. Y'all not gonna
It's
tag team logic.
WWF. No, it's WWF
You
SmackDown.
saved him, JR. I think
Okay.
that was no.
Kayla,
Yeah.
since you
Yes.
okay, since you've been doing the most talking within this past couple of minutes, how much does a woman's behavior tell about a man?
Oh, me.
Yes,
Okay,
Kayla, you.
Okay. I think it could tell a good deal, especially if they've been together for a long, long time. A new relationship, but like a ongoing, it's been years they've been together. I do think that just her behavior on a general basis, depending on the type of like relationship it is, but on a general basis, I do think it reflects. It can reflect a lot in her security within herself. Women that have men that are into them, there's a certain level of security that comes with that, knowing somebody wants you and is taking care of you. What else in their behavior? Overall, I think like just as people, if you were raised how I raised, you represent your family when you leave the house. And then when you get married, obviously this person is your family. So it's no different than that. You represent your household when you leave your house and you're out there in the world, you represent your family. So I think the behavior in those spaces especially can tell a lot about it. In personal spaces, when you feel comfortable, that can be different. But how you present yourself out in the world, that behavior definitely reflects the values of that relationship and that family.
Okay.
So do you think online is presenting yourself out in the world?
I think somewhat. But I think ultimately how you actually show up in the world is the ultimate representation. I mean, I know we're in the metaverse and like people are going to eventually stay at home and be on the internet instead of like going outside, but I'm going to always go outside. I will not be on the metaverse. I'm not buying no property on the metaverse. I get it. The virtual reality, I get it. But like, I'm, millennial, last of the dying breed. Like, I like outside. I like personal, direct interaction with people. So yeah.
Q,
Hey,
I would argue.
Her behavior, it seems to me, from just looking at her from hindsight.
I'm sorry, what?
This opportunity.
We didn't hear you, Mr. Logic.
Yeah,
Can
you kind of cut out.
Yeah.
All right, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we get you.
Yeah, I want to tell Miss Q how I've been observing her behavior and when it comes off to me.
Go ahead, sir.
Is that okay with you,
No,
man?
it's
Not
okay.
Miss Q, not Miss Q, Miss Kayla.
Oh, Kayla. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you this, and then be honest though. You get a whole lot of dudes that come your way. Your DM probably jumping, and there's probably every woman on here jumping though. And then, but you got a whole lot. You got a whole lot of different opportunities. But I can just tell the way you carry yourself on these panels. You just not there yet. You haven't found that person though. But you got a whole lot of options. You got a whole lot of options. Even looking at the way you carry yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got options, but you still looking for that right individual. And now I can only tell that from your body language. Your body language present that you present body language that it's overconfidence, but you have to be overconfident because you're single. Because if you had somebody there, you'll be laid back, you'll be chilling.
Don't quit your day job, Mr.
really
Logic, because this
Hey,
whole
look, I might be wrong.
That's funny that he can think that. And I think that also displays, how people can make assumptions, just like he made the assumption that if someone's upset at work, that means that they're single. It's the same thing. People can make assumptions based on their perception about what they think.
Hold on.
That's okay. You know what I mean? Like he can have that. That's not going to change anything over here.
All right, go ahead, Lodge. You about to say something?
No, I'm saying, so now is you going to verify, you know what I'm saying, my assessment? Are you single?
No, that assessment's not correct. But
okay. Well,
that's
you know
your
what? I'm gonna leave it at that because I don't know the full details though. But see, I give you a whole roadmap after that. But I'm gonna leave it alone though.
A roadmap. Okay.
I almost want to know what that roadmap was gonna be.
Hey, that roadmap. You know what I'm saying? I think Anton said it earlier. You know, or somebody said it. But hey, we gonna leave it alone.
More inaccuracies. That's okay.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, the question is that I have that nobody seems to answer. If a woman is overly masculine on a regular basis or she steps out of frame, is that a reflection of the man that she with or the other men that she's surrounding herself by? Like flat out. Everybody tiptoeing around it. Nobody is well, I know what Mr. Logic thinks. Because I caught the bat signal just a second ago, but is it a reflection of the men that she's dating with, married to, surrounded by, raised by, whatever? Is it a reflection of the man when a woman ain't doing what she's supposed to do and she out of control?
I answered it. She didn't like
crickets.
You know,
crickets.
I answered.
You know what
I'm gonna say yes.
Crickets.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you anyway.
Here's the thing, real quick. I think it's interesting when we having these conversations, right? Anton, when you said that, like I was prepared to go a completely different way and just oppose it and just be like, nah, that's more of a reflection on her and whoop, 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 blah, blah, blah. Then I'm sitting up here and I'm honestly thinking about it because I put it in context of my daughter that I'm raising. I put it in context of my girl that I just proposed to.
Shout out to Rilla. He slept that in there too. Shout out to Rilla.
My girl, y'all ain't never. No, hey, real spill. Y'all will never see my girl run up on this stream. Y'all will never see my girl out of pocket. Y'all will never see my girl other than be in the feminine pocket that she's in. And that's why I'm cool with listen, when dudes and females sit up there, oh, he beta, he simp, he this, he that, whoopty woo. My girl was feminine when I met her. You dig? Ain't too much I gotta do there. I ain't gotta worry about what she wearing when she go outside. I ain't gotta worry about if she thotting and bopping out in these streets. I ain't gotta worry about if she's showing too much. I ain't gotta worry about that. Cause she already in pocket. Cause she's more self-conscious about who she is and how she gonna present herself. And then she's also thinking what we talk about is taking on this last name and the legacy that we build. But I always think it's interesting that people compartmentalize. I can be this way when I'm with y'all, and then I'm this way when I'm with my man. I think that's interesting. Because Q gets up here and Q got a man. She said it. It ain't no, I ain't disclosing nothing. I ain't putting her on blast.
What?
But I've heard Q say, I got a man. She said it multiple times. She got a man. But she's constantly in pocket. We seen other young women get on the platform, whether they got a man or not. Well, the ones that I'm thinking about, they got men. And they constantly in pocket. But I just think it's interesting how it's wax on, wax off. With feminine energy. I just think that's interesting. So, Anton, I don't think you're gonna get an answer to your question because the truth be told, they would really have to answer that either I'm a reflection of the man that raised me, or I'm a reflection of the man that I'm currently with. That's a fact.
I mean,
Rilla said I'm here for 2022.
Can we give the other? They didn't get a chance to answer, Rilla. Can we give the other ladies to answer the question?
Yes, I'll get in my feminine energy.
But no, but Q,
no,
I'm curious. You know what? You know what's so interesting about this conversation, Q? It's because on the last subject, they couldn't wait to jump in. They was double dutching, hopscotching. They couldn't wait to jump in on that conversation and go in on Anton and help me to understand and see it their way. I hear crickets right now. I don't hear anything. You hear anything? No, I don't hear anything.
Go ahead, Didi. I think you.
I already answered.
So
Nice.
I'll just say this. I do think that if you're displaying, masculine energy and you're putting, all that masculinity out there, it's a reflection of you, not necessarily your the person that you're with, whether it's your boyfriend, husband, or whatever. But I think people will look at it and they'll wonder, sort of going back to what Mr. Logic said, like he kind of could look at somebody and see, oh, she probably don't, just assuming she doesn't have a man based on her actions. So I think that's what people would look at. People would look at, oh, well, maybe she's probably single because she's masculine. She's, acting crazy. She's just all over the place. So assuming that she doesn't have any direction or nobody, with her, I think that is probably what it is. It's not I don't think that her actions are necessarily a representation of who she with, but I think people will look at the fact of, that if she does have somebody, why is he with that person because of the way that she is? Like, why would he deal with the woman who's so masculine and so all over the place? I think that's,
You know why he would? Because he's feminine. He's feminine.
He could like masculine energy.
Nah.
Come on, man.
There's dudes that like masculine energy, man.
Stop it, really.
Yeah. Well, I ain't gonna
see that viral video of the dude getting mauled by the girl. He was playing this PlayStation. I know you seen.
And he's feminine.
I mean, there are relationships that like that
masculine.
ghetto love, that hood love, the arguing back and forth. So we can't assume.
Hey, Anton, it's dudes that go to jail all the time that like masculine energy.
That don't mean, listen, just because you go to jail don't mean that you an alpha. There's plenty of betas in jail. What are you talking about?
Hey, they be loving
plenty of betas in jail.
They be loving the crew.
But I'm not even tripping because we need simps. Simps are necessary. Simps save the community and they need to be around because they do the cleanup work. And it's a lot of dudes that, a simp is a simp, whether you got money, whether you don't got money. They deal with certain type of women and you need simps to a larger degree. However, we not going to act like that a man, if I see a dude and we out in public and a chick is with her husband or her man and she's out here causing a stir, she's out of control, maybe she flipping out, my chick she ain't about to argue with no waiter or no server or nothing. If you see a chick and she moving type like that and she not reference it, like she not leaning, looking to her man for direction or something like that, there is an issue in that relationship, and that man is not the man that you think he is. He is a sucker. I don't care what he dressed like. I don't care how he walk. I don't care how tall or short he is. I don't care I don't care if he got dreads and he looking like Kodak Black out there. That man is weak. He is weak to his core.
Hey, can I interject on what Miss Didi said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, well, Miss Didi, to answer your question, is that it's always telltale signs, and it's just not within women, it's within dudes also. But if you ignore these telltale signs, if you find a woman that's combative at her job and to think she's not combative at home, because you got to realize that, first of all, this is the place that's paying her. So now if she's going to be that way at that job, right? You got to imagine that almost 50% of that, if you want to do math, 50% of that energy will go to her home with it. Like I said, you can tell women that's naturally happy. You can tell it's oozing out of them. Whether no way.
You also said you could tell Kayla didn't have a man, and she does.
Well, Kayla said
you can tell are a little off.
I've seen no paperwork on no man. But look, I am not going to even get into that though.
Paperwork. Look, we got to show paperwork because we got a man. When did that happen?
Look. Check
I
this out.
think y'all not reading between the lines of what he's saying, but he's trying to be nice and he's trying to be kosher because he's not trying to personally bring anybody's life into it.
Thank you, brother. Hey. But my point I'm making though is that it's always telltale signs. And I'm saying you can just tell. A lot of times you can do a lot by shutting up and observing a man, and you will find out key details that you'll need to know. And then as a man get older, he don't do all of hoorah out in the club. As a man get older, he's not on the dance floor no more. He's in the back observing because he's looking at the telltale signs. And you understand these telltale signs you get through experience. And once you experience enough of women, you will see. And then it's almost like it's gambling. You're playing the odds. Yes, you might not be 100% correct, but guess what? I guarantee you 90% of the time you'll be correct by obeying the telltale sign. Because if I go to a gas station, I see a chick with red hair, a wife beater, some Daisy Dukes, and some flip-flops, eating a pickle and a slushy, all of them are telltale signs.
Hey,
hold on.
That sound like your type, Logic.
My point I'm making.
Hey, wait a minute. What's she doing at the gas station? Logic?
Bro, you heard what I said.
I got a question.
The thing is what I explained to you is all of them are telltale signs. So what you're doing is you cannot look at that chick and you saw all them different things. And then now she come out to be a ratchet hood chick with 2 baby daddies in jail, and you're surprised. No, the telltale signs was there. All you got to do is look in the back of her car. You see the car seat. You see a McDonald's bag on the floor. You see all kind of stuff. All of them is telltale signs that a lot of time men ignore. Now, I'm not speaking on any of you ladies, but I promise you, go into any. I was in DC today, and I saw my exact thing that I was saying. And then next thing you know what I'm gonna do for you, Lapeef? I'm gonna start recording my interactions in DC, and I'm gonna send it to you so we can do it on the show.
Oh, please.
Hey, Mr. Logic. Hold on,
Logic,
Mr. Logic. You should have been a police officer, bro. You profile. You should have been an FBI profiler solving for crimes, bro. You are so dead on and accurate.
I need him to put that in the.
You could have chased down any serial killer in this country with the way that you tell facts when it comes to profiling.
All right, I want to get to. I think everybody asked except for Kay. Kay, how much does a woman's behavior tell about a man?
I think it depends on what's going on. I mean, I don't know. I think that people have different views about this. I personally, mine are that it really just depends what's going on. If you're out with your man and you're disrespecting him and just like doing all this, yes, that tells something about the man because you're treating him a certain way, maybe in a public situation or, whatever, or even at home. But like, I don't know.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sometimes people
Hold on, brother.
People think that sometimes people think
Interesting.
They said,
right? Interesting,
Nope.
right?
Sometimes people think that like
people jump in and say, "Hey, let me ask you a question."
Hold on, brother.
I got you, JR.
Sometimes people think that, if I think Kayla brought it up, a woman being kind of secure and standing on her own or whatever Kayla said. I was agreeing at the time, but I can't read it back verbatim.
Something like that, yeah.
It was something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's true. Like, I don't search for the validation of men online because I have a man. And I mean, you can look at it both ways. Like, some people look at someone who looks for validation and is like a certain way, like, ooh, whatever, online as someone who, is a good mate. My man would look at me and be like, if I was out here looking for the attention of random online men, like, and that's just not even who I am. So like, I know that sometimes people might think, there's no way she has a man. I mean, people can think whatever they want, but I just think it really depends. And for me, the only time I would say that is if the woman is doing something to disrespect or undermine her man. Like, if a woman is just like standing up for herself while someone's trying to come at her, I'm not going to be like, oh, she's unruly. She must not have a good man at home. I'm going to be like, she must have a good man at home because she's not trying to cater to these people that she doesn't even know. So, I mean, it just depends.
She must have a good man at home because she's not trying to cater to people that she don't know. What does that have to do with being nice and having a certain disposition about yourself, about the
I
fact
mean,
that you
but
don't need to
being
get
nice or
involved in
not
certain
has
things?
nothing to do with being nice or not is of your own personal. That's a character trait of your own. You can
No,
be
it's not.
be nice.
It's a learned behavior.
Being nice is not a character trait. I just
It's a
talked
learn.
to you.
Every single thing that you do on this earth is a learned behavior.
Okay, but being
Everything.
nice is a character trait. So, like, if someone is a nice person, yeah, I mean, they can be single or not. They can have a good man or a bad one, or a good woman or a bad one.
Well, we're not arguing about whether you're single or not. We talking about, is it the behavior? Is the behavior a reflection of the man that she's with?
Not necessarily, because a person can be nice to everyone and treat their man terribly. I mean, let's not act like this is not a thing. There are plenty of
You
women
know a
who are
woman
out
that's
in the
nice
world.
to everyone and
There
treats
are
her
plenty-
man terribly. That is,
Yeah, actually,
There are
if
plenty
that
of
is
I
not
do,
the
and they've
cappest
been
thing I
married
ever
for
seen in
There
my
are
years.
entire
plenty of
life.
women who are out
She
in the
treats
world
them
being just
horrible.
nice and agreeable,
But she's
and
nice to
everyone
me.
loves them, and they go home and undermine and belittle their men all day long. Like, this
That is
a
so
thing.
cap, bro. And
It's
maybe
not cap.
people
Oh
just
my gosh, it's
no.
not
Okay.
cap. Me and my
People just
mom
don't
was
have
just
eyes
talking
and they're
about
not
this.
paying attention
Remember,
Okay.
and
because you
remember
can
on our
spot
show,
that junk
Kay?
a mile away.
And
Okay.
remember on our show, Kay, when I was talking about, I don't know whose show it was, but I don't know. I was talking about something and I was observing a married couple that was displaying some toxic behavior. That's exactly the toxic behavior in that relationship. Like, she is so nice and like kind to everybody on the team, to everybody. Like, when we go places, the servers and the help and all the, whatever. But the way that she talks to this man, and sometimes even in front of us, like not when we're out, but like when it's just a group, I'll be like, oh no. I feel bad for the guy. I really feel
But I
bad for
think
the
you
guy.
answered your
But
own
she's so
question.
nice to all of us. She's nice to people. People love her. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because she's the one that makes the money. I don't know. But the way she talked to him,
you answered your own question because apparently you saw her disrespecting him, right? That's how you know it occurred, right?
yeah.
So that tells you
That's
everything.
in public.
Well,
public.
she's one of our
Okay,
business
but-
partners. So when I was saying within the group, I meant like at our office, like in an intimate space.
But
where
she
everybody knows
displayed
each
it
other.
to
This is an
you,
intimate space.
Exactly.
which
Where
contradicts
we
what it is that you just
vacations
said.
together. We do stuff like that. So it's a
No. You
It contradicts what you just said.
No, it doesn't, because she was talking about how she was piggybacking.
How would she
off of
know
what I
how
said.
she treats her man at home if she
just-
didn't do it in
because
front
the
of
way that
Kayla?
the way that she treats him in intimate environments when it's just the team versus how she treats him when we go
In
out
public,
like the group
you
goes
still
out
know
in public.
about it.
I personally think that like when you have an intimate family like structure, that's
No, but
that's
you
not
missed
in public
what
to
he
me.
said. You said the only way you can know about that is you saw that personally.
Yes,
I saw it.
Okay,
so that's in public.
Tell you what your chick was doing, right? Your
I
chick
don't
was
consider him okay. I can get what you guys are saying. I just
Hold
don't
on. Let me just say this though. You tell me why she's so
in
nice.
your family or friend group,
But
and it's just you guys. I don't consider that in public. But if,
you can tell you why that chick is so nice.
Mr. Logic, you just admitted to trying to pick up a woman who was outwardly mean and had an attitude.
What are you
towards
talking about?
What are you
that has
talking
nothing
about?
to do with the conversation.
Yes, it does.
But look, hold on.
But clearly she didn't have a man is what he emphasized.
Right.
She didn't have a man is what he emphasized. And I'm assuming that if she got with him, is what he's saying is that she would be different because she would move differently around men, considering the man that she's covered under. But the point that we making is that how would Kayla know any of this unless it happened in front of her, which is a reflection of her publicly disrespecting her man and a reflection of the man that she's with.
So like I was saying, again, I just don't think that in a family home or like our people environment is necessarily public. When we are together, we take family vacations together with the kids. We are, I have her daughter on my lap. We are a tight-knit group. So she acts like that when it's the group. When we go out, she's nice to everyone. Like when we went on a trip, we were out at the resort and, the people, whatever, they act different. But when we be at the house or when we be at the office and
that's called public.
It's
call it in the
different. So
public.
I guess I get what you mean, and mean me being public because I don't live in their house. But with family and close friends that are like family, I don't consider that the public. We know you. We already know. We already know how this is. You know what I'm saying? But they don't act like that.
Did I
when you
miss
go out
something?
to a restaurant or something like that. They don't act like that.
I want to say one thing to K real fast. So K, I didn't even name this chick in my phone. I just put Saks Fifth. But now I'm gonna put K from Saks Fifth. Since you checking on her so much, I'm gonna name her K.
Live on the show.
I'm gonna name her K. You the only person that's checking for this girl. I just use an example.
Logic, you know what? The reason that I'm bringing that up is because you keep like having these that's so Raven moments, talking about what somebody else is doing and how you just knew. And my thing is that if you just knew that about somebody, that she's this and she's that and blah blah blah, why would you then try to go after her? I'm just trying to see what that means about you.
What was my point I made? I made one point. I made one point that I knew she was wet.
Huh?
What was my
I know what you mean. She knew she was single.
I knew she was single.
So are you desperate? Like, I'm trying to figure out why would you?
How am I desperate? Oh my! Look, if I make an assessment,
are you like a wolf?
Okay, so watch this.
So wait. So let's ask statistically, Logic. How many times has this happened and you've been accurate?
A lot.
A lot.
Yes, the same
So,
way.
like, give me a number.
Like I said earlier, the same way I can tell a female that's a rat. You can tell. Look, I'm just being.
So then, if you go after that woman,
wait, hold up. Why you still checking my Taylor asked me a question.
I'm trying to figure out what that means.
Hold up, I'm gonna tell you what it means, but it don't matter because I'm telling her, Kayla, do you know what that means?
What, snitch?
I didn't say a snitch. I said rat.
A rat? I thought that was a snitch.
No,
you know what it is.
Snitch.
He meant a literal rattis.
K, you let them.
They know what it is.
What?
Y'all so
I thought a rat was a snitch. Is it not?
Kayla, what
they
you
know
know?
all of the lingo. K rap all of the lyrics to all of the rap songs and all of this other type of junk. But she don't know nothing about this. Is so cat. Rilla, get your girl, bro. Get your girl, Rilla.
So he can talk to Kayla. Now you mad?
Wait, hold on. Apparently she not my girl because I politely asked, hey, can I ask you a question? No, you can't. Then you come in and ask a question and you get your question answered. Not my girl. Not my girl. Don't think I didn't pick that.
Chicago, I just didn't want you to jump in at that moment because I know sometimes you can be a real crock pot of a cooker.
All right,
and it takes a long time.
Man, we still got a few more topics to get through.
Rilla, take your respect, bro. Take your respect, Rilla. It's 2022. We not having this, Rilla.
So just to Mr. Logic, I don't know if I answered your question.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on. I think Kayla got something. Kayla got something.
Women in 2022. Mr. Lee said, I'm listening to Mr. Lee now.
Okay.
Mr. Lee said we ain't arguing with women.
Tell Anton to stop
Kayla got some
transition.
Okay, Kayla. I got you. I got you in after hours. Go ahead, Kayla.
So all I was gonna say to Mr. Logic's question was that not accurate? My definition.
Don't nobody else cut in.
No, a rat is not a snitch.
So what is a rat?
A rat is terminology used for a woman, like a hood chick.
A hood rat.
So yeah,
okay. Rat. I get the hood in front of it, but you just said rat. So the first thing that comes to my mind is snitch.
We just call them rats.
Okay, so a hood rat. Understood.
Yeah, and then
you're not communicating correctly, Mr. Logic. You got to say.
No, I honestly didn't know that either. I thought he was talking about a snitch.
I did too. I didn't know.
He just said, "What is a rat?" And I'm like,
there was no men in what he was saying at all. He was referencing a woman and then said something about a rat. Every man in the chat and on the panel understood what he meant.
But Kayla's not.
But I didn't. That's why I asked for clarity.
I said every man. I didn't say every woman.
I know, but he was talking.
What a rat. You're right down there. I know you sandwiched in between two women that is making this very, very difficult right now, DD. But we got love for you.
Yeah, and see, and I'm gonna just do something, right? Look, and it's telltale signs for rats. I'm just saying, it's telltale signs. Can all y'all ladies lift y'all neck up? Oh. I don't see no tattoos.
I got them. They hidden. Oh, so only rats got tattoos on their neck?
Man, like I think everybody was concerned. Like, damn, where you going with this? I'm looking like, I'm like, what are you about to reveal?
If y'all want me to go on, like another way you can tell a rat.
Example.
Hey,
Do
look,
you
I'm
want
trying to
it's
think
a
if y'all
random
want to
man
know.
from a random man.
I see the two fingers come up next. I'm like, oh, where you going with this one?
If you want to know, let me go. So I'm gonna tell you this: go in your bathroom and look behind the door. If it's excess weave there, then you're right.
Clean. My stuff is clean back there. It's a scale.
No, it's not a no. It's a fact that every man know. Go look in the back seat of your car. If you see old McDonald bags,
No,
and
you.
McDonald
I
cups
just have to go to the
in
bathroom. I heard you.
I know. I had to learn right here.
He was like, not Kay going to check. Look. I ain't never seen
and look, and the thing
all right.
is,
I don't
y'all
know.
got stereotypes for men that y'all know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it just back at y'all. But see, a lot of time men ain't just willing to tell y'all the truth. If you got that, you're a rat. So look, the thing is I'm telling you the game about how a rat, the details of a rat. So if you got somebody, you got hell behind your door, clean it up before that nigga come now. You know what I'm saying?
Women already do that.
Because that stuff that dudes look at. I'm gonna tell you this last one.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you this last one that you
keep going, bro. Keep going.
And it's 100% indicated it's a rat. If her smoke detector is going off, he's a fucking rat. And I'm gonna just end it there.
Facts.
Wait, so who do you think's a rat here? Can men be rats? Can men be rats too?
Yeah,
Because I know some men.
Y'all got your own terms. I'm not.
Because I know some men that's bathrooms is.
I'm not trying to find no man, so I don't know the telltale signs for a man. I'm telling you telltale signs for women.
Going over there again.
And I don't hear nobody smoking detector going off on this panel. So right now, y'all got two things. Y'all got no tattoos in y'all neck, and y'all smoke detector ain't going off. So y'all more.
Hey. Oh, so we passed your rat test.
I didn't know that we were having a rat test testing
rat
going on. Like,
all right, y'all.
Don't do that, Mr. Logic.
Yo, Logic is the funniest dude.
Like,
I don't know.
Is this like a hood test? Like, I've never heard this. Like, I've never heard none of this.
All right, man. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We definitely appreciate all the super chats that's been coming through, all the constant support that you guys been giving us. The memberships is open. Make sure you guys hit that join button and see the green gang in the chat. Let's move on, man. It's entertaining. I'm pretty sure some women are checking behind their doors right now to see if they got some of that hair. You know, go ahead and get that vacuum and try to get that shit up before they come over. You feel?
They definitely not checking that smoke detector though.
We don't know what type of chicks Mr.
They don't. They don't know nothing about a 9-volt battery.
All right, y'all. We're gonna move on to our next topic again. Get them likes up while you guys at it. Get them likes up. Our next topic that we're going to discuss is can constructive criticism be a form of protection for women? Can constructive criticism be a form of protection for women? We often talk about how women feel as though the men don't protect them. So I'm just kind of curious, can constructive criticism be a form of protection for women? Well, everybody looking now. Y'all good? Everybody good? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Logic.
No, this is good because this gonna go back into the point I just left off of. The ability is to sit here and listen. So if somebody's telling you, and then like I said, it might not be the woman on this panel, but everything I've been saying is constructive criticism. I'm just saying these are what dudes look for. So, and then this is at the micro level though. You know what I'm saying? There's way more to this, but these are all telltale signs. And it goes into another point too, that a lot of times women don't want nobody to tell them the truth. If I simply say the truth, that, you know what I'm saying, if you run around with a Daisy Duke, you got a wife beater on, you got them little fuzzy little flip-flops, you crunching ice, you go directly to Sonics to get ice, then you show hood tendencies, that's somebody giving you constructive criticism. But a lot of women, and I didn't say this online before, and guess what a lot of women say? You're attacking black women. No, I'm giving you constructive criticism to sit here and say that if you got anybody that don't want to just smash, like if a dude want to quick smash and grab, yes, he would pick that chick with the ice. And I know a lot of y'all know a lot of chicks that's probably y'all family, y'all know that just crunch ice all day. But that's one of the signs that we know that is determined. Look at Kay. She about to tear me up. But it's
I just don't know anybody that does that all day. But
you don't know anybody that does that all day?
I don't know anybody who just eats ice recreationally. I'm not saying that it's not a thing people do. I just don't.
The only people I know I eat ice is pregnant. My friend pregnant and all she did was eat ice all day. But that's the only people I know. I'm sorry.
Do any of the women know somebody that just eats ice on a regular basis? Like, I don't either. I don't know. But I think Mr. Logic is showing that he is particularly attracted to like specific women that he claims not to like. I don't know. But yeah.
I get confused with this panel sometimes because we speak like we don't do generalities, but then we speak for some, but not all, but then maybe might a few. But if it's only applying to you, then it must not be true. Go ahead, Mr. Logic.
That was real poetic, Chicago.
No, but see,
it was poetic. It was
y'all, all right, y'all. Let them cook. Go ahead.
This is my point, right? That I'm making. See, it just been deflection across the board. Besides probably like DD and Island Girl Q, right? But the two Ks, y'all just straight deflect from that point. Because yes, I might not be talking to you, but if I'm talking about at least 50% of the black women, that you probably, and I'm telling you, it's a major percentage. Because the thing is I had the opportunity to travel all over, just not the world, but the United States. And guess what commonality that I always see?
Shoe and ice?
Shoe and ice, everything I named to you. It's right. Hey, look, I'm telling you, but the thing is, I'm saying is that, you made me forget a question, man. Hey, look, all right.
Don't worry about it. I'll come back to you. Hey, Didi, can constructive criticism be a form of protection for women?
Yes, I think so. But the thing is, when it comes to women, they don't like you to correct them or tell them anything. So it can definitely be a protection if they would listen to the advice and take it. And most women, they do deflect and they don't want to accept the reality of what they're being told. You can't really tell them anything. And it's not all women, but a lot of women, they don't. If they're doing something the way they want to do it, they don't want nobody else to tell them to do it any other way. So it could definitely be a protection if more women were open to taking that advice, taking that constructive criticism, and listening to it and actually applying it to their lives. If they did it, it would help. But a lot of women just don't want to hear anything other than what they're used to doing, and they think that their way is the best way, and that's just it.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it can help, but they have to take that advice and actually use it.
Gotcha.
I agree with Didi. Like, I feel like sometimes women take it so personal.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it doesn't, that slogan, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. Like I can take it in. Even if you got negative stuff to say about me, okay, maybe because I guess I have more of a tougher shell. So I just don't take everything personal. If you take everything so personal, that's gonna run your mind crazy. Like, so if it's not going to affect me, not going to listen, I can still be receptive, sit here and be like, okay. Or I can be like, you know what? I understand. I fully get what you're saying. So I feel like sometimes we need to listen before we speak in some sort of way. Even if you disagree, just sit down, you can take it all in and still disagree. And then you can definitely comment on it.
And then if the way that you're choosing to go or whatever you're choosing to do, if it's not working and you have someone else telling you maybe you should try this, or maybe you should, take a different approach. And if what you're doing is not working, then I think it's helpful to try something different, take some type of constructive criticism that will give you the outcome that you're looking for other than what you've been doing.
Exactly. Take notes. If someone, like, for instance, if someone has a successful business for 10 years, 20 years, and I'm trying to open up a business and I've been failing at it, it would be good of me to listen to this business person and take the advice and take the information in so I can get the result that I'm wanting. So, I mean, that's a business, because, yeah. But yeah.
Okay.
Y'all know that ain't no woman listening like that. Y'all know that ain't true. Y'all know that women's inherent nature is to initially reject and then respond emotionally in most instances. And that, I remember one of our early shows, JR. I don't know if you remember this, but remember one of our early shows, and I was going back and forth with a girl, and she was using an example, and this was when I think it was a lot of protesting and stuff going on, and she said, when I was like, yo, we need to go out here and in the middle of the night or something like that and hit the streets and protest or whatever, stop traffic or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the context is. And she said, and all of the girls was like, yeah, girl, let's do it. And she was pissed because she was like, and none of the guys showed, none of the guys wanted to step up and do it and this and that and this and that. And she said, and they don't want to protect us. They don't protect black women and all of this other type of stuff. And I said, well, did the guy say, yo, maybe y'all shouldn't be out there in the first place? And she said, yeah, and that's just the coward's way out. And I said, well, you should have sat your monkey ass down and listened to them, because maybe they was being proactive and protecting you from the situation that could turn out to not be so great for you. It's not a guy's job all the time to save you from yourself, but the form of protection is to let you know that your ass shouldn't be out there in the first place. And that ain't even a woman's place to be in. So the point that I'm making is that, and then she shut the hell up. But the point that I'm making is that in the initial instance, in a lot of situations, women want you to be Superman and save you after the fact. We not doing that, yo. Not no more, because women have made too many strides in their quest to be equal with men and so on and so forth. And regardless of whatever it is that they feel, you're never going to be equal to men. I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you say. I don't care how many protests you do. I don't care how many policies is written. You're never going to be equal to men. And so with that context, let me be very, very clear. Sometimes you don't have to say nothing at all. Just be quiet. Listen to the person that actually has the insight and information as to how it is that you can move differently. Take the information and move accordingly. You don't always have to say something. It don't always have to be a conversation. It don't always have to be you giving your input, because let's be clear, the person that's winning is doing you a favor by even giving you the information in the first place. You're not doing them a favor by having a discussion. As a matter of fact, when I'm seeking mentorship and I'm looking for insight and understanding, and the guy says, and they start talking, I shut the hell up and I listen. I'm not looking to have a conversation. This is not a conversation. This is a dictatorship, because they have the information that I'm seeking, and it's a privilege that they even given me the information in the first place. Women need to understand their place and look at men as leaders. And if you respect them enough to even have the conversation with them, you should respect them enough to just be quiet and listen and take in the information without saying nothing at all. You don't always have to talk. Sometimes you just need to be quiet. If he's giving you the insight on how to protect yourself, regardless of whether or not you can see it or not, it's a reason he's telling you. He's not telling you for his own good. He's telling you for you. They don't always have to talk. They could just be quiet. Let me stop.
Okay. Can constructive criticism be a form of protection for women?
Yes, absolutely. Why T Chinley gotta be okay? Yeah, I think absolutely it can be. I think there's a thin line, because of course, for men that have your best interest in mind, for men that know you, for men that aren't just letting their egos or their feelings get in the way and trying to tell you something based on how they feel, because that type of constructive criticism isn't always constructive. Sometimes it's just them letting their feelings off because you made them feel away. That's completely different than a man who actually cares about you and has your best interests, in mind when telling you something. The men in my life, even y'all, like, people will probably be shocked, like, y'all don't be out here like, hey, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Y'all don't do that. But then there's a bunch of other people who are like, hey, da da da. I mean, thanks for the support and everything, but I don't think that all criticism is constructive. I think a lot of time a lot of times people are trying to like get some form of like catharsis by letting off their feelings, and then under the guise of constructive criticism, when that's just not what it is. Because in real life, do you even care what I'm doing? Yeah. So I mean, in real life and with people that care about you for real, even if not in real life, but if someone actually cares about you and they have your best interest in mind, yes, it can be a form of protection. But I think sometimes it is absolutely not. It's just a form of criticism so that people can feel better themselves or whatever. But those are two different things.
So if a guy says something to you, you don't think that he's inherently trying to help you? You think that he's just leveling criticism and that's just the end of it?
Depends on the guy.
Okay.
Because this is why I say that, Anton.
I'm asking, can construction criticism be a form of protection for women? Yes or no?
In the very beginning, I said yes.
I just want to hear it again. I didn't hear it.
I said yes a long time, like when I first started.
I said I didn't hear it, so it didn't really matter if you said it a long time ago and last year. It
Oh,
didn't matter. I didn't hear it.
Oh, you want to fight? No, I'm just playing. Oh no, JR. I'm just playing. I'm just saying. But I did that though. I did.
Kayla, can constructive criticism be a form of protection for women?
I believe that it can be. I agree a lot with what Kay said in terms of like, who are you, right? Who are you? And do you have my best interests at heart? Do I even know you? But I do think it can be in anecdotal situations as well, where like I remember like I don't know, I'm on the train when I lived in DC. I'm on the train and I'm walking blah blah blah, and there's something there, and he says, "Hey, watch your step," blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you, appreciate it. You know what I mean? So it's like those types of things, okay. But like when someone's giving you like criticism about you personally, I think it's important to have some kind of personal information about that person. So I do think, yes, that it can be a form of protection for women. But I think it can also just be people, sharing how they feel and calling it criticism, or letting you know their personal preferences on how on what would make them feel comfortable in terms of your behavior or whatever, versus like something that's going to actually help you based on some context that they have about you, about your life. So yeah, I think that's where I'm at with it.
I'm gonna say that what the fuck is that, a cat?
That was real cats. That was fighting.
Okay. I just want to say this, and I think this is really important because I don't want this to get overlooked because I know really the last person, but oftentimes, and I'm gonna say men and women, when people hear criticism, they're like really like once they sense it, they so quick to cut the person off that a lot of times they don't even hear what's being said. All criticism is not bad, and I'm gonna give you an example. And you guys have probably heard this before. A lot of people tell me that my tone is off a lot of times when I talk to them. It comes off as being aggressive. I will never know if it comes off as aggressive because, in my opinion, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But if enough people are telling me that, then it's something that I have to consider. I believe that people need to hear people out. A stranger, and this is going against what you're saying, Kayla, a stranger can give you some constructive criticism. They don't have to know you personally. They don't have to be around you. They can provide some criticism. I often tell people you don't never have to respond to what somebody's saying. Even here, the people in the chat, the people that send DMs and complain all the time, you don't have to respond. Just take what you need from this stream and apply it or get rid of it. You don't have to respond, but in life, a lot of people just so quick to respond and they don't want to listen. If you listen, it might be a gem in there. It might be something that you might just go over your head. It might be something that might surprise you. Like let's clap your ass like right in front of your face. It might hit you, but you never even get to that point because you cutting them off before you can even hear what they got to say. I see it all the time. You can just see the energy. You can see the body language, the huffing and puffing. They haven't even digest what the hell is going on in this actual moment right now. When is that gonna stop? Like, when are we gonna be able to listen without responding? It's happening with our kids. We're not even curving it. We doing this. Our kids are doing the same exact thing that we doing. They mimicking you. Even the babies doing this shit. They ain't even listening to your ass because you doing it right in front of them. They 3 years old coming out ignoring your ass because you don't have any type of structure in your mindset. So I disagree with what you're saying. I honestly believe that a stranger can give you some constructive criticism. I believe that we need to consider what everybody else is saying. I often say, even the smartest person can learn something. I could be walking down the street and a homeless man can drop some gems. You never know what somebody gonna give you. When on King Talk, Mr. Lee came in and dropped a whole bunch of gems, but you could never tell he was gonna drop them gems just looking off his appearance. We got to be willing to listen to what people are saying, and then respond. Sometimes some stuff don't even call for a response. You can just sit back and just let it sink for a second, sleep on it. Some things just don't require an immediate response. Come to you, Rilla. Can constructive criticism be a form of protection for women?
Apparently not. No, my real answer is 1000% yeah. And Anton, just so you know, man, we done participating in parades. We're not walking in parades that leads us to nowhere. Some protest days and blocking federal highways and getting arrested where nobody coming to bond you out because you down for the cause, but you got arrested and nobody put up your bail money to come get you out of jail. We done with that, fam. Real spill. I told my girl that same time y'all was having these discussions about whatever civil unrest was going on. Now, let me say this. Y'all been talking about men giving women constructive criticism. The thing that y'all overlook is that women ain't even listening to women giving them constructive criticism. Tuesday night, JR, you stole a piece of my thunder. Mr. Lee came on, and if y'all look at the entire time Mr. Lee was up, it was some OGs on the panel. Ain't nobody said a single mother-loving gad doggone word because an elder was speaking and he was dropping gems. And he, for me personally, he was reading my mail, but he was talking to everybody and ain't nobody interrupt him. JR let him cook and he gave it up for all of us. And I would like to thank everybody listening to this stream that caught that stream Tuesday, all the young blood, so on and so forth, are better as a result. But what I find interesting is that you hear some people say they got to qualify the criticism that they get, or they got to qualify the advice that they get. They got to qualify the instructions that they get from another individual as if, we not all in this together. We talk about community. We talk about ethnic image. We talk about how we as a people got to elevate, motivate, this, that, and the third, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. And then when you see, I say this, I've been saying this a lot lately. When you see men start to step up to the plate and start to demonstrate the very thing that women have been asking for, you will see women push back. Nah. Somebody just told me this today. I don't want to butcher the quote, but it was almost like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I want it in a way that I'm used to hearing it. I want it to tickle my ears. Can't take it from you because you're not saying it because it don't you're not saying it in a way that tickles my ears enough. We so far at the bottom, fam. I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I ain't 2022. I ain't got time to argue with nobody black. I ain't got time to argue with damn one of y'all females or damn one of you Negroes. Like real spill. We so far at the bottom and got so much work to do. And Anton, I respect you and I hear what you're saying because I know you don't recognize people on color. So I'm not, trying to get you on your running the victim Olympics and this, that, and the third, but I am for my people. Period point. And my people look like me first. That's my personal belief. Right. But at some point, We got to learn to listen to hear each other out. Because I've also said, see, can constructive criticism be a form of protection to women? I've also heard women give criticism to other women and expect that criticism to be taken on face value. And they don't know that woman from a hole in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know her from nothing. But that woman was supposed to take that constructive criticism, and nobody else was supposed to come in and say anything in opposition to the criticism that was given, whether they thought it was right, wrong, or indifferent. I just found it all interesting, especially when because y'all been talking about men giving women criticism. Y'all haven't even talked about women giving other women criticism. And that criticism has been like patently rejected just on face value, because I didn't like your tone. I didn't like how you came at me. I don't know you. Who are you? This, that, and the third, wooty woo. Yo, fam, you stay in your own boat, because like 2022, I'm moving with A alikes, fam. I'm moving with A alikes.
With who? What's that?
With you. Let's get it.
What's A alikes? Cool. I'm sorry, what is that? What's A alikes?
That's Anton know what that is. That's 5% of language. Peace to the nation, the gods, the earth. Peace to all the what's that? The black soap and shape.
All right, y'all.
Yo, but for real, fam, we listen, man. Either we gonna listen, all this jaw jacking and slacking we doing, either we gonna build or we gonna chill. It's 2022. What you finna do? Barbecue or mildew? Like real spill. Like, you know, I can't take critique from you, or I can't take constructive criticism. You don't know me, you don't know my story, you don't know my life, you don't know what I've been through, you don't know who I is. Okay. Well, I just know what you put on display, and I'm giving you feedback based on what I've seen. Whether I'm male or female, I've seen it on both sides. Men have given criticism, and this is all supposed to be for the protection of the female and men. But you know what's the interesting thing, JR, with men? When men, listen, the clip that's surfacing around now where Kevin Samuels called old boy, he asked him, you know, how tall was he asked him to rate himself on a scale of 1 to 10. Because the dude was talking about the females need to give him choosing signals. And he was talking about he don't approach them. They just need to give him choosing signal because he exists. And he asked him to rate himself on a scale of 1 to 10, right? Then he asked him, how tall are you? How much do you weigh? Oh, you a fat fuck, right? Then the dude talked about what? Making $400 every 2 weeks. Oh, so you only make $800. And he went in to skew him, right? You know what a dude like that would really take that, like how Kevin Samuels skewed with him? He will take that information and say, man, you know what? I got to level up and get better. And you either going to get better or you're going to get bitter. That's how men respond. You know what women do? Who the fuck he think he is talking to me like that? This bratty.
Snap on him, Rilla.
Must be.
Get that snap. Do like this.
I did the snap.
Flick the wrist.
Listen, wait. He must be part of the alphabet club. Who him is talk to me like that? That's what women do. Instead of taking what the brother is telling you at face value and you being introspective enough to say, you know what, I got some things I got to work on. When Mr. Lee, and I'm an NJR, when Mr. Lee read my mail Tuesday, I couldn't even speak. I said, you know what, I got some things I got to work on, Mr. Lee. I got some things I got to work on. And that's where all of us are. 8 people on this panel right now got things to work on. That's a fact.
That's not true.
You definitely got some things to work on.
That's not true.
I second Rilla on that.
Let me remove myself from that conversation.
Bye.
All right, if you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Mods, make sure you guys are monitoring the chat. Let's keep these trolls out. Let's identify them and get them up out of here. The memberships are open. Make sure you guys hit the join button right there. Gail, I see you. I see all the green gang in the chat, man. Thank you for all the members. And it's getting it's good. It's good conversation, man. How y'all feeling? Y'all good?
Yeah, we good. You good?
Yeah.
Y'all men
Okay.
good? Y'all
right.
men okay? Because y'all was a little hot and heavy for the first hour, you know?
I think we're good. I mean, like, do we need to say a prayer? Is everybody okay?
Y'all need to take a drink.
Do we need a prayer circle?
I think y'all need a drink.
Go get a drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can the church say amen?
Amen. Hallelujah.
Okay.
Amen.
All right. Take this bread, all of you. Oh, y'all ain't ready for that? I had some bread for
That's
y'all.
why your
I was gonna
screen,
break
your
bread
screen
with
went,
y'all.
your screen went
Hey,
blurry. I
JR,
wasn't
side
ready
note
for
though.
that.
Side note though. What you drinking on, JR?
Some whiskey.
Okay. All right. Oh, you a whiskey. Okay. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
that.
man.
1942. And I'm drinking out of a plastic cup.
Oh, you heard me.
Yeah,
There
you
there
gotta
you
get
go.
it. You gotta get the red cup though,
You get the
Mr.
red
Lodge.
cup, yeah. They might
No,
got the,
no,
they
no,
got the
no.
Smurf. You got the
Oh, he don't do nothing red? You don't do nothing red? You that type, mister? Just kidding.
Yeah, his shit faded out. You saw that shit? What type of shit you
How do
got
you
going
do
on?
that, Mr. Logic? How do you be fading your junk out?
Oh, I can I'll put it in the back chat, which y'all can buy.
You hit the button on us?
Man,
Huh?
yeah, that motherfucker faded. He faded
Yeah,
out for real.
he
Shit, he got
hit all the time. He be hitting
Nah,
the
I
button
was
on us.
We
streaming.
hit y'all with the Thanos.
I used to stream like a while ago before I started working for the government, and I had to cut that shit out. And this was good because it's a breath of fresh air though. So
yeah,
yeah. But I can give y'all like tips on all that shit. I can do all kind of crazy shit. But we'll get off that and get on the topic.
Say less. Shit, Friday I'm gonna hit you up. Like, let's go. I'm ready, man. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, look. Hey, little sidekick though. Side note. My homeboy got some beard. He watched the stream, and he say, "Hey, he'll become a sponsor though. He got his own beard oil."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you his information.
All right, well shit. If
we
he can
gotta see what that beard look like first.
yeah, if he can stop my shit from curling up, man. So I can get
Yeah,
that.
some
JR, that's
relaxer.
just the way it is,
JR, I
man.
got
You
you. We
can't
can put
control
some
that, bro.
relaxer.
Nah,
Put
because
some
I ain't
relaxer on it.
nah, I ain't
Curl it.
relaxing. I ain't doing no flat iron. I just want my shit to just lay. Goddamn it.
That's just the
blow in
way
the
it
wind.
go, bro.
Y'all need the beard bonnet. That's the problem.
doing
Ain't
Y'all not
nobody doing no
I ain't
bonnets,
doing no
you.
beard bonnet, man.
Y'all not securing the beard. Just try it out for like a week and you'll see the difference.
Yeah, I'm good.
Ain't
Anton,
nobody
you
doing no
Masculine?
bonnets,
did
man.
this. You predicted
Say
it
what?
earlier, Anton, when you were like, "I'm not going to say anything against beard oil."
Yeah, I manifested that junk,
So
right?
it's just like you are the better, psychic than Mr.
Oh,
Logic.
Mr. Logic, they dissing you, fam.
Yo, Mr.
They
Logic,
dissing you, Mr.
what
Logic.
is the lotto numbers?
I know.
I'm playing.
Right, let's give us some useful information.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this going, man.
A
You
lot of
guys,
numbers is whatever. I ain't gonna need to say it. All right, go ahead. We
Don't
good.
look at you, man. You being messy, Logic over there, causing havoc over here, man. You can shake the panel up. You guys just tuning in again. Hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Thank you for the constant support. Mods, moderate the chats. Moving on to our next topic. I think it's all these topics falling in line. We're talking about tone, the importance of understanding tone. The importance of understanding tone. And I kind of want to break this down like this. I don't think you guys understand how much energy it takes to like curse somebody out, to go back and forth with somebody. Like the frequency is just off the meter. It's off the meter, man. It exhausts you. So when somebody walks away from you, it's not always them being disrespectful. They may not just be trying to match that energy that you got going on. Because again, I mean, just imagine after you get done arguing, you
out of breath like Rilla over there.
yeah. So let's talk about the importance of understanding tone. We'll start with you, Q, because you're like you own it right now. Let's go.
Tone definitely matters. Like, I think I was talking about this. I think that you got this from me. We were talking about it in the Facebook group. Like, there's a way
I didn't get this from you.
say. Okay, all right. Anyways,
give me my credit. Don't try to snatch my credit now. Here you go.
Swing. But there's a way you can say stuff, right? And as women, we should hold ourselves to a different demeanor when it comes to communicating to a man, right? And tone does matter. I'll give you a prime example. Rilla, you're incorrect. That's not what I said. Rilla, you incorrect, and that's not what I said. You see the difference? You see how I said the same thing, but they both came off differently? So tone definitely matters. I think, and being in sales, like, we know how to switch up our tone and say certain language and body language regarding selling stuff. So tone definitely makes a difference in how you communicate with a person and how you'll receive communication back. So
okay, gotcha. Yeah. Kayla, what you got on this? The importance of understanding tone.
Tone is really important, I genuinely think, across the board. It's not always what you say, it's how you say it. However, in certain spaces, I believe that this only applies to women. Um, in certain spaces, some men think that the way that they present it, the tone that they use, or however they come across it, is fine because they're the man, or they're the one with the more knowledge or whatever, and it shouldn't matter because I'm doing you a favor by even talking to you, right? So I don't know. It seems like tone is only policed more with women, and especially women that have like opposing arguments or don't agree, and it start not to feel, make that person comfortable or whatever. But I do think it's mostly policed with women when it's women and men. Now, when it's women with other women and men with other men, I think that's a little bit different, and I think it's a little less. It's less like focused on, because women will just start matching each other, and the same with men. Like men, yeah. So, but I think when men and women are interacting, there's a tone police on women, but it's not on men, and men can say whatever, however. And I think that's like just weird. It's just weird to me. I think no matter who you are, especially if you're talking to somebody that you don't know or that you're not friends with, don't have any kind of personal relationship with, regardless of your gender, I think that tone is important. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I think regardless of gender, whatever energy you give out, if you get it back, I don't think that should be judgment on that gender in terms of their their qualifications, it being of that gender. I think it's just what you give out, you should be prepared to that to be returned. And it doesn't always make it personal. Like Q said earlier, it's not always personal. And you can attack the point without attacking the person. So yeah, that's what I have.
Do you understand that there is a need for double standards to exist between men and women? And this is one of the examples for the need for double standards to exist.
Oh no, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so let me give you an example, and then maybe I can convince you otherwise. When men have a certain tone with each other, it can result in death. Like men are less. We have to pick and choose our battles a little bit more carefully because it can result in a completely different dynamic. So we don't have to worry about holding each other with regard to tone because there is no coming back for it. Like whatever happens. We got to control ourselves, or we got to deal with it accordingly based off of the fact that the end result is going to be the end result. Whereas women, a lot of times women can get away with a certain type of thing without the same results of a man doing the same type of behavior. So when you see a woman that get out of line with a man, a lot of times, for example, they can get out of line understanding that they may get away with a little bit more because the man might be a little bit more restrictive and that he understands that he could hurt her. And this is one of the problems that we have when we come to equalization in society, is that it's not equal, because men understand that at the end of the conversation, we live and we die with the results that we get. We understand that ain't nobody coming to save us. It's whatever it's gonna be on both ends of that. So you're gonna have to live with that according to the circumstances that you put yourself in. Whereas women have largely been able to have that buffer, and that men are a little bit more sympathetic with them or their circumstance or their tone, understanding that they're the weaker vessel. So instead of us dealing with you like we would deal with a man, in which this whole equality thing don't work, right? We deal with you with kid gloves, and we try to correct you, or we try to give you some insight into how it is that you might not want to do that because you don't want the same responsibilities and repercussions that come with a man having to police his tone a little bit differently in society, right? And so that's why I was saying that, don't you understand that it's a double standard, because men don't have the privilege of being able to get away with some of the stuff that women can get away with tone. We can't operate in that same space.
So I understand that somewhat, but I think when we're having, gotta get my charger. I think when we're having normal, if we're in like a talk space, like, we have these audio apps, we have YouTube now. When we're like in a talk space, I think that's a little bit different than being in person in a possible conflict situation. Like you are, I don't know, in the line at Walmart and some conversation starts to go back and forth and becomes controversial, versus if you are debating an opinion on, I don't know, whatever, in a talk space. I think it's very, very different. When the subject matters. So especially like what we were just speaking about in terms of like giving criticism. And I would specifically remember somebody saying, I think it was Rilla who said, it's not always going to sound how you like. It don't always have to be nice. It don't always have to be a particular way, but it does though. Because it's not like you are having a conflict again in the street, having a conflict with the person or whatever. You trying to tell them something that you want them to take it to heart. So why wouldn't the tone matter if you quote unquote care about them and have their best interests at heart? Or even if you're a random person that just feels inspired to give them some kind of advice, why wouldn't the tone matter? Why would you want to speak to someone in a way that's going to make them defensive if you want them to receive what you're saying? So I think in that particular instance, it doesn't matter what, your gender. And when you're giving somebody criticism, I think that it's across the board. Now, what you were saying, Anton, in terms of actually physically being out and communicating with people, or being in any kind of conflict situation, it is definitely different because men are men and women are women,
I got some kickback for Kayla, if y'all don't mind.
Go ahead.
All right, and check this out. See, when tone does matter. So if you was finna ask me for $1,000, how would your tone be?
It would just be very sweet.
No, already you didn't change your tone.
You said $1,000. All I gotta do is ask to get it.
No, this is what I'm saying. Your conversational tone that you was having with Anton because you disagreed.
Mm-hmm.
When I said something about $1,000, you changed. You actually became. I just smelt feminine. It was flowers.
Yes, when you're asking for something.
No, but see what I'm saying is this though. So the tone matters. So like when you ask me for $1,000, right? And then that tone should match when you ask me what I want for breakfast. See, if I see a difference in that tone, then I understand that it's something different about you.
I don't think there should
everything.
I don't think necessarily there will be a difference in those two things. I mean, somewhat. And it depends on who you're asking. Are you asking somebody random on the street?
Kayla, your tone just on these two different things changed. Your tone replying to me, it was different. Wait, hold on, wait, baby. Look, I got your $1,000. Look, your tone when you was kicking back at me, right? Was totally different from the tone you asked me for that $1,000 just on the panel. And JR need to make a clip of that so we can see here and that can go viral. That's it. This is what I'm telling you though, is that the same tone you use when you want something should be the same tone you use when you're giving something or you're asking somebody what they want. Now, if you can match them too.
Okay.
See, look at that. See how your tone, your eyes, everything. You know what I'm saying? Your eyes is over there. You see, you said okay to me, and your eyes was literally over there to the left.
I was thinking about what you were saying. Like, we don't have to judge every little thing. Like, did my eyelashes flutter?
And I'm telling you, come on, relax. Because when you said that $1,000, you looked at me. When it's something that you don't like that I'm saying, your eyes go to the left.
Why would it be the same? You're telling me the response that you have when you have disdain for something is supposed to be the same when you are asking someone, like when you are trying to get an invest. You think the way that you do when you're trying to get someone to invest is the same way if you were doing a complaint to the company about bad service. Come on. That is not even
No, it's the same for me. Like
I'm not
if I
saying you have
call,
to be nasty. You want to
if
be
I
nice
call
if you want them to
somewhere
help
and
you. But
and
I
I
do
want,
think that it's different if you have an issue with something versus like you like and want something.
But see,
but
It's
see,
man,
hold on, Mr. Logic. Hold on, Mr. Logic. Let
oh,
me
go
add
ahead,
this
go
in
ahead. You got it.
context, right? I find that women that call with a sweet voice to customer service get better service across the board. Like if they calling in, I think that you should be even sweeter if you're looking to actually get some help than the other circumstance in the situation. And so that's the thing that I'm saying. Like the tone should be the same across the board. You know what I'm saying? Just because you're mad or you get extra on the phone, don't. As a matter of fact, they might put you on hold. I worked in a call center when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? And we used to clown people like, man, just put them on the phone, put them on hold and see if they're gonna hang up or whatever like that. Like real talk, like the tone, and you
Or they
get
hang
way
up on
more
you.
with honey, way more than honey than you do with
Hello?
vinegar.
But I'm not
And,
saying
and
that it's the opposite though. The opposite of like that tone doesn't mean that when on the phone that means you rah rah rah. That doesn't mean that. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's rah rah rah. Just the
but we
way that
can
you would ask
tell,
your
like we can
husband,
tell how you feel.
baby, I really want so and so some diamond, whatever, some diamonds. You think the way that I don't know. I just feel like just because you're not angry, it doesn't mean it's the same.
But we
Like
can
you
tell the
cannot
attitude.
be
Like
the same
we
and it
could
not
tell
be.
your sentiment
You don't
in the
need
tone of your
it doesn't
voice.
have to be all of that. It doesn't. Just
We
because
can
it's not
tell
the
the
same as how you
sentiment
are.
in your tone of your voice of whether or not you're moving a certain type of way. And also on top of that, I would also venture to say, and I know that people don't want to believe it or not, but who you are online, I believe, is the real you, and who it is that you project yourself to be on in person is the fluff. People don't believe it, but I'm telling you, you get the real person when they feel like they comfortable and in a certain type of space. They feel like can't nobody touch them. They feel like can't nobody get to them. They got their alias name on there and all of this other type of stuff. Who you are online is more of a reflection of who you truly are than what it is that you project yourself to be when you're code switching at work and all of this other type of nonsense. I'm telling you, is real, and people can sense whether or not you are an authentic person online. Listen, when I see a person, and I can't stand the code switching, right? When I see a person and they start talking like this, I know that that's not your real voice. And the people that you're talking to know that that's not your real voice. You think you code switching beautifully. Yeah, guys, because man, you sound like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? And so the way in which you communicate, the tone that you have, all of that stuff is real. And as a matter of fact, that same principle and logic in which men move the certain type of way around men, and we understand that it ain't no coming back from it. I've seen Mr. Logic. You was just when we was live streaming on the late night show, right? On the last weekend, and you and my man, and y'all start capping back and forth. You almost was like, you know what, man, let me just chill. That ain't even it. It could go there, like in that. In an instance, and a lot of times we just pull back. We be like, yo, I will pull up on you. I got homies in your city. It's real life with men, and women don't understand that. And they need to really, really understand that you are not on the same level of men when it comes to certain conversations and situations. There's a double standard for a reason. And most of the time it's for your protection, not ours. It's for your protection, for you to get yourself together and get your tone together, not mine.
Hey, I'm gonna slide this point in, and I'm mad. Kayla gone.
So it should be. She should be back.
I'm gonna use Didi as an example, right? So,
Don't
and
use me as no guy.
This is a good thing, sis. Check this out. So, no matter what she disagrees or not, when she spoke, her tone stayed the same. And I'm gonna give you another example. You didn't see her hands moving a lot. See, when men talk, we use our hands. So all you got to do is go back and replay this live stream or replay other live streams, and you know, and you can tell that Didi, I never saw her hands. I don't even know the lady married because she didn't put her hands in the screen. And that's no shot. But I'm just saying is that you can tell that her tone stay the same and her attitude stay the same, whether somebody agree with her or disagree with her. That's one of the things that women need to step back and sit here and look and say, hey, look, you know what? That's a good thing. And then Didi can get probably anything from any man she want by her tone and her attitude.
Oh, her face just changed.
Ooh la la.
That expression just changed.
But I can already tell Didi married though, but we ain't gonna go there.
Oh, Didi married? I ain't know that.
Yeah, I can tell. It's all over. Look, I ain't gonna need to tell you the telltale signs.
All right, Didi, I'm coming to you.
They gonna say your Cleo skills is off though, Mr. Logic.
Hey, Didi, is you married?
Yes.
Oh,
20 years.
7.
10 to 20 years, girl.
Yeah.
11.
And I did do this a little bit, but probably noticed.
Question, Anton, you said that people show their real character
I was just at the
online.
casino earlier too. Nah, he said 7. Go ahead, Q.
Oh, you said that people show their real character online and in person, but then you've also said that Kay, in person, she is more nicer. So you don't think that two people can have they can switch it up? Because yeah.
I think that the person that you truly are, there's a difference between how a woman reacts around a certain guy or a certain group of people when they see him in person, right? That's completely different from how people truly express their thoughts when they're online, right? When you see people in these chats, right? I guarantee you that when you run into these people in real life, they not saying none of this tough talk.
Right.
Ain't none of this. They ain't gonna tell. Listen, most of these dudes are scared to walk up to women in general. You think that they gonna be telling a chick that she wrong and she for the streets, and they're gonna be having an extensive conversation and letting her know who she is in real life? Nah, stop it, fam. But when they get in that safe space
in real life, did you
what?
have the smoke for me in real life? That
No, I don't got smoke for you now.
I know, but people saw us for months.
Mm-hmm.
We met in June or July.
Yeah, it was a summertime shot.
Yeah, but for many months before that, you were like, "Oh, you're bad." Blah, blah, blah. You didn't do
What?
any of that. You were very nice and sweet. So
I know, because I'm a nice and sweet person.
So am I. So then,
Yeah, I agree.
well, then what is this?
Really?
So is how you are online. What are you saying? Because now it's
What am I saying about what? I'm not a mean person.
Q asked a question, and you were explaining about how people online, that's the real person, right?
That's true.
Okay. But I'm saying that me and you went back and forth for months. And when I saw you in real
you
life,
are exactly who you are. Listen.
And when I saw you in real life,
so let me add the context.
Nice.
But let me add the context. I don't look at you as a nemesis. I look at you as family. So me and you can have those arguments, right? And then at the end of the day, and even when we not in person, we can talk on the phone and we be kicking it, or we'll live stream or Zoom or whatever, and it's gonna be all love.
Okay, so then I just want to make it clear, because it seems like
what I'm saying is you can't use us as an example because we have a different type of relationship.
For this,
I'm talking about people that are inherently just whatever they are, right?
So this doesn't include me, Anton. I'm just asking.
Well, it includes you, but it doesn't include you as it relates to me, because we have a different type of relationship outside of here.
What?
Okay, Kayla, let me break it down for you. Okay. Me and you, okay, brothers and sisters argue.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. Does that mean that they don't love each other?
No.
So the relationship is different between a brother and a sister than people that don't know each other and are inherently just interacting with each other online, is what I'm saying.
So, okay, just to be clear. So when you were saying like people online,
I think he was speaking in general. I don't think it was
in a
personal.
general sense.
Right, it wasn't personal.
In a general sense.
I just wanted to ask him because he's here.
No, I think that you would debate like this online. I mean, offline. It's just that we didn't spend enough time with each other to get to the point to where we got to a debate.
We were
right?
Yeah.
It was all about taking care of business and having fun or whatever like that, right? But the point that I'm making is that when people are online, usually you get the real them that comes out, right? Whatever it is, it's similar to how we say, yo, we never even seen none of this chaos and people angry at people and women and all of this until we got on YouTube. These are the same. I'm outside every single day. I'm in the streets. I run into people all the time. Yo, what up, Anton? So on and so forth. It ain't none of this. Ain't no smoke. Ain't nobody saying nothing. Ain't nobody checking me in real life. Ain't nobody doing nothing. They all love is dap, is hugs, is what up, though? Yo, fam, I appreciate you. Which tell JR I said, what up with K, or whatever, so on and so forth. Ain't none of that in real life. Nothing at all.
I agree with that.
But the point is that, but when people get online, it's a whole Twitter war.
I saw that.
They got smoked. They canceling people. They gon' I wish I would see you in real life and all of that. I'm like, stop it, bro.
That's
like,
true.
I know that's what you really feel like in real life because you feel like you're comfortable enough to express it. But in person, you not none of that. You calm down. You nice. You know, you got yourself together. You're respectful. You're shaking my hand like this.
I just didn't want to make anything unclear because Q asked you a question. I was just like, let's just clarify all of this.
So I somewhat agree with that. I think the spaces are a good space for the cowards, right? That would never say whatever, and they only feel that ability to do so from the comment section or online or whatever. They would never talk to you like that in person. However, to that point though, Anton, just in entertainment and what I've seen, a lot of people that you may see and love on Instagram and they're this, that, meeting them, they're not.
You are so right, Kayla.
They're not who you think they are. You may like them, they may be great on the internet, or they may be great on social media or whatever.
That is so accurate. That's the perfect
meet them
example.
or have to be in the same situation with them, or like a friend of mine, whatever. I hate when I have friends, but brought me along and I was able to see some things and I was like, oh nah, no longer a fan. Nah,
yep, you are 100% right.
So I think it's they're both true. There are people where the internet gives them this battery in the back of their back and they be somebody that they're not in real life. And then there's people online that portray themselves a particular way online for whether it's views or their career or whatever it is. But in real life, they're really not that likable or really not like that. So
hey, JR, but we was just talking about this, JR, a lot of these content creators and how it is that they are online, and then you meet him in real life, you be like, oh, he's a teddy bear.
Yeah,
he's so cute. I'm about to turn him over and spank this little punk.
Not turn him over.
Nah, I'm gonna put him over my knee and I'm gonna give him a real spanking in real life.
But like,
listen, I don't care what y'all say. Y'all can say pause and all that. Listen, in real life, we don't say pause. We do what we do and we say what we say. But these dudes, they be I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, because how people, I guess it just depends on if you're a content creator or if you're just a regular person that's just having a conversation, because content creators is the opposite. What they projecting themselves to be online and what they are in real life is different.
But couldn't it just be like, isn't there another
It's
group?
the reverse.
You and Kayla both were correct. Like, I definitely saw both points. Like, there are people who portray themselves to be like, oh, I'm so bad, but then in real life they're like, no. But
like, for example, there's some dudes that project themselves to be super alpha and I'm gonna talk to all of the chicks and I can bag them all and let me give you some coaching lessons. And then in real life, you be like, this dude is so corny.
Like, isn't there a group
they cannot
of people?
get women, but they swear they can get women.
Isn't there?
No, it'd be like, is this who y'all taking y'all dating lessons from?
Okay, you might gotta wait for a second.
I know, I see.
So you know what? I gotta step back and say that it is. Some people are more of who they are online, or they express how they feel, and then there's some people that project themselves to be a certain type of way online, and when you see them in real life, they ain't got none of that.
But I think the distinction is, honestly, I'm sorry, Kay, just really quick. I'm sorry,
okay,
just really quick. I think the distinction is in both of what y'all are saying is that there are celebrities that have to or feel like they have to uphold the image. That's different. Because by and large, I'm in these, and I'm sure you are too, Anton. When you look in these YouTube comments, you really looking like, okay, you feel comfortable saying that from behind your keyboard. Like, you know, real life, you probably wouldn't bust a grape with a sledgehammer with Welch's, you know what I'm saying, in a fruit fight with Welch's great boots on. Like, you wouldn't do that.
But really, the thing about that is that dudes that's really about that life,
they not even
are
on
not looking for a fight in real life. They looking to avoid the confrontation.
They are trying to avoid it.
Right? If you really about that life, you really like you
wouldn't talk
walking,
about it.
you trying to
You
walk
really,
away.
yeah,
You
you
trying
don't
to
even talk
You
about
wouldn't
it.
be talking
don't
about it,
nobody want to
exactly.
get into no fight in real life. We trying to grow old. We trying to, you know what I'm saying, enjoy our families.
Be
We,
the
you know
first
what
one
I'm
to
saying?
be
You
like,
might have came
yeah.
from that life and now you got away from it finally. You trying to be, you know, you want to be great and you want to have a good time. Ain't nobody trying to scrap in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Especially,
That's all that tough talk is corny.
especially those
See,
men
Kay,
that
you
are
doing
really
great,
about
Kay.
that. Let me tell you right now,
They're not talking about it.
they not talking about it. Ain't no arguing going on. As soon as you feel that energy, it be like, all right,
Boys,
we
hey,
leaving.
hey,
like that.
what's
We
going
leaving.
on?
Wait,
A lot
We
of
leaving
people
now.
talking. A lot of people
if
talking.
you look at
A lot of people talking.
Because it
if you
could
look
turn
at
into
Trick
some
Trick right
violence
now,
One at a
real
time, y'all.
quick.
One at a time.
hold on. If you look at Trick right now, you would think Trick is the biggest teddy bear on the face of the earth.
He the coolest dude in the world, bro. He
Man,
cool.
no
He
fly
dope.
zone. Don't ever get that twisted.
Trick,
No fly zone. Don't ever get it.
No, real talk. He one of the
I'm sorry,
coolest
who's that?
dudes ever.
Who's
I
Trick?
don't know.
He a Detroit guy.
Okay.
But he one of the coolest dudes ever. But you know, these dudes have been in the streets their whole life. They trying to like go to barbecues and have a good time and all of this other type of stuff. Ain't nobody trying to be scrapping in real life. That's dumb.
Look, I'm gonna say this real quick, Kay, then I'm gonna come to you, and I'm gonna actually use Rilla. Come on back, Rilla. Rilla. Ain't no break time, fam.
Rilla, come back.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna use Rilla and Kay and Mr. Logic. I think you got some ties with Chicago, right? No. Okay.
Down south.
Okay. Down south. Okay.
He in
So-
Atlanta.
So like when I hear these conversations, and I had a similar conversation, might have been today or either yesterday, but it reminds me of people that are from Chicago and then people that are from the suburbs. You know, you often hear people say that they're from Chicago and they're really from the suburbs, but you can just kind of tell the energy. Like they want to be associated with Chicago so bad, so you just kind of see them act a certain way. And I even had this conversation with my son. You know, my son grew up in the suburbs. I said, man, you need to grow up like me. I said, I came from nothing. Like I didn't have what you had. You know, I was hooping on the basketball court with track shoes. You know, we didn't have it. I was in a 1-bedroom cement block building with no AC. I was, trimming some of the cable from the line that was dropping from the 14th floor all the way down. I'm cutting into it. I had the washing machine inside the kitchen. We hanging our clothes up. So you don't even understand like what it feel like to be from the hood. But he telling people he from Chicago. So when I see this shit on the internet, that's what that shit remind me of. It's like you don't even know. I had to work for everything I had. Everything I had. I don't even know what it feel like to even stunt because I ain't had shit to stunt with. I ain't had shit to fucking stunt with. I just had to come. This is all we can afford. So when I see people moving a certain way, it's like, you know, at that time it's some truth what he's saying. Like you don't have to broadcast that shit. Like you know what it is. You don't have to overcompensate for who you trying to be.
That's slum. We call that slumming. That's all it is.
Can I interject though? Because y'all on some. This is a good time. I mean, good interjection based on the YouTube. I respect everything everybody said though, but that's absolutely true because it plays a role into. That's why we have this internet fame. Because right now we got all these people all over probably the United States right now. Can't nobody check me for what I say, I got or do. But the thing is that a lot of people do. They present themselves to be certain type of ways. You know what I'm saying? And I got a similar black background to JR. You know what I'm saying? I had to go and get it out the mud. You know what I'm saying? To where my son don't even understand what the mud is, and that's cool. We can
And that's a
respect
good
that.
thing.
But yeah, and yeah, it is a good thing. But the whole concept I'm trying to say is that as far as YouTube, anybody can be a superhero. They can be Spider-Man.
Not no more, bro.
No, well, now because you know what? Ain't no fact checkers for nobody lives. Anybody can be anything and anybody.
Well, that's because don't nobody use their real name no more.
Well, I'm speaking in general, but I'm
My
saying,
real name is Chicago Rilla.
there you go, that shit. But look, we don't know, but what we can tell is we can tell from people's body language. We can tell from how people show themselves and present themselves. And like I said, I'm gonna use this woman again, and no disrespect to Miss Didi, but she has shown a lot of patience on this panel that you can see that she's probably a excellent wife. And don't get divorced tomorrow and put on Instagram and prove me wrong. But I'm just saying, you can see the patience she's shown on this panel, the way she carried herself on this panel. Like I said, all you got to do to these anybody, just sit back and listen. You can listen to me and you can tell that, well, you know what? I was born in East Lake Meadows in Atlanta, the projects. But at the same time, yeah, Rilla, East Lake Meadows, they tore it down. But you can still, at that same tone, you can see the growth in me that ain't never going back.
Ever.
And my kids would never know what that is.
Never broke again.
My son was he was 10 years old before he ever understood that a police siren didn't mean somebody got hit by a car. He didn't understand that because he spent a lot of time in Korea and ain't no guns, ain't no killing, ain't none of that stuff. So when he heard police sirens, guess what he thought it was? What his environment brought to him. But I might have got all off the point, man. Let me get off this shit. All right.
The thing that I was
Kay.
gonna say about that, because I, like I was saying earlier, agreed with Kayla and Anton. Like, there's two sides of this that are extreme. Like, some people portray themselves as so nice and feminine and blah 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 blah, or so manly and masculine or whatever online, and then totally different in real life, and vice versa. But I also do think that there is a space for people who are, respond differently based on the situation. Like, if you're online and people are being nice and welcoming and everyone is cool, you're cool and chill, and that's just what it is, and you're having a good time. Or in person, same thing. In person, people might be trying to come at you and you're going to come back at them a certain way or be defensive or whatever. Same thing online. Like, I don't think it has to be one or the other extreme where people are just fake or whatever the case may be. I think it really depends a lot on the situation that people are put in. Like, if someone is being quote unquote like attacked in real life or online, they might respond differently than if they're being welcomed, like, respected and whatnot. Like, I'm just saying that there's space for, it's not just those two extremes.
If you online, a chance
can agree
are
with that.
you're not attacked. You're not getting attacked, and you're not attacking nobody in real life. Real talk. Like, let's be real. The overwhelming majority of the people they not even in that type of situation. Real talk.
Hey, Real, I don't think you spoke on this shit, sir. The importance of understanding tone.
Yeah, let me say this, man. I think a lot of time. I remember one of the first times I had like a real interaction with Kay. It was on my homegirl Peanut. She was doing a broadcast on Facebook.
Oh yeah.
And she was talking about, it was something around Kevin Samuels, and I was telling the women, like, because it was a gang of women there that night, a few brothers, but I was going back and forth with Peanut, and I was saying, like, y'all, you need to listen to the message of what he's saying. But what I find is that a lot of women can't, and I'm not the tone police at all. I don't, but I remember going back and forth with Kay about tone, and it was around like, how do you expect someone to really kind of be able to digest the messaging if the tone is off? So again, I'm not the tone police, but what I can account for is understanding even my tone, right? So one of the things Mr. Lee pointed out, because I've been unpacking this and I've been listening to King Talk since Tuesdays, whatever. One of the things that he pointed out when I was speechless is he was reading my mail. He was like, "Yo, you a passionate brother," and I understood what he said when he said that, because I say, big coochie energy. Some people say emotional, people give labels to whatever. But what he was saying was that sometimes being that passionate can overpower the message. So the intent could be good, the message could be spot on, but the tone or the passion and how you're presenting it overpowers everything that you're trying to say, right? So sometimes even delivering that message, like I think about even when I'm talking to my kids, I got to deliver that message in a certain way because ultimately I want them to get the lesson. I could come in like Hurricane Hugo and, lay the smack down and, you going to do what I say, blase skip, woo, woo, woo. Is that going to produce the results? So, often when we talk about as men, all we look at is results, so on and so forth. I have to take tone into consideration. I know there are gentlemen who don't necessarily adhere to that protocol, but it is something that Mr. Lee got me to thinking about, not even just tone, but just overall, like, what I'm saying, in terms of the messaging and how that's being delivered and how that's going to come across, right? So I think ultimately, when you're speaking to like men, we understand, like, JR could come at me a particular way. I've had conversations with Anton, and we could have aggressive conversations that if somebody's on the outside looking in, it'll look like it's an argument or it'll look like it's a fight. But we understand, as men, we understand protocol and the threat of violence and so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. And because we have that rapport, it'll never go to that level. However, when you're dealing with women, there is if you haven't established that rapport, I can't get mad when women say I don't receive that messaging. You have to, dust the the mud off your sandals and keep it moving. I mean, the scripture talks about that. You have to
Hey, but Rilla, let me give you an example. Last show, you and Anton was at my neck about that situation, about, what I'm saying, the things that I would tell my daughter, so y'all came at my neck. That
and you didn't take offense.
But what happens though is that, hey, that was y'all opinion, that was y'all perspective. You know what I'm saying? I took it as such, and then I knew that, hey, look, you know what? I was speaking to a bunch of men, so that's what I expected and participated.
Leave that up, JR. No. Go ahead, Mr. Logic. I just wanted to, I wanted to make sure I was reading that correctly. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Here's the thing, though, Mr. Logic. My question to you is: even when we was having that discussion, did you take it? Were you offended? Did you take it a certain type of way?
No, I looked at it as, you know what, that when men strongly believe in something, you gonna
on it.
Yeah, you gonna see that, you know what I'm saying, the steam burning out of their fucking ears and shit. So hey, I took it at what it was, and I say, hey, look, you know what? Hey, they'll get over it. That's their perspective.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying, and then it's what it is though. But that's just a caveat on your point, bro.
No, and what I'm saying is because I don't want cats in the, I know how the chat go, because I don't want cats to think like I'm saying like change, yo whatever, for women. I'm not talking about catering to women, but I am talking about being able to read the room and adjust accordingly. I do think that is important. So I think the quote, that's why I was asking you to leave it up really quick. You don't have to bring it back up, JR, but I was just saying, because I wanted to make sure I understood correctly what was being said. That part of it is important. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to read the room in order to accurately reflect. And I could say, listen, man, let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna be quiet, JR. I've never come on this platform talking about like I got all the answers, I know everything, I'm perfect, follow my lead because I'm the perfect example. Man, listen, when you gonna see me miss it and you're gonna see me make it. Y'all have been with me since, well, I've been with y'all since February. And you have seen me go back and forth on this panel multiple times about, in my personal life, which I really don't like sharing all that much, but y'all have seen me go from, hey man, I'm at this point to now we at this point. We talking about countdown 30 days now. You understand what I'm saying? So the point being is that I want y'all to be able to look at me and say, man, he fell right there. But like I tell anybody that know me, man, watch the comeback. Watch the comeback. Watch me learn. Watch me receive the blessing in the lesson and learn and grow and continue to improve.
Hey, Gerald, I want to wrap this whole tone stuff in a nutshell, right? If women feel that men are the head, right, they will never have to talk up to them. They continue their regular tone. See, men, when we talking to a woman, we would change our tone because we speaking to a whole different individual. When we speaking upon man, we got a whole different tone. But see, as far as a woman, if a man is the leader, and if you believe that a man is a leader, you would never change your tone talking to that leader. Your tone would stay the same as you talk to any other woman. So all the women on the panel, if you speaking to each other, you would speak the exact same when you speaking to these men. You would not change your tone to speak to these men. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
I see y'all. It's cute. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up, and I think that was a good segue to our next topic. Didi, I got to check. You good on time?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, all right. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Memberships are open. Make sure you guys hit that join button, man. Seeing all the super chats coming through. Appreciate that. Mods, continue to monitor the chat. Let's make sure these trolls don't enter here. Let's keep it rocking, man. Let's keep it rocking. Our next topic. In order to establish some order in the community, women will have to submit to the authority of men and not just their husband. I don't know why I got a typo in there, but that's section being there. You guys got that topic? I'll put it up there again. I just have to take that say out. In order to establish some order in the community, women will have to submit to the authority of men and not just their husband. This was a conversation that came up last night on JB's Broken Dusty. And I often hear them discuss it, or that point being made, how things are so different in other countries, how men hold the authority. And because men hold that authority, they're generally the ones in charge. They protect the women, and they also hold the men accountable. So the structure is different. So I want to speak on that. Do you guys think that we adopted that here, that things would be different? Let's talk about it. I'm going to start with you, Kay.
I think that the authority of men, okay, and not just their husband. I mean, in our country, like in America, or in America, I think people do submit to the authority of men because men are mostly represented in terms of like lawmakers and, you know, politicians and the people that run different things. So I think that's like kind of already the case. You know, that's why people are always talking about like patriarchy and things like that. But if we're talking on like a smaller scale, you know, let's say like specifically the Black community, like if we wanted to talk about that, I think that the men would have to provide space for people to be able to submit and do, you know, whatever safely, and have like, you know, that support, that infrastructure. At this point in our community, I feel like we're not at the point where there's enough built and established like for that to happen. So at this point, I think people really need to be working cooperatively together in our community to try to like build something better for the future. I think that people get way too caught up on like, you gotta submit to the man, you gotta submit to the woman, like no, like we have other things that we really need to be worrying about more so than optics of the situation, because at this point it's like a lot going on in our community.
Okay. Didi, in order to establish some order in the community, women will have to submit to the authority of men and not just their husband. What are your thoughts about it?
It would definitely be different if women did that. If we were in a situation where the community, I would just say a community as a whole, women in the community actually did that. It's a hard question, but I think the state of where we are now, it wouldn't hurt. It would make a difference, but it would take a lot, in my opinion, as best as I could put it. It will make a difference and make it better because what we have now is not working. A lot of women, when you say the word submit, that's already, a bad term. Women don't want to hear submit. They think, oh God, I gotta just go to a dungeon and he gotta put me in there and tell me when to come out. People really don't want to. Women don't really want to hear that word. So when you say submit, it already has a bad um, connotation. It already is a bad word for women. So, but when you really think about submitting, it's like in a relationship and to your husband, it's not that. It's not a dungeon type situation. It's you allowing the man to lead and to lead his family. I mean, to lead his family, and you follow. It's not a bad thing. So I think that in general, as a community, if more women, the community did it as a whole, I don't see it hurting. I think it could do nothing but help, in my opinion.
So
Can I? Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead, Kay.
D, I want to ask you a question about that because I get what you're saying. I do. I just feel like we're not, as a Black community, like, let's be, like, be specific about that. That we're not at a point where if every woman just submitted to every man, like, we would just be, like, in a good place necessarily. Like, I feel like there's a lot of other steps that need, like, other things that just kind of need to be happening at the same time. Do you think that right now, currently, with the state of Black America, like, let's talk about our specific community in America, do you think that at this point that's the case? Like, if women just start submitting to men, that things will just be okay? Because if we look at even just financially or all types of things, like, we just aren't quite in a certain place yet. So, like, what do you think about that?
Well, I think, women are separate. Not every, but a lot of women have individual mindsets. A lot of women can't even, fathom the idea of a togetherness with a man. First, I think a lot of women have to trust men and trust that they can lead, the ones that are leaders. Not every man is a leader, but the ones who are, I think women have a hard time even trusting men to do that. They feel that they don't need the man so they can do it themselves. So I think that's one of the problems why it would be hard to do. But first, yeah, a lot has to be established first. But first, women have to start trusting men and respecting men and believe that men can lead and let them lead. I think that's one of the problems. Women are doing their own things. A lot of women, I talk about this on my channel a lot. Women are, boss babes, and they're doing their own things. They don't feel like they need a man. So they're not even trying to come together with a man to even establish anything. So I think that's part of the problem. And
I agree with that. Like, just
yeah. So that's part of the problem. So I think I think it could be done, but it's definitely going to be hard because first off, a lot of women are just, they don't even think. Yeah. And it's like they don't even
stuck in their ways.
Can I
Yeah,
ask you a question, Didi?
go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question. You said women need to start trusting men. I totally agree with this. However, do you believe that men or per your observation, because we don't know, none of us know everybody, right? Per your observation, do you think a lot of men in the community are trustworthy?
I was going to ask that exact question, Kate.
I think a lot are. I think a lot are, but I think the focus
a lot are too.
Yeah, I think a lot. I mean, not all, of course.
Do you think most?
Well,
do you think most are like leadership qualities?
You gotta let her answer.
Tell her finish, y'all.
Well, the ones that I've come in encounter with are, but you don't really hear about those. All you hear about what y'all call the Pookies and Ray Rays. And like I said in a recent video, I've never dated a Pookie and a Ray Ray, so I don't have that experience. But if you have Pookie and Ray Ray experiences, that's what you're gonna see most of the time. But I've never experienced that, so I can't say, that which one is the majority, but the men that I've come in contact with, they're not Pookie and Ray Rays, and they are leaders, and they're family men, husbands, and you know they're definitely leader material, and they're definitely men that you can trust and follow. But a lot of women, just to be honest, they don't really want a man to lead them. They want to do it themselves, but then claim they want a man. Whew, I'm talking too much, y'all.
No, or they
No,
want to be
you're
equal,
not.
Dee
You're
Dee,
not.
or they
Yeah.
want to be equal to the man. That's the problem. They want to be
Right.
equal to the man.
Right. So if you think that you're equal to the man, how are you going to let them lead? And it's hard for them to do. So now a lot of men are just like, they don't even want to, they don't want to deal with
that.
women because
No, I get what you're saying. I just think that there has to be we have to differentiate between just men and men that are actually leaders. Because I think that there are some men that think that because they are men, that they are leaders, because they are men, they are trustworthy. And trustworthiness can cover a lot of bases. Yeah, I can trust you that you're not going to, steal money out my purse, but I'm talking about trusting you with my life, to lead our money, to lead our education. You know what I mean? Like in terms of what type of trustworthiness we're speaking about. So I think in general, women want to trust men. They just don't feel like they can, based on certain behaviors and certain like things that we're hearing, like, spaces I go in and I hear things and I'm like, what?
But that's the woman's problem,
crazy,
though, Kayla.
So,
But Kayla,
but don't you think
that's
that's
the woman's problem?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But don't you think that's the type of men that you're
attracting?
I'm just talking about when I'm observing men in spaces and listening to them speak. It doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence for the men that community in general.
Right. So you might be in a certain space where you see and hear what those men are saying or doing, and then I might be in a different space where I see something totally different. So that's why it's not all. It's just, the ones that you encounter, that's with your observation, and the ones that I might encounter, this is my observation. So that's why I say it's not all. It just depends on where you are and what you're seeing. But there are a lot of good men. There are a lot of men that can lead. But the ones
for the majority, though, what do you think? For the majority, like not just like the few men I know, the few men like per majority.
Well,
do you think women think that men are trustworthy, like per majority?
A lot of women probably don't. Because
but that's the woman's problem, though. That's not the men's problem. That's their mindset.
That does not just come from nowhere.
But a lot of women have never allowed the men to lead because they don't trust them.
No, that's not true. They have. But who do they allow? They allow what y'all call the Pookies and Ray Rays.
Right. People that think they're leaders because they're men and they're not.
The Pookies and Ray Rays. That's why in every community that you have that's a majority black, they submit to the pimps, the players, and the dope boys. So you don't never have a problem with them not submitting to the pimps, the players, and the dope boys. And now it might be a few, but when we're talking about the majority, a majority of black women, all you got to do is look at the culture. Because see, to answer the question, women do submit to the authority of black men, but they submit to the authority of the Pookies and Ray Rays, as y'all like to say. That's why you get the Pookies and Ray Rays the outcomes. Even if a man is a good man, she have that mentality that she will go ahead and she's still submitting to Pookie and Ray Rays if she with you. So you're going to get that Pookie and Ray Ray outcome. Pookie and Ray Ray controls the dynamic of the black community. It's not a lot of stand-up solidified men. That's why every time you see anything come up, that's why the first person you see go to the first black person that go to the White House under this administration was who? Lil Baby. Or Pookie and Ray Ray. He was the first person to go to the White House. You don't believe me, Kay? Look it up, because I see you cross your eyes.
No, that's not. I didn't say
Baby.
Once again, you're wrong with your I can just tell. I was looking.
I can just tell. I just know.
I don't know much about him, but what makes him a Pookie Ray Ray?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what makes him a Pookie Ray Ray? Because Pookie and Ray Rays be broke and they be uneducated.
I'm just trying to figure out what
his name is Lil Baby.
Okay, but Mr. Logic, what makes him a Pookie
rapper?
Ray Ray?
So this Snoop Dogg.
I think that
2
term
Chainz,
is
All right, y'all.
highly intelligent. Because they got rapper names,
topic.
they Pookie and Ray Ray. Because 2 Chainz ain't no Pookie and Ray Ray.
Mr. Logic,
definitely ain't no Pookie and Ray Ray.
Future's not a Pookie.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
2 Chainz ain't no Pookie.
Hold
No,
on,
2
y'all. Hold
Chainz is
on.
So,
very
Mr. Logic, what
intelligent.
makes him that?
Hold on. Hey, Logic, just answer the question. Like, what makes him a Pookie? And then I'm gonna move on to Island Girl Q.
By sheer fact that you even asking me what make these rappers Pookie and Ray Ray, show the level of disingenuous across the.
Okay,
across
can you just answer the question directly? Come
Oh
on.
my God, chill. I'm gonna answer the question.
By the sheer fact, just answer
Come on,
it.
Kayla. I mean, Kay.
And see, there go that nigga energy.
Wow,
You're
y'all
talking to
are
me
really
like you wanted.
something.
No,
With what
wait.
y'all are
See,
calling
if we
women
gonna
on this
be real, let's
platform.
be
I
real.
just
Cause see, look, I'm not finna be
Okay,
on
let's
here.
not get too far away.
she
Can you
ain't
just
yell at
answer?
you. She ain't scream at you. She just said something you don't like, and you gonna call her a nigga?
Wish she no, I
You
said,
for
what did
real?
I say? What did I say, Kayla?
I don't care. You were referring to her as
Okay,
that.
so then you missed the context. I said, there go that nigga energy.
Okay, there it was. Can you
Because-
tell us what makes him a Pookie Ray Ray or whatever?
Look, check this out. He not a Pookie and Ray Ray. You good. All right, go
See
ahead.
how it goes? There's
Oh my God. Now he ain't gonna answer because he
You
in his
can't
feelings.
tell us.
All right, y'all. Island Girl Q.
I forgot what I was.
I got the question. I got the.
No.
You gotta
I
get
got the question. Hold on. Kay, I'm talking. Thank you. In order to establish some order in the community, women will have to submit to the authority of men and not just their husband.
No, I fully agree what Didi was saying. It's something about that submit word that triggers women, like especially on this platform. That word just triggers.
Does it trigger you?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Like it just. I feel like people get the term kind of mixed up on what submitting is. But what she was saying is being respectful. I feel like if we hold ourselves in a certain light and stand and be respectful to men in general, like we will receive that back. Like it's just if you outpour respect and femininity, you'll receive some type of thing back from a man. Like the prime example, if I disagree with a man in a woman way, like I don't feel like he's gonna come back me in a combative way unless he's just in some type of mood. But I feel like we as women, we definitely need to submit, be respectful, just in general. But in this community now, it's gonna be hard. Like I was talking about it earlier to someone, it's gonna be hard to just make that switch because of how people are just stuck. I feel like the older you get, especially as women, we're just stuck in how we are, and it's harder to change or take critique or be criticized and be like, you know what, that person was right. Let me just hone back and do some self-reflection and move a different way. So I mean, it definitely could be a great thing to the community if women could just be like, you know what, let me respect X, Y, and Z, and also respect myself in certain situations.
Okay. Kayla, what you got on this? In order to establish some order in the community, women will have to submit to the authority of men and not just their husband. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so I think that speaking generally, when we were talking about something that Kay spoke on earlier that made me think about it, this country, just the country in general, is a male-led country. The authority in this country comes from men currently. They hold most of all the most serious positions in the country. Women occupy a very small amount of space in politics, in major Fortune 500 company boardrooms, people that make decisions, like the people that sit up in the rooms and make decisions on the world, like who will live, who will die. They're men. They're not women. And so I don't know. I just think that overall, that's already what's happening. Not per our choice, that is the way that this country is. We have no choice but to do that. Men get to make laws about what women can and cannot do with their body. That is what we're living in now. So is there order? I mean, there's a certain level of order to America, right? We've become this country, somehow, right? So I do think there's already a certain level of order. In regards to what order looks like to particular people, and if people are happy, now that's a whole other conversation. But I think that we are already submitting to the authority of men in this country as a patriarchal country. And I do believe that there's a certain level of order in this country.
In what way do you think women, like in this generation, what way do you feel like we are?
And overall, I mean,
Yeah.
men still dominate everything.
But what does it have to do with us submitting to men if men are dominating in some factors?
We don't have a choice because they're dominating everything. We
So
don't
because
actually
men
have a choice. Like in certain states you live in, it doesn't matter what your personal views are. Men are making laws about what you can do with your body, and there's nothing that you can do to it. You have to submit to that. And then there are other men all the way up to the Supreme Court that are going to tell you that you have to submit to that. So, I mean, we don't have a choice in some instances. Women were just given choice in a lot of instances over the last 100 years, maybe even 50. So, I think the submission that you guys want to talk about in terms of personal relationship is different. But when you're talking about overall authority of the community and order, I'm thinking about it on the macro level of the overall community and order.
Well, what about just the Black community itself, just the Black community and relationship wise as well, because that makes up the community. When you have a man and a woman, husband and wife, however you want to put it, that builds community. So what about the community that we build? Would that make it any better, or would it be the same? I think that's more what it's talking about, more like community, the people building a community and changing it if women were to submit to the men in that community. That makes sense?
I think time wise, it would benefit if the way that Black women are putting their time and energy into Fortune 500 companies and other people's companies, if they put that same time and energy into community, into Black-owned businesses, family businesses, I do think that could greatly benefit the community, that could greatly benefit the children. However, there has to be some resources and leadership from the men to allow for that to happen, because most households cannot afford that. So what Kay was saying in terms of like, what are the steps we need to do to build? We need to continue to build to be able to do that. And I think that comes through education. And unfortunately, Black women are seemingly becoming more educated than Black men, but we need our Black men to be educated in order to make better leadership decisions when it comes to that building, when it comes to the transfer of wealth, building wealth in general. I mean, we can even talk about like our older, the people that have led us to where we are today. Even my grandmother, who felt like life insurance, or you don't need life insurance, that means you're setting yourself up to all this stuff that doesn't necessarily make sense because they didn't have the education. My grandmother she has like a 10th grade education. She's 84. So her lack of information is why she didn't have a better life insurance policy, and why that transition of wealth won't happen the same way as it happened in a Caucasian community. When she passes on, it's not going to be as much as it would be had she had that education. So I think the education of the leaders in the community, the men, is super important in order to successfully lead the community and successfully have women submit to that, because it's like really hard when you feel like you're smarter than your man, or you feel like you know more and blah blah blah, and you're supposed to submit to that, and you're looking at him like, bro, like that's not even how you do this. Like, you're supposed to let him just run with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. I think women want to submit to men that are above them. You know what I'm saying? Whether that's in intellect, whether that's in money, whether that's in whatever, they want to submit to an authority. And again, because you are male doesn't mean you are of that authority or have that leadership skills and leadership qualities.
Kayla, this is why I said you single.
Increase their knowledge to become better leaders, so that overall will benefit the entire community.
I understand
this submission. This is the perfect reason why I say you're single, because there's no way you can talk to a man with that type of rhetoric. It's impossible.
So the constructive criticism It's
That's
only
not-
for
that's not
women.
constructive
When I give
criticism.
constructive
All you
criticism to
did-
men, now I'm single because I'm giving out constructive criticism to men.
Okay.
Now it doesn't. It's not the same, Kayla.
Now it's about me personal, my
And
personal
Kay,
life,
you single too.
because I
So
gave constructive criticism to men.
look,
But
everything
I've heard
you
other
said.
men on this
Okay.
platform say similar things.
No, if
Okay.
if what you said was actually factual,
It
then
is.
we will have something to talk
It
about.
is factual.
Okay. Now, everything you said was truly disingenuous
No, it
because
wasn't.
wait. See, this is the problem. See,
What's
the
the
whole Pookies and Ray Rays, the whole birth of the Pookies and Ray Rays come from impressing you guys. That's why he don't want to wait.
What?
He don't want to wait 4 years to go to college. He don't want to wait to see him get established career because of women right now saying you need the bag and you need it now. So y'all control. See, even though
When was that
men
said?
have authority, men do everything to please their woman.
Who
So
said I
you
need the
guys-
bag and I need it now?
Say that again.
Who said I need the bag and I need it now? When did I make it that a strictly financial? Were you listening?
You know, you literally said.
That was literally one thing. It was I
No,
said a
no,
whole
no,
bunch
you
of things,
said-
and you
that's exactly
you
what you
focused in on the
said.
fact that
You
I said
you
women
said you
like
brought up
men
that was
of
one of your points.
authority.
One of your points was
Women are partially. All women have a certain level of hypergamy. It is what it is. What are you
and
talking
I didn't
about?
say that about it. You tried. I said okay.
And it's not a problem. You try to make it into a
Listen
problem,
what
but
I'm
it's
telling
not.
you. But for a 18-year-old to get that bag, that don't have no family legacy, don't have no daddy money, he have a limited amount of options. So now if you telling him at 18, this is what you expect of a man, then he gonna do it by any means necessary. So to make up the culture of the black community, that's what we see. We see all these guys out here trying to get the bag by any means necessary to please the women.
But the first thing and the most important thing that I spoke on was education.
Mhm.
Education. You need information to lead. Education. So that is the priority. That's the priority. When I was in school, you know how many more women there were than men? Where are all the men? Education.
You
So
know,
I
where all the
think
men
that is
at?
the most important thing. Education will lead
Kayla,
to
Kayla,
the
you
money
know
and the
all the
power, blah,
men
blah,
at?
blah.
You
But you
know all
need
the men at?
information to get there. You're not just
You know
gonna
what all the
up
men
and
at?
then they're like, oh, you
Okay, I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna get
tell
this
you,
six-figure
and
job.
I'm gonna get off
No,
this.
you need
I'm
to
gonna
get
tell you. You said,
educated, and it
wait,
can
hold
even
up.
just
You
be
said we're all
a
the men at?
certificate or a
Bruh.
skill.
Okay.
I don't know. Get some
Okay.
education.
Hold up.
Bruh.
You talking in circles. You asked me where all the men at, right?
Yeah, where are all the men in the education?
Trying to get the bag to please the women.
Okay. And I can understand that city girl culture and that there are women out there that are like, I ain't the bag, blah, blah, blah. And I get it. I get it because I was in a room specifically where a man that was actually 22 years old was talking about that is what the women around him are saying. I'm not 22 though. So I'm not hearing that rhetoric from the people that are in my circle, but I understand that social media and the city girl culture. I get that. But that's toxic too. That's not progressive for the culture.
Kayla, what do they call a man that's a straight A student in the black community? What do they call him?
Husband material.
No, they call him a lame.
Okay, and if the women that are calling them lame, they lame themselves because they don't know what they're doing.
See, you cannot.
Logic. What is
And we
realistic?
pick wrong. We
When's
talk
the last
about
time you
women
heard
that pick wrong.
No, I'm
Why
not.
would you hear
I'm
a
just
grown
telling
woman
you
say
said
somebody
you
straight A's
Hold on,
lame?
Kay.
Right.
Kay. They was talking.
when you use the point of education. Now I'm telling you this. Maybe a small circle of black women respect the educated man. But I'm gonna ask you this: who get the most draws in high school and wait? See, there you go. What I tell you about the hands. See, hey, you prove it to. Yep, there you go. That
Oh
masculine.
my
You
God,
might
you're
as well
so
try to punch
offended.
me.
It's that serious.
But this is what I'm telling you. Who get the most draws in high school and college? The nerd or the athlete?
I don't know. My mama told me since I was 10 to go for the person that's the smartest. I don't know the person that got the best grades, that's gonna get a scholarship or a full ride. So I don't know
That's
about those
bullshit.
women. Like I said, there is that city girl culture of women that wants the jock, the most popular one, the one that's sleeping with all the women. I don't think it's attractive, a dude that's sleeping with all the women. I don't personally find that attractive.
No, in
But
high
if
school
you
is the
do,
athletes.
if
The
you
athletes got
do,
the most.
then that's fine. But why are we speaking about those women that are picking wrong? Why are we speaking about those women that are picking wrong? Because that's not picking right to me.
All right, I want to get some men intake on this real quick so we can move on. Chicago Rilla. In order to establish some order in the community, women will have to submit to the authority of men and not just their husband. What are your thoughts?
I need an ibuprofen, man. I need a Motrin or something, man.
Why, you just got done running?
Hello, motherfucker.
I'm
just
listening.
saying.
I ain't trying to be disrespectful, man. I'm listening to that last interaction. The whole bunch of word salad, man, that got away from everything. But what we talking about? Here's the thing. I did a binge watch on this is interesting to me. You hear men say, well, let me answer the question and then I'll give context. I know people be like, really, just answer the question. Okay. Yeah, women need to submit to somebody else in the community other than their husband. Now, I will say, and shout out to Mr. Lee again, leaders lead. So yeah, men, we need to lead. Before I go any further, I would ask the ladies this, all four of y'all, outside of your husband, brother, father, outside of your boss, outside of your friend, outside of anybody that has a vested interest in your success, who is a man in the Black community, in your immediate community that you have submitted to? Because we went macro. We did the whole, men are in politics. So not your alderman, not your city councilman, not, and when I say submit, I'm not talking about being under the authority of somebody telling you what to do. And most men don't mean that when we talk about submission at large. I think most people, and if you need clarification, I'll be more than happy to. But I think most people understand when we talk about being in a community setting, what submission under authority looks like. Right? So I'm just curious of the ladies on the panel. Outside of your husband, brother, father, uncle, granddad, best friend's husband, boss, so on and so forth, who are the men that you would say you submit to, if any at all?
Y'all. I'm gonna say this, y'all. Like people I don't know on a personal level, I would say y'all.
I wouldn't disagree with you, Q. Nobody
For
else?
me, I was gonna say my pastor at church. I mean, he has an interest in all his, constituents, but he doesn't have a personal vested interest in me. So I guess I can use him, my pastor at church. Pastor Jovan Davis.
Who we would submit to, or have we submitted to any other
Would have, however you feel like answering the question. I'm just taking it all in. Mrs. Didi.
Yeah, well, I can just say my husband at the moment. I can't think of anybody else who I would submit to at this point, but
That's
my
right.
husband.
If I have like a male friend or someone that is telling me something about men or about a situation that he may have more insight on, I will defer to that. Like I'll be like, okay, I'll, listen. But I want to ask you, Chicago. No, I answered.
Whoa. Just put a pen in it.
No, but everybody, all the women answered.
I know, and they left it at that. So I'm gonna ask you to write that down.
No, what? Because you're trying to get me back. I got it.
No, I'm just gonna ask you.
I should have never said that.
No. I don't want you to lose your thought. I want to get my thought out before we go down this path. If that's okay.
Okay, yeah. And then after that, can I ask you?
You can ask me whatever you want. Okay.
I'll let you know. Okay. It depends on how long his
No, I'm
Okay.
I'm not
And
even
look at me
saying because I
submitting.
think Mr.
I told
Logic.
JR okay.
I got you. I think Mr. Logic, kind of went there, and I want to leave room for Anton. I don't think Anton has kind of answered the question. But here's the thing: when we talk about our community, and again, I want to make this clear. I'm not saying women need to just blindly follow people and submit to people. Leaders lead. That what Mr. Lee spoke Tuesday, that's going to stick with me because that is something that I tend to say. I just wasn't on Wall Street saying it. Right. So leaders lead. Men need to lead. We do need to be the leaders that everyone is looking for, especially in our communities. But I could think about Atlanta. There are tons of leaders in Atlanta. And there's still a problem with wayward women and unruly and ratchet women who don't follow instruction and order in Atlanta. I can name a ton of men that are leaders in Atlanta, pillars in their community, and the women don't follow. I could talk about right now in Chicago, brothers who are solid 10 toes down, and the women don't submit to that leadership. I do understand that there's some broken trust there. I do understand that there's some animosity there. I do understand that for a large part, at least from a media perspective, where it appears that men have failed you, ladies. But I'm telling you, the same as Miss Didi was saying, just because you don't see the men don't mean that they don't exist. There are plenty of good brothers out here. There are plenty of good brothers, and you're seeing them stand up on these platforms day in, day out. You see these brothers voicing their opinions day in, day out. But what gets lost is this whole fake gender war, and I think Kevin Samuels talked about this last year. Like, there's a tug of war. There's a battle for power, and gentlemen, women not gonna concede power. They got the power right now. They not gonna concede the power.
Hey, Rilla, you brought up a good point.
They not gonna concede it, Mr. Logic.
Hey, you brought up a good point. I just want to shoot this at you. During the height of the George Floyd protests in Atlanta, and it was burning down stuff. Do you remember who the mayor, Lakeisha Lance Bottom, brought up to chill out people in Atlanta?
Who T.I.? Who she bring up?
T.I. and Killer Mike.
Yep.
That shows you the level of where the city of Atlanta offer its respect and its submission to. Because just like you said, you're right. It's a whole bunch of entrepreneurs. It's a whole bunch of lawyers. It's a whole
educated
bunch of
men.
Yes, but Lakeisha Lance Bottom knows Atlanta best, and she knows that is a culture that's built off of ratchetness, and the women, I'm sad to say it, but they submit to the ratchetness. Like I say, they do submit, but it's about what men in the black community they submit to. They submit to T.I., they submit to Killer Mike, they submit to the dope boy Lil Baby.
It seems like you have some things you need to unpack.
The futures of the
I thought I unpacked it well.
But
Lil Baby.
But wait, hold on. Let me put a bow
hold
on
on, brother.
this.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on, brother, because I know Kay wanted to get something out real quick.
I wanted to ask Rilla a question.
Okay.
And Logic, it seems like you got a vendetta against rappers. Now, maybe that's something we need to talk about later, but whatever. Chicago. So, the thing that I wanted to ask you was, I got your question. I understood. And my answer was that, like, if I had a male friend or someone that was trying to give me some kind of advice or something, I would listen. You know what I'm saying? If they were talking to me about certain things and whatnot. Okay. So who do you think that women should be submitting and listening to outside of all the people you named, from family members and your man and all that? Because for me, like, my man and then my family, and then that's like the order. So, like, what do you think outside of all the people you named? Who should women be submitting to?
Sure. So, and again, I think, and I said this earlier, so thank you because I said if y'all needed me to clarify, because I think when men talk submission, women hear it one way. I think either Q or Miss Didi talked about it being this
triggering.
not triggering, but just like this ball and chain, like, you know, you're under bondage and slavery, right? So I'll give you an example. I was at the record store earlier, right?
Mhm.
I had a retail therapy, right? And you know, there was a
Hyde
young
Park
lady.
Records?
It was retail. I mean, buying vinyl is retail therapy for me. And so
Hyde Park Records? No.
no, conservatory.
Okay.
So there was a young lady, and she actually, with me presenting myself as somebody that's older and the way that I kind of, because she was shopping for records, the way the conversation went, and I don't want to get too deep into it, it wasn't me giving her instruction, but she actually respected and acknowledged my authority and was under my submission in that moment for that interaction, right? Wasn't no hey, old man, get away from me, you can't talk to me, none of that, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So much so I ended up buying her vinyl for her, right? Just to let her know, like, hey, there are decent folk out here. There are decent brothers out here. You good. You in a good space. You safe, right? So it's not so much as when we talk about submission, again, it's something as simple as a smile.
It's not all about romance.
Okay,
yeah,
right,
it has nothing to do with romance.
Right.
It has to do with everyday interaction.
Chicago,
And I do understand.
Hold on, you gotta let them finish.
Because I
got a baby here. We talked about this earlier, right?
Look at me stopping because JR said so.
You only stop because JR said so.
No,
I understand that the trust has been broken. So I'm not oofy goofy. I'm not oblivious to that. But what I'm saying is, if we gonna talk, listen, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you ladies something. Real spill. It's gonna happen one of two ways. He's gonna get down to lay down. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's either gonna be peaceful transition and we're gonna come to the table and negotiate, or shit, the brothers are coming, man. I can only tell you what I'm seeing, man. The women that don't want to submit, the women that don't want to fall in line, the women that don't want to hear what the brothers are saying, that's cool.
Well,
brothers are elevating, motivating, and you either gonna get down or lay down. But go ahead, Kay.
I want to say something.
Please, JR, real quick.
Are you about to ask him a question? You about to make a statement?
No. Make a statement.
Okay.
So, Chicago, I'm glad that you clarified that, because that's not what submission means. So I agree with you, because you just said you were just. So I agree with you that, you know, if you ask me when was the last time I was nice to a man in public and I took his advice or something, like, you know, that's way more frequently. I thought you were talking about like actual like submission. But yeah, like I think that there is a thing that needs to happen amongst Black people in general of just being more warm towards each other, men and women. I don't think that, like, submission isn't the right word though, because that's not what submission like means.
Okay, what does submission means?
Okay, wait.
Hold on, Rilla. What does submission mean?
The part where I said I understand there's a like, y'all could ask for clarity.
Well, I just want to hear how she views submission. Like, what does submission mean to you?
Like seeing someone as above you and going with what they are saying, deferring to them, maybe, you know, things like that. Like, kind of, you know, if there's a decision to be made, you're going to choose, if y'all are talking about it, they're going to be the decision maker in the situation. Can you mute yourself while you laugh? Like, the decision maker. I think that's different than just being nice and giving like basic respect. And with what Chicago was saying, I absolutely agree that, like, just out and about, you know, we should absolutely be nicer to each other. And he gave the example of like, the woman wasn't like, oh, you get away from, or whatever you said. I don't think people should treat each other like that. Really? I don't.
Hello. So I looked at the definition. I just wanted to make sure I was clear. So it says the action or the fact of accepting. So it doesn't mean a person is right or that you are acknowledging it. It's just when women hear submission, they automatically like resist. And I'm thinking it's coming from a place of hurt or like something happening that has you on the fence, that has you up on
Where
like defense, so to speak. Okay, what are you saying? Because you cut me off. Go ahead.
I was just trying to find which definition. So the action of accepting, that's just what it means.
The action or fact, I was breaking it down. The action or fact of accepting or yielding to a superior force.
Superior force. Exactly.
No, but there's some beginning. It says the action or the fact of accepting or yielding to a superior force.
Mm-hmm.
So
Accepting or yielding.
Right. So it doesn't necessarily
superior
mean
force.
that you have to acknowledge it. I just think it's more so the approach. So you can submit without, it's like the energy. It's the approach. You know, like you can still submit without having to like give your entire self. It's just it's more of like a, I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. Aditi, you understand what I'm saying? Island girl, hold on. Island girl, Q, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Aditi, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically you like it's not them taking total control over you. It's not when you submit, it's like not like the man is just telling you everything you need to do, every move, and you just you have no control or anything. You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's like you're just basically yielding to their authority and you trust their authority and what they're going to do. You have to trust the person.
But I don't think you have to. I don't think you even have to. I don't think you have to trust. I think you can still have an understanding of the authority, like without having to like trust it. It's just that you're just like yielding.
Yeah.
You know, to the
yield to someone they don't
because
trust.
you recognize them as being like superior. It don't have to be superior over you. It's just superior.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how often people show submission to police officers or like when
your
you're
elders.
or like when you're in the courtroom with the judge, you know you're showing like submission there, like you're yielding to like an authority to superior. So like somebody that doesn't operate in that submission mindset, it's just basically like they not respecting the authority. They just feel like they're going to trump over them.
Hey, and Kay, I want to do this. I want to apologize to you because I thought I was muted when I was laughing. So I'm gonna do, and now you're gonna laugh and do the same thing.
No, because you're funny. Okay.
No, that's serious. I thought I was muted. I got my switchboard and I thought I was muted. It wasn't muted.
It's no problem.
Now I'm gonna say this. This is a perfect example of our community on this panel. It's 50-50. It's 50 that you see that it's women that seems like they want to submit or give that submission energy, and it's 50 that do not. This is a perfect representation of our community. I ain't gonna call no names out, but it is what it is. It's 50-50 on this panel right now. It's 50-50.
How is it 50-50? I think it's 25-75.
Nah, I think it's 50-50.
I completely agree with D. Kayla, I think, was on the same page as me too.
And then you and Kayla part of that 50, and then
I agree with D.
Okay, look.
She said she submits to her husband. She said, I can't think of anybody else. She said something like that. We agreed. So that's 75-25.
And see what I'm saying about the submission, you've been presenting nigga energy the whole time. And then your girl.
Can you please
come up on mute? And look, just hold up. Let me finish, baby.
Can you please just not
better word?
Yes, use some better. There are a lot of words in the English language. Can we find another one?
Hey, okay, so now we sensitive to the word.
Wait, he didn't call you a nigga. He said
she understand, like I said.
So Chicago, if I said
hold on,
if
y'all.
somebody said feminine energy.
Wait. I know you.
Or if I said you're giving me bitch.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
That'd be cool.
Hold on. We get out of control.
I know we don't want to go that way.
Hey,
would that
come
be
never?
Come on, hey. Go ahead, Logic.
I know we don't want to go that route.
Look,
go ahead, Logic.
What my point is all I'm making, and see, it's not a slight because I can't. I'm gonna be honest. See, the thing is that about being honest. Do you respect that honesty or you gonna reject that honesty? And it goes back into the point about submission and authority. Like I said, I mean, and what you want me to lie and say 100% of these women been submitted on this panel? No, it's not. But I can tell the women on this panel that would be submissive. And then that's why, look, I ain't gonna even go there. And I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just being honest, which I'm sure if a conversation come, you will have an honest opinion about me. Just like you had an honest opinion about me that said I like you. I assume he liked to deal with hood rats because he was talking about ice and pickles. I'm giving you my honest assessment. And that's it. Take it at that. And you know what? Or get a man who gonna tell you what you want to hear. But yes, like I said, it's 50% on here that shows exactly why there's no order in the black community, because they will buck, reject, fight anything. It makes sense. And most of these points that have been brought up today by men and women has made sense, and they rejected it. So now that's it. No disrespect to you ladies.
Hey, listen, let me be clear. I'm not saying it's cool for somebody to be on here talking about calling somebody a nigga or this, that, and the third. Whoop-de-whoop. I was making the distinction that he was saying nigga energy. He wasn't calling somebody specifically out of their name. Now, to your point, or I don't know if you were saying it, Kayla, if somebody want to say somebody got feminine energy and all that other stuff, whoop-de-woo, like that is not the first time I done heard that. So me personally, I don't take it personal, right? I don't take it personal. You say what you say. It is what it is. But I do want to hear the point. I want to hear what you're going to follow that with. So if it's ad hominems, I hear you. I don't think the brother was saying ad hominems, nor am I excusing him saying, calling somebody directly out of their name. But he was talking about nigga energy, which is different. It's the same way we can sit up here and watch Boondocks, and we hear Aaron McGruder use certain words. We understand when he talk about nigga this, nigga that, and da 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 da. We understand exactly what Aaron McGruder is saying when he say that.
And that's fine, Chicago. However, it's not the first time. And when he said it before, I think Kay and I both said that we were offended by it. And then so he decided to be disrespectful and use it again. I don't really understand that, because if I said something to you and you told me that felt disrespectful or you didn't like that or whatever, I feel like most people would just, okay, cool, move on. You know what I mean? But he felt the need to use it again, and then you excuse it again and give some reason why he did it. And I just don't understand that. Like, you want respect. You're not respecting.
I didn't hear you ladies say that. So I didn't hear you.
We went on a whole tangent, and JR had to calm the room down because we were so lit about that. So now you saying you didn't hear it.
So watch this. I know. So now I know you're offended by nigga energy. That term. I would never say it again. So now I'm gonna ask you this, and this is how we get somewhere, right? So now I get offended when I get cut off. Can you promise me you'll never do that again?
Wow. So you are comparing using language that is derogatory. You're comparing using derogatory language. Really?
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, it is, if somebody feels offended, no matter what it is, then I mean, like, we can't really say if they felt offended or not, or if it's the same as this, the same as that. That's just, move on. I mean, if he says offended by it, then he's offended by the same thing like y'all. So we'll just try to make sure we monitor that. So let's just respect whatever it is that we offended by.
Can you imagine if me or Kayla said someone was in their feminine energy? It would be World War III. But when someone says you're in your
happened Monday.
Right, exactly.
No, I never said that.
I've never heard that.
I never said that.
And she didn't even say that. She said housewife.
I felt like it was a
okay, so we're not about to go down this rabbit hole.
I'm just saying.
We're not about to go down to this rabbit hole.
See how Chicago left?
Okay, we're not about to go down to this rabbit hole. Let's go. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in. Appreciate all the super chats, man. I'm gonna throw one more topic, and then I'll open it up for a little bit for people to call in. It's not gonna be a lot of people calling in, just so you know. So once the lines do drop, just make sure you guys do hop right on it, because so better chance of getting entry into the panel. Our next topic It's actually coming again from JB, and I'm actually going to play a video from JB's live last night where there was this dialogue that was going back and forth between him and another brother, and I thought it raised a great point. I'm going to put the topic up there. It's is there a better way to approach dating and marriage in the Black community? Is there a better way to approach dating and marriage in the Black community? So I'm going to play this clip real quick, but just keep that topic in mind that I just showed up there. Y'all ready? Y'all good? Do we need to say a prayer? Church say amen.
Hallelujah.
Okay. All right. Do I need to get HR on deck right now? Do I have them on standby?
Shout out to Mr. Coleman.
Put him in Anton's spot because Anton has clearly left.
No, actually, he has a fire alarm that's going off. So
he's coming back.
Well, granted, I mean that the noise is going off, so I'm fully aware. So he hasn't checked out by choice. He just has a situation going on. So there you go. All right. So let me play this clip. So church say amen. I still hear y'all say amen.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Okay.
Amen.
Okay, there we go. Okay, Kaylee, y'all saying amen? I can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, whatever.
I did. Sorry, I didn't know I was on mute.
I was gonna baptize a couple of y'all, but forget it now. Y'all.
I've been baptized.
Yeah, I'm not giving y'all none of that bread or that wine. It's cool.
Wow.
That's just, it is what it is. I tried
Okay.
J.R. mixing it all
I
up.
tried to put
You
y'all
gonna
on.
baptize,
You're looking forward to that bread,
communion,
especially you ain't eat breakfast. You like, man, that bread. Break bread with me, please. All right.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, listen, we can't sell this idea as men needing to restrict a woman's sexuality. Women need to come to the understanding that they need to set their standards higher than where they have it at now. Where women have their standards out at right now for them being sexually promiscuous with another man is a problem, right? That needs to be adjusted. We're talking about.
So how do you do that?
Adjustment. Women have to make that decision. Women have to make that decision. I'm telling you what needs to happen. The second question is, okay, how do women do it? Right? It's a decision women have to make. Who is complaining? Where are the problems coming from? Right? Again, we're talking about a community issue. What does that mean? It means a community needs to get together and have an understanding. We need to redefine what it means to be Black in this country. We need to sit down and actually redefine what it means to be in a marriage. We don't know what marriage means. We don't understand how marriage works. We don't understand the purpose of even being in a relationship, you guys. This goes to a deeper issue. We just spent an hour talking about bartering sex for services.
But Nathan, Nathan, we still. What I'm saying is we agree, but we still haven't heard like how do you actually do it, right? Because everything you're saying we agree with.
The only way to do it. Now I'm just saying here's okay, I got you, man. I got you. Here's the problem. The problem is, what is our current condition? You described it well and perfect. We all agree this is what our current situation is. What I'm saying is anything to change within our community as Black people, we have to sit down. We have to come to an agreement. We have to redefine what the standards are. And then we have to actually teach that. This is something that has to be taught. We're not taught. So you can't expect anything to change if we're not on the same page. Men need to understand what our responsibility is to our women, not to look at them as sex objects. That's not what they're designed for, right? Women need to understand that men are not out here to provide their lifestyle and give them a status, right? Give them anything that they want. That's not what it's about. Again, we have a dysfunctional community that doesn't understand marriage, that doesn't understand relationships, that doesn't even put value to sex and children. So again, we need to change our mentality towards intimacy. That's the problem.
So again, Nathan, we agree, right? But you're still, because what I'm saying is this, right? You're saying that, okay, so what does this mean practically? For example, does this mean, okay, you're telling women, hey, hold off on sex, right? But you telling the women hold off on sex. Hold up. You telling the women hold off on sex in this current society, how it is, right? It's not going to be successful. Again, as good as it sounds, it's not going to be successful because
then we're doomed.
Why do the men wait? Why should the men wait at that point, right? Because
that's how men participate in. And here's the thing: this is a group exercise. What I said earlier is women have the power. But again, men have to also work. What are men doing? Men have to meet. We're all in this together. So again, it doesn't help. Look, I think Monty made it, or I think Tamika made a statement, or I can't remember who made the statement, but they said, hey, listen, you guys are complaining about women being too promiscuous and having too many bodies, but then you turn around and say that we want you to have sex after 3 dates. This is contradictory, right? That doesn't work. Obviously, it doesn't work because it's backwards logic. So instead, we need to be saying, hey, sisters, you need to vet these men properly. The man that you lay down with needs to be the man that's putting the ring on your finger. However long that takes, right? Again, we're talking about a complete conscious shift, you guys. I'm talking about something.
Nathan, you're selling. Nathan, you're selling this, right? Like I get this is where I'm stuck. Hold up. This is where I'm stuck, right? Because I'm all about the practical, right? And I don't just this is one of the reasons, by the way, because you kind of, and I don't mean this in a bad way, you kind of remind me of Obama, right? Like because one of the things I do not I don't mean this in a bad way, because Obama is excellent at giving the speech, right? He's excellent at giving the speech and saying this is what we need to do, this is where we need to be at, right? What I'm saying is we can talk in absolutes about or just up in the air about it, but how do we actually put this into action? And the problem is that the problem is this, is that at the end of
all right. Well, we back, y'all. We back just so y'all know. So that's a little bit of context of what happened last night. You guys got the understanding of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully it was enough. And that brings me to the question that I asked you guys: is there a better way to approach dating and marriage in the Black community? Is there a better way to approach dating and marriage in the Black community?
I mean, I get what Nathan was saying, but it wouldn't work if not everybody's in line, right? If not all women were in line. Now, let's say if 1/3 of the women were to do it, well, the 2/3 will be busting it wide open. So, men are going to go to those type of women. So I kind of understand what Nathan was saying, but it wouldn't work if the whole society of women didn't do it. Regarding dating and marriage, I feel like people's standards and morals should be upheld in a different way. That's just keeping it basic like that. And communication, like I feel like have effective communication, right? If you are dating to marry, right? Date to marry and state your intentions up front. If you are dating to F or have F buddies or one night stand or whatever, say that. So those people that are dating to marriage can get out the way and you can go date them type of people. So I feel like if communication is aligned, people would be more successful in regarding the morals and stuff like that.
So I think honestly, Q, I heard exactly what Nathan was saying. I respect Jonathan's pushback. But I also think, because I didn't see all of the show, I would also like to see Cheeky's response on the matter, because he is someone that's holding the line, right? And so again, and you're gonna hear me say this a lot from here on out, so just be prepared. But Mr. Lee talked about leaders lead. So for the men, I've been saying lately, when I think about my life and I think about all the females that I knocked down and imparted my energy to, and it took on their energy, it's for nothing. It is absolutely anyway, it's for nothing. A notch on my belt so I could brag to who? The homies, right? Like for what? Right? Because the woman that I'm preparing to marry is the woman that I would have waited a lifetime for, right? Not creating all these different bodies out in the street. So at some point, if we're talking about restoring our community, we got to start. I can't look at what everybody else is doing and then say, well, because they doing it, my little thing ain't gonna make an impact. There are certain stances that I take just because on principle. That's just me. I won't never say what my political affiliation is or my personal belief is and why I'm doing such, but it's my personal stance on certain things. I can't worry about what everybody else is doing. I'm responsible for me and my contribution and my impact to the community. And I think about if me and my homies, when we were younger, I think about when we were younger, what would our circle look like, or where would our lives be if we all was like, hey man, we ain't, as a group, as a collective, man, we ain't on that like that type of time. We ain't knocking down females like that, man. I'm gonna wait, bro. Go ahead, man. Go on, Paul. Like, hey, protect that female for her. Don't go in and violate her. And I ain't talking about violate in terms of replacing them. I'm saying don't take her innocence. Don't deflower her. Don't take her virtue from her without having the intention to marry because you just want to bust a nut. Right? What would that conversation look like? What would our community look like if more men started to teach their sons that, and more young boys started to stand together and say, you know what? I'm not penetrating a woman unless I'm going to penetrate her with intentions of marrying, and she's going to be the mother of my children. Period. That's why people get it confused. And, and I hate that the brother not here to speak for himself, but that's why people get it confused when he say you only got to get it right once, because that is the absolute truth. That means when you lock in, you strapped in, you locked in, you with your one mate, but you only got to get it right once, because when I lock in, this is covenant. We go until death do us part. Period. Ain't no divorce off in this camp, right? But because it's so easy for us to go back on our word, it's so easy for us to break promises, it's so easy for us to break contracts with no penalty, with no sense of shame, no sense of guilt, no nothing. This is why we continue to do these things. And this is why our community will continue to be at the bottom until somebody starts at start and say, all right, generational curses, stop here. Facts.
All right, Didi, what you got on this? Is there a better way to approach dating and marriage in the Black community?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I think that first off, both parties have to be accountable for their actions. You have to be, on both sides. You have to be accountable for what you do, and also you have to. I agree that you have to communicate what it is you're looking for. If you're dating with the intentions of getting married, you need to convey that to the person that you're dating. And also, I think that when you're dating a specific person and that person is what you're looking for in a marriage, I don't think that is a good idea. And it's just my opinion. I don't think it's good to, if you find somebody that you think is compatible with what you're looking for, I think you should only date that person. That's just my opinion. I don't think you should have that person and then have other, people as well that you're seeing, and there's different ideas or goals with each person that you're seeing. You know what I'm saying? Like, nowadays, these younger women are out here like they have several different people that they're seeing with no clear idea of what what they want. And so it's bad. And I'm not on the dating market, but from what I'm seeing, it's bad. It's like, I mean, people aren't really conveying that they want to, or don't seem to really want to be married, in my opinion. I think a lot of women say they want to be married, but their actions say something else. And I know I'm all over the place, but I also think that we weren't taught, how to be in successful relationships or marriages. I think I know growing up, I was not taught what a wife was supposed to be, or how to be in a successful relationship, or how to treat a man. All those things that you would need to have a successful relationship or marriage, that wasn't taught. I had to learn. It's something you learn. You live and you learn, and you pick up things. You pick things up along the way. Or you just have to learn for yourself. It wasn't taught. So I think a lot of that wasn't taught to us, and we're just out here trying to figure it out. And some people just choose to do it how they want. But then later, when they don't get the outcome that they're looking for, then it's a problem. So that's it.
All right, what you got on this, Logic?
Yeah, I think it goes into our culture. If you look and you go back and you look at our culture presents what dating is and what marriage is. If you go back and you look at music in the 70s, you go back and look at music in the 80s, you go back and look at music in the 90s, and you compare each area, and you will see that our culture have more influence than a lot of parents have over these kids. So that's why you will get people saying that, you know, and I'm an independent woman, I don't need no man. And they get that from the culture. When I was coming up, you know what I'm saying? And maybe I've shown my age, but my sisters used to play New Edition all the time. And when they played New Edition, they played that was a part of our culture. And that's the only outlet that the black community normally have is our music. We don't dictate nothing else but our music. So if you want to take a pulse of our culture, you take a pulse of our music, and you can see we went from the 80s and the 70s to being the Key Sweats, the New Editions, all that type of stuff that talked about even our rap music was like that. But now, when we went through that change, you got to remember it was a lady by the name of Dolores Tucker that tried to put a pause on that in our culture. And it wasn't the black men that took down Dolores Tucker. It was the black women, and they proclaimed that Dolores Tucker was messing up their bag. And hey, look, and then you don't got to listen to me. Just do the research. The only way you can take the pulse of a black community is through their music, because ideally that's the only thing the black community controls is the music. So look at our music. We got, that's the only thing the black culture control. We got the WAPs, we got all this stuff. 30 years ago, it was totally different. R&B singers was the thing back then. Now we got drill rappers. We got killers that sit here represent us as a whole. And if you don't believe they represent us, hey, I don't know what to say. Just look at your Instagram, your Facebook, all that. You will see who represent the black community. And it's not a lawyer.
Okay. What you got on that other girl, Q?
I went first, sir.
Oh, you did? Oh, tweaking. Kayla?
That was funny. Black people do not run the music industry. But anyway, is there a better way to approach dating and marriage in the black community? I definitely think that there is. I agree with Q, though. In certain instances, if everybody doesn't do it, it's not going to happen, because then you can just go and somebody else will do it. It's kind of like a great analogy would be like the dance industry here in Florida versus like LA. And in Miami, girls are so thirsty to just be in videos or dance with celebrities that they will take nothing for doing the job, where professional dancers will require a certain rate. And so all the professional actual dancers say, you know what? No, we ain't doing it. If we just stop doing it, they won't have nobody for their music videos. They won't have nobody for their shows. They won't have nobody. But nope. Thirsty people that are just happy to be there take the jobs, and then we can never fight for the rate increase that dancers in LA and New York are getting. You know what I'm saying? So if everybody don't do it, nothing's gonna change. They're just gonna take them girls that's willing to do it, right? So I don't know. Everybody ain't doing nothing. So if that's the solution, I feel scared for the community, right? But I do think overall, on a personal basis, or just like on a smaller scale, I do think that what I'm seeing, what I'm observing in a lot of these single spaces that people are talking about what they want and the problem with dating, is that there is a misconception between settling and compromise. I think a lot of people think that they're settling when they're making compromises, and then there are a lot of people that are settling thinking that they're making compromises. There's no perfect person, and if you're looking for a perfect person that checks every box, like a lot of women do, they gotta get every single box, or he ain't the one. And it's just like, that's not it. Like, there are going to be gives and takes. There are going to be concessions, because nobody's perfect. Everybody has baggage. Everybody has whatever their issues are. So knowing the difference between making a concession and settling, why you say someone's not good enough or whatever, when there probably could be a lot of successful, healthy relationships if people didn't have this perfect syndrome, thinking that a perfect person exists, I guess, because we have social media and you have access to more people than you ever have had via the internet. So I don't know. I think that there is a better way. What is that better way is the question.
All right. Okay.
Is there a better way? Can you put that back across the screen again?
Oh, I thought it's been flashing the whole time.
I know, but it's gone now.
Oh, okay. Texting. Okay.
No, I'm looking at Kayla while she was talking.
No, I'm
Is
on
there
the
a better
phone.
way to approach dating?
I'm talking. I'm on the phone.
Mm-hmm. I think there is a better way, but I think that I agree with what Q and Kayla just said. Like, we can't look at it at that large scale yet. I don't think as a community we're there yet. Like, we have to kind of start with smaller groups. So like yourself, not you, but whoever, themselves have to make the decisions to have the better outcome, I guess you could say. Wait until you're married or you're in like a stable situation that's forever that you want to raise a child within, to have kids, do more vetting of your mates, all of these things. I think that each person has to do that for themselves. I don't think we're there yet where we can make like a community's decision, because like Q and Kayla said, like, there's always going to be somebody. Like, we're not on one accord about hardly anything. And I think that's why, like, a lot of times people are like, ooh, what about back in the 1950s and the 60s when people were married? Well, back then, I think a lot of people were on one accord about certain things like discrimination and racism, and like civil rights movement was coming and all these things. Like, people had one thing, like a lot of people, not everyone, of course, had one thing that they focused on. So I think that the only thing we can do right now to set up a better situation for the future is make sure that we, like each individual, is doing the best they can to break the cycle of what's been going on.
All right. Definitely appreciate y'all perspectives on that. I'm gonna start bringing up a couple callers. Oh, yeah.
Right.
I thought we was going to sleep.
Oh no, man. We're gonna we got about another 2 hours. Y'all good for another 2 hours, right?
2 hours.
No,
right, Diddy?
no.
Please, no.
2 hours.
Mm-mm.
Okay. No, I was just messing with you.
20 minutes.
I thought, yeah, I'm thinking, okay, never mind.
About 20 to 40. That's
thinking
it.
30 minutes to settle right there.
20 and die in Lapeef
20. That's it.
It's the place.
JR, that's what you really think, because we be on here for 7 hours.
I know. JR not even playing about that 2 hours.
Rilla can
He's
stay
serious
later
about the
because
2
he
hours
showed up
too.
late. He ran here late.
Nah,
Let Rilla show up late.
First of all, you be doing multiple back-to-back 24-hour streams. Second of all, please go cop this merch. This hoodie feels so nice. So nice.
You see how he deflected about him showing up late and brought me into it? Good job.
You already know.
What's going on, Mr. Daylon Rollinson?
Growing up as a kid, they tortured me with that crap. I hated that name.
How do you say it first?
Best player rapper, Daylon. I hate that.
How do you say it?
Danda.
Dalen?
Yes.
Dalen?
Yes.
Oh, Dalen.
Hi, Dalen.
How you doing? How y'all doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. What's going on, brother? What you got for us?
So going back to the last topic, I think Q was on point, where it's communication, because not a lot of people are talking anymore. It's just like, we're literally, this is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. And it's like, okay, well, what do you need? So yeah, I don't think, like, there is no communication, especially within the Black community. And I think there should be more of an emphasis on family, because over the holidays, you have family over and none of us got along. We were all fighting with each other. Like on Christmas, there was a huge fight and nobody wants to talk to anybody right now. And that was like almost 2-3 weeks ago. So I think there's just this seems to be the dysfunction that is becoming normal within the Black community, especially when it comes to talking about family, that we just don't recognize it and we're pushing each other away from each other. And it just becomes so intense. And then I wanted to give a pushback on Kayla regarding the education. Education is important. I'm a graduate student right now. I'm a proponent for education, but I don't think that should be a determining factor in every situation. I don't think that should be highlighted for everybody, only because there are skill sets that I do not have as a man, that someone who I know, who I assume to be my father, he taught me, but he died, back in 2010. He could look at something and build it from scratch and not even read an instruction. He was illiterate. I don't have that skill set. I got to know exactly step by step what to do, and I still don't get it right. So I think this whole like education. Yes, education is important, but it doesn't need to be a determining factor for everybody. If there like people have skill sets that you should recognize and that should be available to you, and you should appreciate and cherish from your partner. People don't do that anymore. So that's all I wanted to say. Again, Happy New Year, and great show, y'all.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. Thank
Dalen,
you.
Dalen, real quick. Who is responsible? So because this whole conversation, it appears to me that we've been putting off who takes responsibility for leading the charge, right? So we keep saying that, both parties have to agree, or both parties have to be, compliant, so on and so forth. I'm of a different mindset. I think responsibility falls on men to lead, and leaders lead, period, point blank, end of sentence. If men are on one accord with one another in terms of the direction that we're going, and we're going to lead, right? Women either fall in line or fall out.
You know what? I think what it is that people, when you say that, they try to put it in a practical sense, and they do not understand that. And I know, like, my mother, like, she's quote unquote a single mother, but I don't look at her as a single mother. I look at her as a single parent. It's because I don't know my biological father. I didn't have that type of relationship. So for her, it was always, she had to be the leader. I don't know what it is to witness a man actually lead and the woman actually be submissive to him. And when I do see that, I'm like, what are you doing? That doesn't seem right. That's because that is not my reality. So women, yes, you're right. Women are going to have to take a step back, and men are going to have to, step up and take that responsibility. But the thing about it is like Anton says, a long time ago, men failed, and that kind of power corrupted. And now we're seeing and witnessing it within women, where women are literally running the world, no matter what they say. Because if you look at pop culture and you look at how we present things, it comes from a very woman and feminine perspective. But if men were to step back up, they got to understand that, with that power does come responsibility. And if you're not going to be that leader and you're not going to take that responsibility, do not request that kind of power.
Well, the thing of it is that it's no longer a request at this point. You see what I'm saying? Like, men have to lead, period. Women don't have to take a step back. Men have to lead. When men are leading, they're automatically gonna fall into their position. And I'm not saying that's for everybody. I'm not saying everybody, because we have these conversations with women. I ain't submitting to any and everybody. It's funny because I've been binge watching Zoom to Thailand. You know where they don't have these types of conversations? In Thailand. They're not having these types of conversations. The women are doing what they supposed to do to the men that they are around, based on social structure or whatever. You can say it's their innate nature, whatever you want to say it is. I just know that they're not having those conversations. And what I'm encouraging more men to do is to lead. And that starts with me leading self, leading my house, leading my family, leading my community. See, we can never get to this conversation around celibacy if we're steady looking out the window and talk about, hey, but Pookie and Ray Ray ain't doing it. I don't care what Pookie and Ray Ray doing. I'm responsible for self.
I'm with you, but I don't think that's practical. I really don't. I just see
and that's where we disagree, because then we're going to continue to have more of the same then.
Right. But see, and I'm with you where, someone should practice celibacy, but, or self-control, really. I mean, I'm not going to say celibacy because, we're human, we have urges and stuff, but self-control definitely. And I don't think you should give everyone access to yourself. I think if you are dating someone, then date that person and get to know that person and see what they're about. Don't just be like, okay, I'm seeing this person this week and the next week, who am I looking at to now? I don't think that's a great mindset. And I see that's becoming more of a normal mindset within our community. And I'm just like, I don't understand that, because even with my mom, when she was dating men, I didn't see multiple men in and out of my mom. Like, my mom was very controlled about that. But at the same time, none of them were her husband. And the ones that she did give permanent access to destroyed her in numerous kinds of ways. So
I want to jump in here too, though. See, and I think Rilla had brought up this point about the cultures, and I think he used the Philippine culture. But open up to the world. What other culture that you see that have these problems? But the Black community. You have no other culture that have this problem at the magnitude that we have it at, but this community only. And then we can look at these other communities and we can sit here and say, hey, look, we can learn from it. Oh, you know what? We can just say, hey, look, it is what it is. Because see, if it's a hoe, no other culture will wipe up a hoe but the Black community. Let's keep it real. And then you can see here and look at that, the 50% ready to go off.
I literally said wait so I can interject, and you got to make it whatever. Anyway, I just don't agree with that. In the Caucasian community, I've seen girls that have been smutted out, ran trains on, and men marry them and make them wives all the time.
But see, we got to stop
Just pushing back on
normalizing
that one thing.
pop culture thing. Like the Kardashians should not be goals. You should not be inspired to be a Kardashian. Like, to me, that's where
I was talking about
from.
more regular white people. I mean, I guess they're white to us,
but see, watch this.
They're Middle Eastern.
Kardashian, a majority or the minority of their community. And
I'm talking about on a general basis. I'm talking more Anglo-Saxon whites.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish though. See, when you look at it, let's be honest. What you see from the Kardashians, is it a majority or the minority of their community? What you see from Sweetie and Megan Thee Stallion, is it a minority or the majority of Black community?
Do you think that's the majority of the Black community?
I just don't think it's the majority on either end. The Kardashians or yes the Megan Thee Stallions or whatever. I just don't think
it's a minority, but it's the loudest.
I was speaking about Anglo-Saxon, more white people.
That makes sense.
Like people that live in like upstate New York, like more European versus like they are more Middle Eastern. But I just see a lot in the like white community where in college people just be wilding out, but then people very well marry these women that just do whatever. And maybe because they're not as open about it, but they do be on whole shit and definitely get white.
You see how you did answer. It was wait, hold on.
Megan Thee Stallion and them are the majority of the Black community.
And Mr. Ross, I gotta get some more people in here.
Do you think that Miss?
No. I asked you a question.
I know. I'm asking. You didn't ask me. You were asking Kayla. Now
okay. Oh my God, bro. All right. So it was simple. I mean, just say it is the Megan Thee Stallions, the hot girls.
The majority. Do you think that? Yes or no?
No. I just asked. How you gonna ask me the question back? I literally asked the question. Anybody can answer it. Just say.
So I had already said no.
You said no. Okay, you answered.
Okay, I'm asking you, Mr. Logic. Do you?
No. Well, before I asked the question, so now if you answer it, what I do is I reply to your answer.
Oh my goodness. Do you think that the Meg Thee Stallions are the majority, Mr.
Okay, he wants you to answer it first before
I don't. Okay, now Mr. Logic, can you answer?
And I it's not about what I think. I know it's the majority.
Oh, you said you know.
Okay,
that
I
Meg
literally
Thee
answered the
Stallion
question.
are
I
the
just said
majority of the black community.
yes. It's a majority of the black women.
Keep note, y'all. All these rappers. He has something against rap.
How does he
It's
know
been
the
all
majority
night
of the black
It's been-
women though?
All right.
How are Meg Thee Stallion
All
wrong?
right. What you
And
got?
what did Meg Thee Stallion even do wrong? Like in
She was
terms of
twerking, and they mad about that. They don't feel like
as
that
an
should be happening.
Okay.
entertainer
All right,
Right.
ladies. So
that they
you
probably
get the
want.
gas stand real
Okay.
quick. What's going on, E? What you got for us, brother?
What's going on? What's going on? I was going to pretty much say that a lot of times, if the criticism isn't constructive, then a lot of times you won't. It doesn't matter the tone. You know, if it's wrong, you're wrong. And like the ladies were saying, pretty much like, yeah, I wouldn't want to submit to someone who I feel like is not as intelligent or not on the same level, whether it's intelligence, finances, physical, whatever it is. So, and then as far as for the last question I think y'all asked was, how could we fix this? And honestly, that's like the hardest question that everybody is scratching their heads about. What can we do to fix everything that we're going through? And one of the things I think is having discussions like this. So yeah, I mean, I just want to big y'all up, JR, you know, everybody on the panel. I appreciate y'all for having these talks, because it takes, you know, somebody saying the N word for y'all to realize, okay, you know what, this N word is detrimental. It's not something that we should just be bringing up willy nilly, like it's, you know, in regular language, unless it is something that you are trying to get a rise out of someone. And in order to get a rise out of someone, you are trying to poke at them, and that's not something we should be doing in these conversations. And I just want to leave it at that.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate you, E. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for the support. JB.
What's up? What's up, y'all? Can you hear me?
Well, JB.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Jonathan.
What's up, Kay? How you doing, love? How you doing?
What up? I don't like the
I asked you how you doing, Kay.
I know. Hey, what's up? I'm good. How are you?
Good?
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. You looking good today.
Don't be all. I asked you how you're doing. Like what?
I said what I said.
Yeah, all right.
All right. So I just want to make this quick comment. All right. So I think so. Shout out to Nathan for pulling up on my show yesterday, because I think that conversation is important. And I think one of the things that it showcased is that, again, Jonathan is right again. You know, when I talked on my show, when we had the politics show, and I talked about how Black people have this issue where we love symbolism, right? We love things that sound good to the ear, things that look good, etc., rather than being practical and pragmatic. And that's why we fail when it comes to acquiring power. That's why we fail when it comes to picking political leaders, etc. So, you know, for me, I expect, like when I'm dealing with women, I expect women to act from a place of emotionalism and idealism. I expect that. But when it comes to men, you know, kind of, you know, it's interesting to me. So, you know, when I saw the conversation yesterday, and I was, you know, like, okay, in theory, right, idealistically, I agree with the point that Nathan is making and the point that the ladies are making, right? But it's all symbolic. And I think that's the issue, is that we never realize this. It's all symbolic. Is that when you're trying, you can't attack a macro issue with micro solutions, right? That never works. That's the same reason why you have, for example, the gun violence problem is never resolved in the Black community. It's because you have all these organizations, you know, prop up to say, okay, you know, put them down and try to work at a micro level, but it never works because what will happen is, again, people are just not going to actually give up those firearms, right? And it's the same thing if you think about it as, you know, I'm a law-abiding citizen and I have, you know, my weapons carry license, right? If you try to say, okay, you know, we want to curb, you know, gun violence. I'm taking this as an example, right? If you say you want to curb gun violence, right, and you say, okay, because of that, we're gonna put in more laws and we're gonna put more laws in place and whatnot. That's only those laws are only going to affect me, the law-abiding citizen, right? The criminal already doesn't care about the laws, right? That's why they're a criminal, right? And so that's again yet another example of. But again, when a politician says it, it sounds good to the ear, right? It sounds like they're doing something. Right. So people are more happy to run towards that politician because it's like, well, we have this issue, we need to solve it. Right. And so that's the same thing we're dealing with here when it comes to this topic, is that people don't like what I have to say on this because I'm realistic, right? I'm not trying to tell you something that sounds good to your ears. I'm trying to tell you what's pragmatic, right? Yes, we don't want, idealistically, we wouldn't want, people to just be, just looking at sex willy-nilly, right? And just, giving it up before marriage, etc. That's how society used to be. And it actually used to work, at least American society and Western society, right? But we're not in those times. So you can't just say, hey, Jonathan, you need to wait until marriage, and that's going to solve, by you doing that, Jonathan, right? Micro, somehow this is going to help the community, right? That's ridiculous. And like, if you actually think about it, like logically, it doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous. But again, it sounds good to the ear, right? Jonathan just doing something, right, will not actually change anything whatsoever with the community, right? And even if you got like, 1/3, even if we actually start going down the numbers and you got 1/3 of the population to do it, again, if you have a group of women who are willing to, do that one night stand, right? And then you have a group of women saying, I'm going to save myself, right? And both groups of women are offering the same things, right? The guys, the men are not going to say, oh, I'm just, just to feel better and just to quote unquote save the community, I'm going to go here and not, and not get some kind of value extracted for myself, right? And just because the woman is extracting value from you. Right. So again, I'm just saying this is the realistic way of looking at it, but it doesn't sound good. And so we don't want to hear it. Right. So we don't want to hear it because it doesn't sound good. We want to hear the thing that's pleasing to the ear. We want to hear, hey, we all should do this and it sounds good and whatnot. That's what we want to hear, which I think to me is very foolish.
Can I ask you a question, JB?
Go ahead.
Because what you're saying, I get it. And I like to draw parallels and think about other things. So would you say that the same thing applies in terms of the whole like women being submissive to everyone and just all these other men outside of their family and their romantic partner? So like, let's say it sounds good to say, oh yeah, we're going to submit to all the men. Blah, blah, blah. That sounds good. But does it logically make sense in the exact situation that we're in your opinion? Because there are, just like you said, that there are women who are going to be, all the stuff you said before. There are also men who aren't going to be good leaders, who aren't going to be worthy of, doing this and that. Like, do you think, I know it sounds good to say, yeah, Black women just submit, but logically to you, does that make sense?
So that is actually a good question. I think this is one of the first times I've heard you make an analogy that to me doesn't sound.
Stop! You don't gotta do that. Just please answer.
I'm just saying. Okay,
you don't have to do this, JB.
This is a good question. Okay, so
just answer it.
I would say at large. To answer your question first, no. So you're correct. I think your premise is correct here. No, you could not actually just accomplish this in terms of where we're at now. But that being said, I think there's much easier way for us to accomplish that than what we were just discussing. I'll tell you why. Because right now, the primary issue that we have, like at least within the so-called Black community, is that like just the very idea, the word submission is a bad word to Black women, right? It's a bad word. So it's something that even if we said, okay, we don't even have to attack it at a society at large level, but say, okay, let's just start attacking it at a just my family, like my personal family, my personal relationships level, right? That's still, that itself could still make a dent, because right now the fact that if you say, Black women, you should submit to your man, it's like, submission, again, it's literally a dirty word. It's a curse word, right? It's like, what are you talking about? Am I going to be a doormat? Like all this foolishness. And so that's something that you could approach at that level. And, the more women could do it, the more successful it could be. What's harder about the relationship aspect, the sex aspect and marriage and whatnot, is that you're going beyond just Black people. You're going beyond just your family and individual. So for example, like if a man is dating, right, he's not just talking to one woman at a time, right? He's talking to multiple men, just like women are talking to multiple women. Just like women are talking to multiple men, and then men are talking to multiple women, right? And so because of that, it makes it harder for, like, if one woman decides I'm gonna implement the standard, right, it makes it harder to set that standard, because you're interacting with enough people that are going to have a different mindset on this. You see what I'm saying? Like when you have like your individual family, your established relationship, right? You have one person to focus on. That makes it easier for you to go at it at that level. When you're just in the in the dating scene, you're just dating and you're dealing with multiple people. It's harder for you to establish that standard. So it would be harder for a woman to say, Jonathan, you have to wait for me, because I can just say, there's like 3 other women that I right now that I don't have to wait for. What are you offering me that I need to wait for you? Right? It's harder to say something like that if I'm already in an established relationship,
But
and
does that make you
all I need is for my woman to just submit.
What kind of man does that make you? I'm
Say
just
what?
curious. What kind of man does that make you if you're just like, you know what? Even though a good woman is telling me I have to wait, and I respect women that say I have to wait, but I'm going to tell you, look, I'm not going to respect that. I could just go get this woman that I don't respect. What kind of man does that? I'm just trying to find out.
I didn't say I
didn't say you said that. I'm just trying to ask.
Well, but you framed it. But you framed it like that, and I can't answer the way you framed it, right? Because
okay, let me reframe it.
I wouldn't be interacting with a woman I don't respect.
What does it mean? You just said, like, I would go out and just find somebody else. Didn't you just say that?
Right, but you said a woman I don't respect. That's not what I said.
Don't you okay, let's clarify this. So do you respect women who just give it up easy?
I mean, what is giving it up easy, Kay?
Whatever you think it is.
Okay, if we're talking, let's say we go with the third date thing that we were saying, like that as a premise, right?
Okay.
No, I don't think just because she gives it up and on the third date that I'm going to lose respect for her because of that.
Oh, okay, so that's not your premise then.
That's actually not most men's premise. Okay. Like there's other see, I think women think this, right? There's other variables that men there's so many other variables men look at to see, oh, like, is she,
as soon as you get finished, let me cut in.
Yeah. Okay. There's other variables that men look at, and it's not just, oh, like, she slept with me on the third date. Like, there's enough red flags and signs that you could see that she's for the streets that have nothing to do with her sleeping with you on the third date.
Right. People should vet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
okay, hold tight real quick. Diddy, I know you're not going to be around too much longer, so I just wanted to see if you want to chime in on this. If not, that's fine. I just wanted to check because I know.
Not yet. I'm just listening.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Kay.
Yeah.
So, JB, I didn't quite know your stance, so thank you for clarifying. I'm just trying to see, like, okay, the woman that you said you would think of, like, man, you know what? Like, I'm not about to wait for you type of thing. Isn't the woman that you would say that to, like, a woman that could possibly be, like, a good match for you? Like, why would you do that to a woman who could be someone that you could respect and like and love and, have a successful relationship based on them holding certain values that may be in common with you?
So the answer is twofold. The first part is I'm not waiting for any woman, right? So it doesn't matter the woman. But the second part is, again, like, it's not about, see, women like to make this entirely about the woman, like, and how she feels about herself, right? The problem is that, like, no, let me answer. You asked me a question.
Okay. Hey, I just want to say this. Like, these are the last people that's gonna be able to speak. The chat is closed. Nobody else is coming on. So this is how we finishing. We'll probably kick it up for about another like 10 minutes. I'll probably stick around a little longer for anybody else that wants to stick around. So at that time, if you want to exit, then that's fine. I'll probably be on here for about another 30 minutes max.
JR, you have been putting your foot down tonight.
And Rilla will be with you since he showed up late to work today.
So JB, what do you think about
you
that?
are not getting on my live tomorrow.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, hold that thought. Let me just see if they want to chime in real quick because they just got on, and then we'll piggyback around.
What up, True Table?
True Table, what you got?
Hi, True.
True.
Let me. How you guys doing? Yeah, I had to unmute the mic. I did my best. I promise you guys not to jump in here. I was like, these folks gonna get tired of seeing my face.
No,
my voice.
Never.
You're a good caller.
Well, thank you. I had to though. The submission thing. I really wanted to try to chime in on that. What I think, because yes, the word submission, especially in our community, seems to be a struggle, especially amongst our women. Why I think that is that our women, by and large, don't trust our men, and I think that they've been disappointed and hurt. The issue, though, is that the qualification of submission, in your perspective, is I think what the problem is. A lot of times, Kayla had mentioned something about being smarter than your counterpart. And I think that that's sometimes where we battle, men to women. The measure of what you consider to be a adequate leader, I think is troublesome a lot of times. There is too many organizations on this planet where you are the employee, but the boss is not nearly as smart as you, but the position is what you submit to. The position is what is the authoritative figure. They were empowered to lead. I think that there's a misconception to think that as a man, you are not born a leader. I believe every man is born with the capacity to lead. Now, if they take up that charge, that's up to them. But I believe that by birthright, just simple biology dictates and determines that men are to lead in a capacity that is just simple biology. And to give you an example of that, in order to move my family forward, if I was to decide to have children, I would need my woman to agree that we're going to do this. I would also need her to agree that she's going to carry this child. And in that state for 9 months or so, I have to protect her. I have to provide an environment to where she won't be in harm's way. That in itself is a submission practice. I think in this country, what has happened is that our community competes with white people. And what Black women by and large do is see what white women have gotten, what white women privileges are, and they start comparing Black men to white men. I think you cannot do that in this country. I think it's an incorrect perspective. And I think that's what's been the most damaging component of submission. But
you know what? I say this all the time, but I say it like a little bit different. I say that I think a lot of Black men want this white man view of what a submissive woman, feminine woman looks like. And it's like totally not necessarily what Black women have been doing for hundreds and thousands of years. Ooh. I think that that's a whole conversation. I agree with you, but I look at it like from both perspectives, because I agree with what you're saying. Just looking at that Eurocentric, the ideology about what femininity is or masculinity, like a lot of people get those ideal, like they get it from European representations, in the media or whatever. And I think that's problematic because, I mean, Black women have been working hard and being important parts of the society and the community for a long time. And I think a lot of people just want a Black woman to sit up and be quiet and not do this and not do that. But I don't think that's necessarily the way that we've been.
And you know what, Kay? Kay? I just have to 100% agree with this. We have always, the Black man and the Black woman have always worked in unison since we put together the pyramids. We've always worked in unison, whether that was coming up with the ideas, doing the math, doing the science, whatever it is, we've always worked in unison. And then when we were forced to this country, I think that we, like True said, I think we and Kay are trying to emulate that Caucasian slave master lifestyle where the white woman just sat on the porch and didn't do anything, and we were feeding her kids, taking care of her house, cooking for her, and doing everything while she just sat there and she didn't have any say so. He said what was going on and she just sat there. And I think that is there's a misconception, and I don't know why we are trying to be like that when we have always worked in partnership together. And I don't know, I just think that's dangerous. And I hope we can separate.
I got some quick. I got a quick interjection.
Sure.
And this is I'm gonna use Kayla's analogy that she used, that men and women worked in unison, and then going back to when they built the pyramids. Do you think women was out there dragging dragging them big stones?
So
wait, hold on. Wait. Let me finish. Or were they at the home, made sure the kids was taken care of, make sure everything provided, and make sure that they had a non-hostile environment to go home to relax? So now, if you want to compare that and use that analogy, what we see today is the exact opposite. You don't have that. And when you look, screw the word submission. You know what? I'm going to use another word. How about this? Peace of mind. Because I don't care what it is, every man want to come home to a peace of mind. And then if you like, hey, I ain't gonna need to say it, but what you can see, if a person is like this on a panel, can you imagine how he is at home?
Oh, you can tell.
I can tell.
He
Well, I wanna-
he can
His spidey
tell all right,
senses,
all
he
night.
knows.
He can tell.
What I wanted to
Oh,
say though is that I
wrong
don't
thing.
want it to be confused. I don't believe, me personally, that black men, and I'm gonna do my best to interpret this or convey this. I don't think black men want black women to represent themselves as white submission, like a white woman submission. I don't believe that. I think what black men actually love and respect from black women is their strength, is their ability to convey their thoughts, is their ability to challenge even our perspective. I think there is a proper way to do it. And I think that is what has been lost, because when black women speak, very educated, very insightful, make a lot of sense, but it is how you do it. Black men, period, do not like to battle with women. We don't like to go back and forth and measure who's smarter or who has the best GPA or who makes the most money. Who cares? We're not battling with you like that. So I think that our community, when it comes to communication, I think to Kayla's point, we're not that good at that part. It is very important that you leave a conversation when you're talking to a black man specifically. You leave it in a peaceful state. You leave him with thoughts, but you don't leave him with hostility. And I think black women are not that good at that, in my honest opinion.
Hold on, y'all. I want to get the other guest in.
Hi, Dwayne.
Dwayne, how you doing, sir? What you got for us?
Yo, how's everybody doing?
Good.
Fine about you.
This has been fire, bro. This whole conversation tonight was amazing, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
But I think just a moment ago we saw kind of how tone, in my opinion, is irrelevant. You know, we got kind of spoke on this earlier, but Mr. Logic has been dropping a lot of dimes tonight, and it doesn't really matter what truth is in what he's saying. Some of the women are rejecting it because of the way he's saying it, right? So I'm of the opinion that the truth is the truth, and whosoever shall speak and whoever shall hear will hear.
Which truth did he drop?
So he's dropping truth about when we were speaking about the black community. Well, somebody went off on a tangent about the country when we were supposed to be talking about the community, which kind of threw me off. But he was speaking about how we look up to the wrong idols. We look up to rappers. There's a reason why when Joe Biden is asking the black community how we feel about something, he's speaking to Cardi B. There's a reason for that. It's not just by happenstance. He knows who we listen to. He knows who we respect. And it is not us. It is not the black man on this panel. He's not calling to speak to none of us. So,
I agree with that.
And that should be, that's not something that we are all aloof about. We know this.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and don't forget about the lady from California who spoke to Megan Thee Stallion, and how she appreciated the WAP. So, all right, my bad, bro. Go ahead and continue to cook.
But as far as criticism is concerned, we had a point about constructive criticism, and my thoughts on this is like the truth is like a dagger. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you dip it in honey. It still hits, it still stabs, especially when you're giving criticism to somebody. When it's accurate, hit dogs will holler. So it doesn't matter how nicely, how gently you say this. I've gone back and forth with people about this, where I'm giving someone out of the goodness of my heart constructive criticism. I'm speaking truth to them, and they refuse it, no matter how politely I say it. So at the end of the day, they're either going to take it or they're not. So, but that is either here or there. I had a point about the education, right? Because Kayla was making a point about education. So
it's important.
It's going to run. It is a point. It is a point. But the point is that it's going to rub all the black men the wrong way when you're trying to get them to hear you, right? So you're speaking about education. You're saying that the women want someone that they can look up to, right? And what I got from it is it felt like you're saying that the black women think that black men are beneath them, right? Because we're not as educated, or you perceive us not to be as educated as you are, as intellectual as you may, think that you are. And I'm not really understanding the parallel here, because whether we have education or not, are we putting money on the table? Are we bringing food to the table for our family, right? Because I don't
At six,
understand. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was going to say, sure. Yet at 65, majority of Black people don't have enough money to retire or even bury themselves.
That's
So,
fine. That's why we
sure,
need
we're
each other.
putting money on the table, but are we educated about how to build stability, resources, and wealth in the community, or do we just know how to go get money to eat for tonight?
Yeah, but this is still the cart before the horse, because it doesn't matter if you have the money, if you don't have each other, it's irrelevant.
You need the education to know what to do with the money so that you can yield better results than what's been happening currently.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
How are you going to know about building generation? Like simply something as simple as an annuity, or something as simple as, I don't know, tax deferred retirement versus pre-tax retirement. These are things that you need to be educated on. And when I say education, people think I'm talking university, whatever. You can just go to the library and you can read, or you can go to the bookstore and read. Actually, Yale has non-accredited classes that are free that you can take online at your own leisure. So I mean, I don't understand how y'all don't think that knowledge is the most what's in your head is the most powerful thing that you have. What's inside of your brain and your ability to
nobody else say nothing.
If I go ahead? Nobody is discounting education. I'm educated myself, self-taught. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's discounting education. We all understand the importance of education. What I'm saying is the cart is before the horse. You're talking about us being educated. If we're not with each other, what does it matter? You're not picking the right men. Pookie and Ray Ray aren't educated, yet they are getting the women, right? Most of the babies that are being born out of a wedlock are going to Pookie and Ray Ray, right? So what does it matter if I'm educated or not if you're not choosing me?
I can't speak for those women.
Okay, let them cook.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying the point is Pookie and Ray Ray don't have education, yet Pookie and Ray Ray get chose. And there was a weird point in this discussion where we were talking about education, and I forget who said it, but somebody brought up that Black men who, when they're educated, are not respected. I mean, this is obvious. This is a common trope in the Black community of when Black men are educated, we are made fun of. Come on, man. I was in school, right? I did very well in school, but I didn't try. I didn't want nobody to know that I was trying because I didn't want to be a lame, a goofball, a goofy. I had to hide that. I'm doing my homework on the side. I'm not doing that because I'm imagining that someone's calling me a lame. I'm doing it because they're calling me a lame. You know, like, are we gonna act like that doesn't happen? I mean, Black men are not.
I get what you're saying. I just feel like you're speaking about a particular part of the Black community. You're clearly speaking about the Bonquiqui and the Ray Ray, and we act like there's no other Black people in the Black community other than Bonquiqui.
I went to school in Detroit, and then I went to school in Waterford. I mean, I went to school in the hood, and I went to school in the suburbs. It didn't change. They treated me
it was okay. Well, I can only speak for where I went to school, but all I'm saying is that that's not everywhere in the entire Black community. That's not everywhere.
Okay, so it's not a common trope that when Black men are educated, we aren't uplifted for that.
Never in any spaces that I've been in my life.
I'm just saying,
the most educated person is the most.
Who knows Black boy magic?
Pedigree.
Black girl
pedigree
magic.
is very important.
Black boy joy.
Come on, Kay. Let them.
Joy. I mean, come on.
Pedigree is very important where I come from. The person that's the most educated, that has the most credential, blah blah blah. That's the most respected person in my. And those are the people that are clowning the Pookie and Ray Rays, and the people that are clowning those people that are out here living frivolously. So like I said, I think it just depends on where you're at in the Black community. All of the Black community is not the hood and Bonquiqui and Pookie. Like, it's just not. Let's not paint the picture that that's everybody.
As if it is.
Dwayne, let it go, bro.
Hold on, JB. Hold on,
let it go, Dwayne.
Hold on, JB.
JB, you know what I'm saying, but the point is that so my dad always told me this. He always told me the smartest person in the room is not the one with the highest education or the highest IQ. It's the person who knows the most about the subject matter at hand. So it doesn't matter if you have the education, the pedigree, or what's so called that you're speaking of. If the person knows best, they know best.
So Pookie and Ray Ray know best.
They don't.
That's not what he said.
Exactly.
That, I think the point is just going.
Exactly.
I mean, does anybody else?
What are you fighting
I mean,
against education for a group that's not
We
educated
understand, Dwayne.
about
We
a
understand.
subject or about anything? Like,
I'm just
No,
making sure I'm not
Kayla,
talking to
he's
myself
saying
because
that
I understand what I'm saying.
All right, Dwayne, we're gonna
he's
go
saying
either girl Q and then go to True
he's
Table.
I
saying that
appreciate the
black
engagement.
he's saying that it may be in your circle, your family circle, but that's not the outside real world. Black men
Exactly.
with higher education are not put up on a high pedestal. Like that's basically what
Exactly.
he's saying. Like you might, you in your little bubble, like you have man that's master's, PhD, but in the community itself, we don't give props to the men that has master's,
Exactly.
PhD. And that's the prime example in high school. Who got most of the girls? Athletes and gangsters. Well, I don't know about gangsters, drug dealers, whatever y'all call it.
Yeah.
But that just goes back, not drug dealers, whatever, but athletes. It wasn't the nerds, the smart men, the smart
Right.
kids. So they're not put on a pedestal. Yeah, that's basically. I
Exactly.
think that's what
And
you're saying, right?
I'm not saying, to be respectful to Kayla, I'm not saying that you don't respect those men. I believe that you do. I'm just saying that your respect does not account for all women. We can't take your respect and put it on them. They have to show it. That's on them to show it. Because like Mr. Logic was saying, a lot of the women these days, they want a lifestyle. They're looking for someone to provide the bag now. They're looking for someone to have that money. You know what I'm saying?
The
And as
rapper.
man, you don't have that money. We have to build ourselves up. We have to build our wealth, our legacy. We
so
don't
how
just
are we
come
building
out
that
with them.
wealth and legacy?
Hey,
if we're not
JR, I'm finna
prioritizing
leave. I'm
education?
finna leave,
All right,
JR.
Logic, appreciate you, brother.
Hey, I got one thing to say. If any women that want to carry the boulders for the pyramids, hit me up in my DM. I need some boulder pulling women in my DM right now. I appreciate it, man. Y'all be.
Literally missed the point.
Yeah.
Yo, JR, can I ask True a question real quick?
Hold on, let me let like Dwayne. Were you finished, Dwayne?
I think we're at the point of diminishing returns.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, JB.
But I appreciate it.
So True, I kind of need you to just explain this real quick. You said something about Caucasian submission. What's Caucasian submission? Like what makes the way that apparently what's the difference between how a white woman would submit versus what a black woman would submit? Like because I wanted to ask another question, but I don't want to straw man you. So I just want to make sure I understand what's the difference exactly? How what does race have to do with submission?
Oh, I don't think they have anything to do with it. I think I brought it to a point to kind of align with the fact that in this country, race is a disparity. We have different cultures in this country. So I use just the term white submission. That's all. I don't feel strongman at all, by the way. I was saying it because what I assume it means is that you can perceive a difference in the interactions that are in that community compared to other communities. That's what I think. And we as people across the board, not just us, but other cultures utilize different cultures to kind of convey their point. Like, oh, well, you won't see an Asian woman act this way. You won't see a white woman act this way. That's all I was using it as to frame the argument.
No, but the thing is, when you said it in a way where it was like you said, we're not asking.
You already know I know what that look is.
You said we're not asking you to be like the white woman or to something like almost like it's a negative. So I'm trying to understand what is negative about the way white women submit versus what we're asking black women to do.
I'm sorry. I wasn't saying it was negative at all. What I was saying is that as I've observed this argument, it seems that it's negative. It seems that the moment you're speaking to a woman of color, you are speaking to that parallel, that opposing side. If you say submission, they automatically lump in those groups, Asian and white women, without fail. So it's understood that there is a difference in interaction. It's understood. This is the same reason why black men has even said, I'm going to go get me a white girl because the treatment is different. So that's why I brought it up. It's not a negative at all. I think submission by and large is a very necessary thing. And I think sometimes it even gets lost that women think men don't submit. Men submit all the time. Like we submit to our bosses. We submit to the strong one in the group. So I personally don't understand why it's even an issue because submission is necessary for progress.
Fair enough. But I just think that by you even like acknowledging that like you're enabling this. You're like
Yeah.
I'm just saying you don't have to agree with me, but I think like we shouldn't even acknowledge that foolishness, right? It's like
Yeah,
submission.
that was
Submission.
weird.
It
That was
has
weird.
nothing to do with race. Like even if the women want to make it seem like it does, it has nothing to do with race. So like personally for me, I wouldn't even acknowledge that. Like it's just we're just talking about submission. White women don't have a special form of submission. It's either you submit or you don't. That's it.
Well, I'm not.
Like, I don't
I'm
even
not
think we should acknowledge it.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. But let's be clear. We are in a country that is derived of different cultures. I think that to not speak to that is not given a fair depiction. This is not Asia. This is not India. America is a mixing pot. So you don't have to agree, but we live in a country that you see all cultures. There is differences because those cultures have a rich lineage to their host country. So here, there's different interactions, different classisms, different practices. This is what it is. You know, I've traveled abroad, so I've seen it in host country and I've seen it here. I wasn't speaking to it to make it a bad thing. I agree with you. The word submission has no color, has no race, has no sex.
So when you say just one more thing, right? So when you say, because I'm still a bit confused, to be honest with you, because if you're saying it's a melting pot, there's all these different, which we agree on, right? But then you can't identify what the actual difference is, right? For submission in particular, which is where the confusion lies. It's like there may be differences in culturally speaking and in so many different aspects. But when it comes to submission in particular, which is what we're talking about here, that's why I'm asking you, what is the difference between how a white woman would submit versus how a black woman would submit? And if you can't tell me, here are some specific ways that would differ between the races and ethnicities, then I don't even see the point of bringing it up. That's why I'm saying specifically to submission. I'm not saying not to bring up the cultural differences. I'm saying specifically to submission. Do you understand my point? Unless you can identify the differences. Because if there's no difference, then why even bring it up?
I wasn't drawing a point to say that there was a difference. Again, I'm speaking to the observable eye. That's what I was saying, is that our culture, our community, by and large, will compare a difference in submission. I've seen submission within our community from black man to black woman. It is no difference, but it is perceived different. That's why I brought it up.
There's a difference though. You're right. True. But JB, like, let's say there's a difference between black culture submission and Middle Eastern submission. So we can't say there's no difference. Like Haitians, you should know this. You don't think there's a difference between how a Haitian woman, there's a difference?
No, I'm saying, what's the difference you're saying?
I'm asking you. I've never dated a Haitian woman, so I wouldn't know.
I'm saying, like, with the example you took, like you said with Middle Eastern, like, so I'm just asking you, like, what's the difference that you're referring to?
No, I mean, we can see how they conduct themselves. Like, I mean, I'm gonna use Amir. I think she's Middle Eastern. You see, her talking points regarding stuff. Like, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like you would know this due to the fact you're from a different culture and you would understand where there's a difference in sometimes different culture submissions and what it would look like. You're Haitian. There's a reason why you want to go back and find a wife in Haiti, because you know that submissiveness is very known and what it looks like out here compared to America, right?
No, it's the fact that we don't have submission here. It's not the fact that it's different. It's all submission. And when you mention Middle Eastern, what you're referring to, the differences you're referring to has more to do with Islam than it has to do, which I guess to them is like, is religion and culture. So it's not just religion, but it has more to do with Islam than the location. So again, like that, so the act of submitting itself, there's no difference. There's none. Like, if we try to identify, okay, what about it? Like, is it not over talking? Is it, cooking him a meal? I don't know what it would be. I'm just giving examples. Like, what is the difference? And no one can identify that difference.
Hold tight real quick. Didi, I know it's getting late. I just want to check in real quick. You're more than welcome.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. But thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate this was a great discussion. I love the show. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the panel tonight.
Have a good night. You too.
Good night. Bye.
I want to say one real quick. I think that I think there's a difference, because what I do, when I was raised, some women might not think it is submitting, but in my eyes, it is submitting, because that's how I was raised and our culture. So I feel that's why that whole submitting words, I really don't understand why people get triggered, but it's also how they see what that word means. So that's why I said there's a difference. Like,
such as what? I'm just asking what, like you said what I do, but no one's actually telling me what it is. I'm just saying, like, such as what? What exactly is it that you do that's different?
I mean, when it comes to submitting, like I've heard this, okay, with exes, like my catering spirit, my cooking, my cleaning, like seeing if I'm checking in on them, seeing if they're okay, and then they've never embraced that submitting spirit, or let's say if when I'm using examples that I've encountered, or if they're going out with their homeboys, I'm okay with staying inside or moving if his friends comes over, go in the room. So it's just knowing your place in the household. And talking to an ex of mine, he's like, he's never encountered that. So, in my eyes, I mean, that's just the position of a woman submitting, but that's just how I was raised in that certain aspect. But submission up here is totally different, and that I think some people get triggered in a way. So I don't know. I don't. That's why that whole submission type of thing. It's just respect
Still
growing
saw you,
up,
Kay.
but yeah, but
I mean, I think we went on I think we
What'd
got
you say,
off of where this
Jared?
came from.
I'm on the phone.
Because
Talking my sister named Kay.
if I remember correctly, like in True's defense, like I don't think he didn't bring up the point of submission being white. I believe it was one of the ladies that said that submission was Eurocentric, and I don't know who said that, but that's when head started rolling, eyes started going up. Like
it was me, but I didn't say that submission was Eurocentric. I said that
maybe our view of submission is Eurocentric.
yeah. I said that the
don't
views.
understand.
Want me to explain or
yes.
not? I think that the roles, like gender roles and things like that, that people look at, like a woman not doing, certain hard work or manual labor and certain things that people view as like manly or masculine. I think that a lot of that comes from Eurocentric ideologies. I mean, throughout history, Black women in Africa, even non-Black women in other places, maybe on the continent of Asia and just around the world, have been doing a lot of things throughout history to contribute to the community, going out, like waking up early, carrying things on their heads, like doing all types of stuff and working hard, not just sitting at home while someone takes care of them. That's kind of what I was talking about. That view of, the man is the one who does all the things and the woman just kind of sits home and looks pretty. I think that that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that.
I'm confused then still, because I'm not seeing how masculine and feminine roles has to do anything with white Eurocentric submission, right? Because
I think some people view the power dynamics as part of that, right? Like if you are a woman and you're a CEO of a company and you're making 500K and your man is making, I don't know, whatever, working at somewhere regular, making 50, 60K.
Yeah.
I think that there's a situation like it's why PhD, a lot of people look at PhD women as a negative thing. Oh, she has a PhD. Da 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 da. Like what? My thing is people should do what works for them. And I just really don't think that we need to look at it in the way that a lot things are. I think we need to look at it more in a cooperative.
Has anybody
type of way?
Okay. The thing is, right? The thing is, submission literally requires that power dynamic. So submitting literally means yielding control to a higher authority. That's what it means, right?
Yeah,
so
I said that earlier. Someone you view as superior.
It's like we're speaking in circles. You cannot have submission without actually having a hierarchical structure where somebody is above the other.
But okay, so then, JB, do you think that structure has to be financial?
It doesn't matter what the structure is. The structure isn't white. That's the point.
I don't think, but
the
I don't think
is there regardless of race.
I don't think the structure is white. I don't think the structure.
So what does Eurocentric have to do with this?
Because I'm saying that the way that some people look at it is from a Eurocentric angle.
How about we go back to the 1950s?
Because okay, let me say this.
It can look like that.
Are you talking about mutual? The mutual.
Let me say this. The reason I'm saying that is because, okay, my dad's Nigerian. I've been growing up around a bunch of Nigerian women. Nigerian women talk They gonna talk. They gonna say what
let
they
you know.
feel. They're gonna say what they mean. They're gonna
Ain't nobody got time for that.
And that's not viewed as masculine. It's just not. Now
What?
they're gonna also bring you your rice. They're gonna bring you your, they're gonna do what they need to do for you as a man, if they're your wife or your daughter or your mom. Anytime if you hang out with some Nigerian, you're going to be like served, you know what I'm saying? But they're still going to speak up. They're not just sitting there in silence while everyone else talks. That's just not it.
This is a straw
So
man.
to view a woman
This is a straw man.
up in a negative way, I think that's where the Eurocentric thing.
Okay, this is a straw man. Nobody no one actually ever tells. This is a narrative that's pushed. No one actually ever tells. Hold on. No one actually ever tells women you can't talk.
I didn't say that anymore.
Hold on. Right? It's a straw man. What men talk about is
What's
the
the
over
straw
talking.
man?
The over talking. So for example, the Nigerian woman, she might be spicy, just like a Dominican woman might be spicy, right? But she's not gonna over talk her man. She's not going to try to overpower the conversation. There's a difference. Like she can talk. No one's saying she can't talk. It's just that the way that what makes it masculine is when you over talk the person, when you're overbearing. When you're overbearing, that's what makes it masculine.
You said her man?
Her husband.
Her husband.
Okay, so does that count for like every person out in the world, online, everyone on a panel?
So now you're about to make the not all argument. That's
No.
where we're going with this. This is where we're going with this.
Well, we already know it's not all.
Of course. I'm trying to see JB, I'm
care.
trying to see if you would perceive it as masculine if a woman spoke her mind outside of a situation with her man.
I don't care.
No,
because I get what you're saying.
But I don't think anyone serious actually saying that. That's why I'm saying it's a straw man. That's why I'm saying it's a straw man. That's not what men actually are saying. Men are just saying,
Men
hey,
don't
like
call
that's
women
not what men in general are
masculine.
saying. Hey, men are literally just saying, hey, like if we're talking to you, if we're having a conversation, you need to understand your place as a woman, right? And your place as a woman, it doesn't mean that you're lesser than the man per se. It just means that, for example, what you guys discussed earlier, right? Not getting in a man's face, not over talking him, right? Because if I'm in front of Rilla or True, I know as a man to not do that, right? Because I know, hey, something might pop off, right? But again, because a lot of women don't have this understanding, they don't understand that there is a difference between the man and the woman. That's the only point that men are ever making. No one actually says this crap that women just cannot speak their minds or women can't do this. That's just not true.
And you know what? The thing is I get that, but there is a culture that associates womanly things and femininity with the lack of speaking. Like even when the panel first started, I didn't say much.
And people were like,
the comments were going wild, like, Kayla's so feminine, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I literally haven't even said anything. So because I'm being silent.
I thought y'all don't read the comments.
Because I'm being silent, I don't usually. But actually, Kay texted me and told me that. I didn't.
I read the comments.
She
that's
read
bullshit.
It and she told
I just
me.
don't change my behavior based on comments. That's what I said.
The consensus is that I was being more feminine simply because I couldn't get a word in. And I didn't say anything. It's like Anton and Rilla were having their thing, and then everybody was talking so much, like whatever. I could not speak. Because I couldn't speak, I was considered more womanly or more feminine because I could not talk. So that's what she's talking about when she's saying the way it's perceived. Y'all can say whatever y'all want, but y'all perceive docile, not talking. Even Didi. The comments were going crazy for Didi tonight.
He didn't
say much of anything all night. I'm like,
Kayla, so real quick.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what she's speaking about.
So Kayla, quick question, right? So let's say I accept, the narrative that you just pushed, right? Are you saying that this is the way that you think most men who are talking about femininity, masculinity, and all that? Are you saying that's what you think most men are? This is how most men are approaching this conversation?
Men that are specifically always talking about masculinity and femininity, yes. Because like out in the world, I don't hear men even using terms like that. I don't hear men even saying anything like that. In your opinion, and that's fine. You can have that view. I just don't agree. I don't agree.
The thing is, and I've said this multiple times, y'all. And I've said this, I don't understand it. Like, we can say our points. It's how you deliver and how you say it, right? I can disagree with any person on this panel, but it's how we deliver. Like and I think I said this in the Facebook group, like we as women need to hold ourselves to a different standard. We're not going to communicate on the same level as men. I want y'all to say your opinion. There's a reason why JR has us all here. We're from different backgrounds. We grew up different. We have different opinions. You can still state your opinion, but say it in a right way. Wait, don't cut them off. Let the men dig a deep hole if they need
Everyone
to.
cuts
But
people
still
off.
say
You cut people off. Everybody cuts people off.
Can I finish? Okay.
Yeah,
but I'm
everyone
saying
does.
that you guys I'm saying that you guys can still say what you have to say and still be like, okay, I'm listening. I can listen to everything you got to say, even though I don't agree. Then it'll be my turn to talk. Like there's a total difference. Like, so I don't know where y'all getting that you got to be quiet and then you're feminine. Of course, I say my opinions. I agreed with every man on this panel, especially Anton's late lives. I don't need to go back and forth if I don't agree with you. There's a difference. I'm not about to shove my opinion down any else's or try to change them. Like, look, we're all grown. I feel like we're grown adults. We just need to communicate effectively. That's
Right,
it.
but I just believe that men do that, and then it seemed like the topic we were talking before. You need to submit to men that aren't your man, and it's like you just said, you don't feel like you need to stuff it down anybody's throat. We have a conversation, we go back and forth, cool. But in this space, it seems like we can have a conversation. I don't agree, and then the men feel the need to go on and on and on. And this is why you need to say what I need you to say. And this is why you need to think this and act this way. And it's like, you could just have your opinion.
Who does that,
and then
Kayla?
just leave
who is
it.
doing that.
And then just leave it.
Kayla, which men are you
it.
saying?
You don't have to
has
press
done
it
that?
on anyone. Like, we're all adults. No one has to do what anybody
Kayla,
else
can you give
says.
us?
No one
Kayla,
has
can
to
you give us
follow
an example?
anybody else on your opinion.
Kayla,
We're
can you
just
give us an
sharing our
example?
perspective.
Can you give us an example of a man that you're saying has done that? What you're describing?
on
Is
this
they
panel.
basically trying to force you to agree with them?
Monday, what are y'all talking about?
So
I
you're
think
saying, hold up.
I
So
missed
you're
the Monday
saying,
show.
on Monday, right? On Monday, and that's when Rilla and I were on the panel. We just wanted you to agree with us. That's what you're saying.
You guys
No, I'm
decided
asking
to
you a direct
go
question.
back and forth.
I'm asking you a direct question. Are
I'm
you saying we
answering.
just wanted you to agree with us?
I'm answering. You guys decided to go back and forth for over an hour simply because you didn't agree with an advice or with literally just something that Kay said she found problematic.
Can you
You
just
guys
answer my
went on and
question,
on
Kayla?
and on about, Kay, why would you say that? Why are y'all doing this? Why would you speak to her like that? You're being condescending. Literally,
Kayla,
y'all went
respectfully,
on
can
a
you just
whole
answer the question that
tangent
I asked you?
because y'all didn't
Respectfully.
like what she said, instead of saying, if it were me, this is the advice that I would give. You know what?
So-
I don't agree with Kay's advice. If it were me, this is the advice that I would give. And then just leave it. But y'all went on and on and on about, why would you say that to her? Why
So
are y'all talking? Why are y'all attacking her and all of this? When women were having a conversation between women.
Kayla, respectfully, Kayla, can you just answer the question I asked you? Like,
I just
are you
answered
saying that Rilla and I, when we came up, we were just going back and forth with you because we wanted you to agree with us? Is that what you're saying? Yes
I
or no?
just answered the question.
Is it yes or no? Like,
I
is that
just
what you're
answered
saying?
the question.
I didn't hear an
See,
answer.
you see how you're dodging that? Because what you're saying
I'm
is
not
false.
dodging it. I
Yes, you
answered it the
are.
way that
Yes,
I want to
you are.
answer it, and you
No,
are
but
trying
Kayla,
to tell
you
me.
are. You want me to tell you why you are? Because here's one thing. Here's a perfect
Because
example
you
of
want
how.
a yes or no, and I'm not
No.
providing a yes or no.
No. Hold up. Here's the perfect example
Now,
of why.
see, you're displaying exactly what I'm talking
No,
about.
see,
You
you're not.
can't
No,
just
you're not
accept
gonna.
my
No.
answer and just keep it moving.
No, you're not gonna
Or
use that to
ask
jump.
another question.
No.
But
You're
now
not
you
gonna
are
use
chastising my answer
No. You
because
said
it wasn't
no.
good enough
See,
for you.
you said something that's incorrect. I'm gonna correct it. You can't then use that on me. So
That's
you're saying
funny.
because you're implying something about Rilla and I, right? Because we're the ones you're talking about. So you're implying something about Rilla and I that's not true. So I'm gonna give you an exact example of why you're wrong. Because even at some point, I even sat there and I said. And I had a conversation I was trying to actually have a heart to heart with you and Kay. And I was saying, listen, it's because of how much we care. It's because of this. Like, nobody was actually trying to get you to agree. Well, I literally sat there and actually was saying, listen, the reason why we come up is because we care about the black image, and specifically the black male image and the black female image, etc. And this is like, and I broke that down. That is not what you're saying. So you're lying. That's not what happened.
Lying? It's my opinion. That's what I think.
You're making it about us trying to get you to agree with us. That's not the case, Kayla. You gotta
Yes, it
stop the
is.
cap.
Because if it wasn't, why is it that you guys were telling us what we need to be saying on our show?
What did we tell you that you need to
Why
say?
is it
What?
that
Tell me one thing that we told you need to say. Tell me one thing that we told you need
specifically
to
when
say.
Kay said the only thing that I find problematic, Cam, is that blah 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 blah. Then it went on a whole tangent. Like, why would you say that to that girl?
What did we
Why would
tell
you
you you
speak
need
to
to
her like
say?
that? Y'all shouldn't have said that. Y'all should have
What
said
did we
this.
tell you you
That's
need to
literally
say?
what you did. I actually rewatched it back
What
to
did
like
you?
get
Okay,
it
you
back,
just said
and
we
that's
told
what
you
happened.
what you need to say. You just said we told. So what did we tell you? Give us one
My
example of
point
what you told you need to say.
is,
See, you
if
can't give an example
whatever
because you're lying.
feedback or whatever rebuttal someone's giving,
You can't give an
just
example because you're
leave it.
lying. Why can't you give an example?
You're doing
Okay,
exactly what I'm saying.
I
So you
think
know
I
what? I'm
think
done.
I
Because you're
think
literally doing what I'm
I
saying.
think
You give an
what
example because you're
Jay.
lying. Why
I
can't you give
think
us one
There
example?
was a lot
You're
of
saying
Hold on,
lying when we're
hold
talking
on.
about
Let's get
opinions. None of this is factual.
hold
We're
on, hold
talking
on.
about what we think.
Hold
And
on,
you're
we'll
over here
get you
talking
and
about a
and Kay
liar.
in here real quick. Hold on,
yeah,
y'all. Hold on.
I think that what happens a lot of times is that there's this thing called a rules of engagement. And in communication, it's understood that you do have to practice that. I'm gonna do my best not to speak for you, JB, but try to assist in your argument. You know, men, like we've said before, we have rules of engagement. The way men communicate is completely different than the way women communicate. We all understand this. I think that it gets very much blended a lot of times when men are communicating with women and vice versa, because we understand our rules of engagement. I think to some point, though, there has to be understanding of the difference in sexes, the way cognitively women process information, the way cognitively men process information. And I think that that's where we usually kind of clash. The expectation in most cultures and practices is that the moment a man speaks and women are speaking, women stop speaking. That's a universal thing. That's not to say that's right or wrong, but I think that depending on the platform, order has to be brought. And so that's what a lot of times I think is what we're constantly clashing on. There's rules of engagement. And it's a respectful thing. When you're a child to a parent, you understand. Parents are speaking, you shut up as a position basis. But that's what I want to say.
Okay, what you wanted to say?
I was gonna say something to JB. There was a lot of what you're trying to do, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to do. And I specifically explained, like, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm actually just like asking the question that I'm asking. And then there was like an influx of just people like, no, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Throwing up hands and just being mad and yelling and screaming. And I just didn't understand because I wasn't yelling or being disrespectful or saying anything out of pocket. It was two women talking. The woman that I was speaking with, Cam, who I respect, didn't even have the same issue y'all had. And y'all were all felt the need to just jump in and start doing all this stuff. And I don't understand. Like, so when Kayla was just saying, like, people are saying what someone else needs to do, that is a perfect example of that. The woman who I was speaking with didn't even have an issue. And she even said she understood. But
She
then
actually
y'all had the issue with it and started just interjecting at every moment.
She actually did.
Wait,
You want me
hold
to
on.
show you the text
Let me
messages?
ask y'all something. Are we
You want
really
me to show you the text messages?
Monday? Because I really been sitting here real chill.
What did you say, JB?
Are we
I said
really
she
trying
actually
to flash
did.
Monday?
Then what did you say after that?
I was gonna
so that's
say
what we
I
doing.
could show the text messages. She actually did.
Well, she
On
didn't
the
So
tell
show,
why
me that.
why
She
why are
didn't
y'all
tell us
why y'all
that.
so mad?
On the
Hold
show,
up.
she didn't.
Why y'all so mad that we were defending a black woman?
Mad. No one's mad.
Why you do that?
The fact that you even say that is very, very
No,
crazy.
it's
No
straight up.
one's mad. But the
Why are
thing
you
is,
so mad?
Talking about, like, why would you show your
like,
text
he wants attention.
I'm not actually
And
gonna do
you're
that.
specifically,
I'm not actually gonna do that.
Kay,
I'm
Why
not
would
actually
you
gonna
don't
do
even
that.
even
bring
worry
up
about it
your
because
text messages between you
sat
and your
there and we
friend?
I'm
spoke
not
with
actually
her.
gonna do that.
Because she
What I'm
didn't
saying.
say.
I'm over it. We sat there and we spoke to her.
He
We
didn't
asked her if she was offended. She said no. But then
somebody
behind the scenes, she goes and texts you. She can't speak her mind
This is
to us.
why
She has to wait.
That
until
was
it's
what we were
over.
let me
talking
answer.
about.
Okay, so let me answer you. This
That's
is exactly why it was actually important for us to do that, right? Because you think somebody who feels uncomfortable in that situation, she felt uncomfortable, right? And she felt uncomfortable to admit it.
You ready to
Like
hit
she
the
felt
shoulders?
cornered. She felt
You already hit
cornered.
the shoulders? Oh, okay.
So,
I thought you
so
were
she
trying
felt cornered.
Yeah,
So
you
here's
were
the thing,
not
and that's why I
Boom.
told y'all she was being diplomatic,
Kinda
right? That's
repeat
why
it.
I said that when I came on. She was being diplomatic. So if she felt cornered, why are y'all so mad that some black men came up to
No
defend a
one
black
is
woman?
mad. We
Y'all
just
seem
didn't.
so
Listen,
triggered about that
How would we know? How would anyone know if she says,
because
you
everybody
know
else
what?
saw it. Everyone else saw it in the
We
comments.
don't
Everyone else
know.
saw it.
literally, she was just asking her questions. If she felt uncomfortable, the fact that you think it's okay, that she doesn't know how to express herself within a
Y'all
conversation,
cornered her.
we
literally
were not
the
Y'all
attacking her.
cornered
We
her.
weren't yelling at
You
her. We
guys
didn't call her
cornered
out of her
her.
name. We were speaking to her like we're
You guys
speaking now.
cornered her.
And Kay was literally just asking her questions. If she didn't want to continue the line of questioning, she could have said, you know what? I don't want to
You
answer
guys
any other
cornered
questions.
her. Rilla literally
Whatever
cammed
it
up.
is. But the
Rilla
thing is
literally
that
cammed up because y'all cornered
but
her.
she was in no physical
I
danger.
got a
She did
question.
not need you to save her. Okay.
Oh,
We
so
were
it's
just
not. So we
having a
shouldn't protect black women.
conversation.
So we shouldn't protect black women. Is that what you're
I
saying?
mean, she said that y'all. She
From
thought y'all was
what?
talking down on her.
From
JB, you
conversation,
should
from
protect.
questions.
Should we protect black women or not?
JB,
She needs
you
protection
should.
from questions.
JB,
That's
you
not what
should.
I should we protect black
She
women or
needs
not?
protection from questions.
Should
You
we
should
protect black
protect
women or
black
not?
women, but the thing is,
Oh
JB,
my
you
God.
you cannot, JB. You should. That's your friend, so I get what you were doing. I get it, especially after you telling us that she texts you behind the scenes to say that she was uncomfortable. I get it, but in that moment, I didn't know that. So how would I know?
But that's why Rilla
She
cammed
said
up.
y'all were talking down to
Rilla's
her.
right here.
She
That's
did.
literally
She
why
did
Rilla
say
cammed up.
felt
That's
that.
why
Yeah.
the whole chat saw it. If you looked at the chat, everybody saw it.
Okay,
That's
but
literally why
No,
Rilla
no,
cammed up.
don't listen, JB. Don't bring me into it.
Don't
Let
bring
them
Rilla.
keep ignoring me.
But
Let them
hold on
keep
one
ignoring
second.
me.
Hold on one second. I think that it's really funny how earlier in the show we were speaking about how if someone is older than you or has more experience, whatever, and they're trying to give you some advice, tone doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. But then now y'all are saying that we had a bad tone and that we were talking down to her when I wasn't even aware how much older than her we were. Just because we were sharing advice or giving constructive criticism, now y'all are tone policing it. When earlier in the show, there was a whole conversation about how tone shouldn't matter as long as you're respecting the person. So I just think it's so much hypocrisy going on that like it don't applies when you're doing it, but then when someone else is doing it, just like when the show started and Q was literally talking, no one was talking. Chicago comes in, cuts her off. No one says anything. No one reprimands Chicago. No one asks
I didn't feel
Chicago
away
stop
though.
talking. No one tells Chicago, listen.
You
She
did
was
want to finish
speaking.
though.
We let Chicago go on
I
for
didn't
20
feel. I didn't
minutes
feel away.
before
No, I didn't say
it
you
doesn't
felt away.
I
matter.
didn't
He
feel
still
away.
interrupted
No,
you.
listen.
He
I
still
love
interrupted
this.
you,
I
and nobody reprimanded him.
promise
No
you.
one
Listen,
said a word.
listen.
I mean,
And he went
but
on
it's
for
like,
20
why are we
minutes
gonna?
before you were able to
Hold on,
speak
real
again.
quick.
One at a time,
If
yo.
it's something that y'all want to say
It's
to
crazy.
me about, I'm right here, fam. Because I really feel
I
like
don't
I've
like
been
you.
really chilling the whole
No,
show.
it's not about you. It was just an
Well,
example.
it appears like it is.
It's not. It was just an
Well,
example.
I
I'm
hear
just
you.
using that
I hear you.
example
But I'm not
of
the
you
only.
being a
I
man
hear
that
you,
cut off a
Taylor. I
woman.
hear you. I
Well,
mean, and we can go back through this again because I'm not trying to overtalk you. I'm not trying to argue with you. Listen. I'm Wu-San and doing Mr. Lee and what he said and all this stuff. Listen, man. I'm not trying to rehash Monday. If y'all want to do that without me.
No, you trying to create an exit already. You're not going nowhere, bro. No, I peeped that. I peeped that.
You don't have to leave.
Hey,
You don't have to leave, Rilla.
All this, listen.
hey, Nathan.
Listen, real talk.
Hold on.
Anybody that was in the chat, you could pull up the live chat. Watch when you go back and watch the video. Watch everything before then, please. Watch my comments in the chat before then, please.
Hold on, y'all, real quick. I want to get Nathan's
you're putting yourself
take
in.
on
No
this.
one said anything to you. Like,
Hey,
what are you talking
Nathan,
about?
are you commenting on
No one
this?
said anything to me.
Yeah,
Everybody saying everything about
I
me.
actually
right?
had more to say to JB. I don't
All
know.
right,
hear you.
hold tight because we got
me,
somebody
though,
new
right?
in. Let's just
You keep referencing me though,
we got
right?
somebody new in. Let's just try to get them and then circle back.
JB?
Okay.
I don't know.
Who is that? Nathan? Is it Nathan?
Yeah.
Yeah,
ahead,
how
Nick.
you doing? How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I was in here earlier. I was listening to the conversation. I think you guys kind of drifted into something new. So I don't want to barge in. What's the going?
Oh, okay.
Right
okay. Like I
Yeah,
thought you wanted to add
I'll wait
something.
till the next-
Yeah. You probably got to sit back. All right, go ahead, Kay and Kayla.
Can I say something?
Go
Can I
ahead,
say
Q.
one thing? sometimes from the outside looking in, because I was in the chat Monday for a little bit, she did say that it felt like y'all was talking down to her. And at sometimes when y'all do the little tag team type of WWE type of thing, it can come off from a outside person looking in. It can come off like you might be like, oh, what's this? What's that? So it's just about communication styles. You guys might not see it, but when y'all are double teaming or tag teaming, and it can be a lot to one person. So she also did say it did seem like y'all were talking down to her, and she's so kind of a reserved, like nicey person. I don't think she was gonna. She already said that she's a people pleaser. She's not gonna be like, oh no, you're wrong. I feel like you said this, Kayla and Kayla. Okay, so I just yeah, that's basically all.
To Q's point, it's not about the tone that you two ladies had. It's about the fact that two people are double teaming on her and she's being cross-examined. You know what I'm saying? So even when we were having our exchange before, I wasn't seeking to dominate you. I wasn't having anybody else come in and piggyback off what I was saying. They let us cook, right? That's what they said.
Please remember that everyone called into our show. They've seen us before. Okay. I'm not sure what that would be like if I called in to Judge Judy and I was like trying to say something. I would expect that she's going to ask me questions or whatever. Like, we didn't force any. Y'all are victimizing people
again,
that
it's not about. See, you're making it about asking her questions
on their own.
You're making it about asking her questions. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Kay. Nobody said you could not ask her questions. Come on.
No, I'm not saying that you said that. I'm not saying you said that.
But you just took that whole example about you just took that example about people asking questions. Like, I don't think her issue was that people were asking her questions. That wasn't her issue.
No, I'm saying that people are acting like we forced. None of us called up and said, hey, call in, and then put somebody in a corner. Everyone who calls into the show, just like everyone who calls into this show, just like everyone who calls into Monday show, Sunday show, Wednesday show, Tuesday show, everyone tune in to all the shows. But anyone who calls into any of the shows probably has seen them before. So, like, to victimize yourself, and honestly, let me take that back, because she didn't victimize herself. Y'all are victimizing her. She didn't victimize herself. She said, you know what? It does kind of feel like y'all are talking down, but I know that's not your intention. She said something like that. And then y'all blew it way out of proportion, and it just became a big deal for no reason.
It's okay. You're kind of. I don't know if you realize this. I don't know if you realize it, but you're kind of proving the point that a lot of us be making, right? When you have a woman who's reserved, feminine, and whatnot, and she basically is trying to be as diplomatic as possible without, like, she doesn't want drama. She doesn't want chaos. She doesn't want to go back and forth. Like, hold up, let me respond. She doesn't want to go back and forth. Like, she just doesn't, right? And so because of that, like, she's up there. She's being cornered. Everyone saw it. Like, if you looked at the comments, everyone saw it, right? She felt cornered, and she's a reserved person, right? And so because of that, I'm just wondering what the issue is with black men coming up. I'm wondering what the issue is with black men coming up to defend or to provide some backup for a black woman.
Because we didn't know what her behind the scenes feelings were. I don't know Cam.
Really?
I don't know her well. You, Jonathan, and then Jedi.
The chat doesn't know her, but they saw it.
Okay, but listen.
This is a bunch of malarkey and shenanigans.
Okay.
I just, you know what?
We didn't know her behind the scenes. So that would be just like Kayla saying, that would be like Kayla saying, hey, Kay texts me. That's why I protect her. Or me saying, hey, Kayla, but like, what? Why doesn't this same consideration get just, completely put across everyone?
Hello, it doesn't.
You're supposed to read minds and know who's in the back texting who. Like, how is anyone supposed to know that?
I didn't say, well, first of all, that's not what I said. I didn't say, hold up, that's not what I said.
Everybody in the chat this night saw one thing Monday night. So everybody in the chat was off.
Okay.
Everybody in the chat had to be.
Everybody else is wrong, brother.
Saw one thing, right?
If we can just wrap this.
But wait. I hear you, because y'all, listen, I've been letting y'all talk. Y'all keep invoking my name. Y'all keep saying
no, we have not said your name.
Kayla and Kay, both of y'all said y'all. You didn't.
I'm not talking about you, Chicago.
No, because you didn't say Jonathan specifically. You didn't say Jonathan specifically.
Sorry,
and Kay, listen. And if you really want to do it this way, just be mindful.
I don't want to.
You go back, but listen, just be mindful when you go back and watch the tape. And you talk about people being respectful, this, that, and the third. Just be mindful of how many times you overtalk me or cut me off or just completely ignore me. So please be mindful of that, and please keep that same energy. I appreciate you, Kay.
Okay. So just the one thing I want to say to wrap
really
this,
gonna get it in blood.
to try to get to an end place on this, is that this, to me, has never been a safe space. On this platform, it's always been a space where people have been questioned. There have been pushback. There has been
whoa. We building a pyramid right now. Right. We building a pyramid right in the chat. How dare you come on here and talking about this is a safe space.
I don't think so. I don't think it is. I think that
it is.
I think it's a place for people to
We
be
built
challenged.
this.
It's a place for people to be challenged, for people to rebuttal, people to provide feedback and criticism. That's what I think happens in this environment.
Nope.
So
for
for you to say that because she was being questioned and
what
whatever, that she needs saving in this environment, that's what happens.
That's not what we said.
That is what happens. No one was disrespecting her. No one was calling her outside of her name. It got hot in the kitchen, okay? And it was hot, okay? And she's a grown woman. She can deal with it. But the fact that you think that she needs saving because the conversation got a little heated, when it gets heated here all the time and we deal with it, we're prepared to be in this space.
No, y'all save each other.
We know it's going to have back and forth, and people are going to say things that we don't agree with.
And I think
no one has ever said that I need to saving.
So again,
Kayla, saying inaccurate things, lies, things that are not accurate. No one came to my defense. When literally there were lies being spewed.
So Kayla, you're doing the whole
because
reframing
she
thing
felt
again.
uncomfortable by
No,
questioning,
Kayla,
and she couldn't stand up for her own self to say, "Hey, listen, I have boundaries, and I don't want to continue."
So Kayla, you doing the whole reframing thing again, right?
I'm really not.
No one said this
so
was.
dramatic.
It
was not that serious, and it's
okay,
still
so see, you're not gonna let me respond because you're not gonna let me respond. You're doing the whole reframing thing again, right? No one said there was an issue with asking questions. No one said there was an issue with challenging her. No one said all the things you mentioned. You're reframing on purpose to make your point. That's not what we said.
I'm
not. I'm saying is, hold up. What I'm saying is, y'all cornered her. That's all I'm saying. Y'all cornered her and made her uncomfortable. It had nothing to do with y'all challenge. Hold up, okay, I'm not done. I'm not done. Right? Y'all cornered her and made her uncomfortable. And also, I'm also not saying that while she was going back and forth with y'all, she texted me, "Come save me." That's not what I said. I'm saying that I'm saying, hold up. I'm saying because again, you guys love to reframe things. When a point is made very clear, you reframe it. That's not what I said. She didn't just Cam didn't text me like, "Hey, come save me." Right? I'm saying I had a conversation with her, and I knew. And I knew that she was uncomfortable. It had nothing to do. It's not like she came.
You said we can show you. A lot of us get uncomfortable in this space. That happens. Why y'all trying to? It's the internet. She wasn't in no danger.
You got it. You good. You got it.
It's not that serious.
Honestly, I think Cam handled herself really well. And honestly, her and I were having a conversation, and then people started jumping in, and that's when it got out of hand. When her and I were talking, she was explaining to me how she felt. She was like, I think sometimes, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, that's not what I'm doing. And she was like, I know that's not what we were having a civil discussion. And then y'all, throwing up hands in the air, doing all types of stuff, jumping in. I'm not talking to you, Chicago.
I mean, you talking about me though, fam. Like, this is insane.
Oh my goodness.
I know. Oh, your goodness, this is insane.
Go ahead, Chicago.
No, you go ahead. Like, stop calling me.
You popped out the. Okay, so
the drama.
JB, I'm just trying to get.
Young lady, that would be you in the corner with the drama. That would be you.
Okay, I'm hoping that
regardless, I can take it. That's what we do.
My name, please, like for real.
I'm hoping that you. No one. I'm hoping that you understand, JB, that we didn't know. Like Kayla said. Like Kayla said, it's an environment where certain things happen. Like Q might ask me a question. I may ask her. I might ask Amira something. Amira might ask Kayla. JR might ask me. That's what happens. And yeah, those might not always
not
be
the double team though.
Those what?
Oh my God, y'all gonna
double team. Y'all not understanding.
On the phone, HR said we gotta have a meeting tomorrow.
Q, you don't know.
HR said we gotta have a meeting tomorrow.
What meeting, JR? What meeting?
You don't know, Q.
Shout out to Mr.
Just let him rock you. Just let him rock. They got it. Just let him rock.
I understand that. But how would we know that if someone's
just let
saying
'em
they're
rock.
okay with it? What are we
Just let 'em rock,
supposed to assume?
Because she said, you know what, Kay, I know you're not trying to be that way.
What? So should I say
know-
you're
she
lying? You're
literally
not
said that.
okay. What? How would you know if they say that?
If
That's
they
what
say
I'm
it's
saying.
fine, that they're okay, and that the conversation is cool. That's what they said. And they said they didn't have a problem. She said she didn't think we were attacking her. She didn't have an issue until you guys came in. But what I'm saying is that
And when we get off, I'm gonna need y'all to fill out some reports.
what is it? Why
I
can't
need to
she
get
stand
statements
up
from
for
everybody.
herself?
I'm on the phone with HR. I need statements from everybody.
Everybody in the comments did.
How can we read her mind? She needs to
That's
stand
what
up
I'm
for herself
saying.
as a woman and
No,
speak
no, no,
up
no,
and say,
no.
this
Two
makes
tables
me
of guests.
uncomfortable. This
guests
is
and
my
Nathan and
boundary.
guests.
Look at JR.
Why is that hard?
Because Q, I get what you're saying. Like, you know, she might have been, but how would we have known that? Everyone on this panel is different. Like Q,
And
I know if I say something to you, you're not going to be bothered. If somebody said something to Kayla, she's not going to, like, how would we know who is bothered or not? I don't know her personally. So, like,
I don't.
Who would know? So
okay,
I
so we
get
know she bothered now. Do she get an apology?
I get.
I didn't say anything disrespectful. I barely was
I
even
said, I'm sorry.
I was questioning her.
I already did that. Rewatch
Oh,
the
you did?
show,
Okay.
Dwayne.
All right.
But
All right,
yeah.
y'all, man.
Just 'cause
HR
you
just,
don't
I got
like
chewed
it,
out,
mean
man. I don't know what's going on.
Shout out, Mr. Coleman.
I think I might have lost my job because of y'all.
Double team.
I might be getting fired because of y'all.
Double team. Literally every person on the panel.
It's too
and
much.
in the
It's too much.
comments.
They said it's no violence in the workplace. Is what he just.
There have been moments when everyone on the
It's
panel.
a hostile
before
environment. It's all type of
Before
stuff.
Q and Kayla.
So are we all going down with you?
Chicago and JR.
I don't know what's gonna happen, man.
And
Hey,
even JB, because you've been watching.
hey, we gotta be on the
Have there
same
not
accord
been
on the
times
statements.
when
I'll tell you that
everyone
right
was
now.
against me, JB?
Bro, I don't even work here, JR.
I'm not talking about y'all. He said
I'm
y'all was
just
in
here
there.
so I don't get
I
fined.
already told you you got it, Kay. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Okay,
Hey.
y'all always want to. I told you you got it. Just say, because I
Nah,
have
he
been.
said I got it.
I don't know what we're talking about right now.
Everyone
This
was
is
against what I
crazy.
was saying. Every person on the panel, and I didn't say, "Oh my goodness, I'm just a victim." Like, come on, no, no, I'm not about to do that.
WWE
Nope.
SmackDown.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Shout out to the
y'all
tag
not
And we
team.
appreciate everybody, man. Thanks for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk tonight. All right, y'all. Y'all not on the crew. We'll catch y'all on the rebound. Appreciate y'all.
I'm staying here.
Cam's gonna be my tag team partner. Cam's gonna be my tag team partner.
Appreciate y'all.
Thing is, y'all, Q, you keep talking about tag team. You don't know. It's been quadruple team.
Y'all be tag team.
I've been tag team
Yes,
before.
you don't understand, Q.
You gotta have thick skin for this, okay? If you're sensitive, then just stay in the
got
chat.
here. I just
Okay?
got here.
Exactly.
If you're sensitive, stay in the chat.
So I'm trying to let you know that a tag.
This is my 12th show, Kay.
Oh, you've been counting.
I don't
Are you
feel away
counting?
from y'all's tag team.
You've been counting?
I get it. I get
Yes,
it.
because you know why? Because Kay would always say, "You just got here, Q." You're right.
I mean, relatively
You
speaking,
don't say that when you said that to
Relatively
me, and I was here
speaking.
before you.
relatively speaking, I'm not saying that to belittle you or
No, I
anything.
said it as a joke, Kayla. I said it as a joke because she
Okay,
said that.
I
That's
thought
why
so.
I said it.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Q, I'm just
Okay,
saying,
how's the app?
relatively
I don't
speaking,
care.
and
how's
you
the app?
admitted that you had
JR,
not watched
I'm
the
these
show.
sound effects.
Okay, how's the app?
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm
How's the
just
app? You
Yeah.
enjoying it?
You know that man is very he's nice.
And how I did not know the let him suck the titties baby guy. It was a white man. How did I not even know that?
Let me suck them titties, baby.
That's a white man?
Hey,
That's
how's
a
the
white
app?
man.
You don't know who it is. I'm gonna send it
I
to
didn't know that.
Titties, baby.
Oh
Let
my
me suck them
goodness.
titties,
I didn't know that.
baby.
I'm gonna
I didn't know
tag
that
you
either.
where it is. Q.
I didn't know that was a white man this whole time. Why am I
Crazy,
singing
Okay,
that?
okay. How's the app, Kay?
Your friend that's your friend, right?
Say what?
Your friend? He's your
Yeah.
friend. He's highly recommend customer service wise.
So he gave you that tour and everything?
He's all into letting you know whatever you need to know. He's like, I'm
What
here.
y'all talking about? I'm curious.
There's
All
an
right, bet.
app for like syncing your like passwords and
For
just
productivity.
streamlining your life. It's really good.
It's one of my investments. So I introduced Kay. So
Yeah, he mentioned it. When was that? That was before the maybe like 2-3 weeks ago.
yeah. I told
I
you
don't think-
I told you if
I
you
don't
email
think
me, he'll
Kayla
get
liked
back to
that,
you immediately.
Kay. She dipped off.
What'd you say, Joe?
Q, the reason that I say you haven't been here long is because some of the things you say,
I didn't say that. I didn't say nothing.
No. I'm saying that the reason that I say that you haven't been here long, because I know you notice you've made that joke a few times.
That's bullshit.
The reason I say that is because some of the things that you say, I'm like, and you've admitted that you've never really watched the show before. So I get why
I've never at all.
Exactly. So I get why you don't understand, but like that. The reason that I don't view certain things as a big deal is because that's just the way things have been the entire time.
All right,
like
So how many shows does it take? How many shows does it take till that line? You just got here. Get out the window.
Be here like 7-8 months, and then I won't say it anymore.
7-8 months? What? Kayla ain't been here 7-8 months.
I know y'all both been here about the same amount of time.
Oh, so what? This is
she just got here too. I'm not showing preferential. I'm not doing anything. Y'all both just got here.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I mean, but no, I think my stance will still stand if it's the same panel regarding it, because I notice that if Kayla's not here, you act differently. So that's why I say there's a tag team. That time that Kayla dipped off early, the conversation
when
was
she
different.
left one time.
And then there was another time she didn't.
You would have to watch some shows before. You would have to watch some shows.
You keep saying that, Kay.
You should.
But Kay, no, I'm telling you what I'm seeing based on the shows of me being here. Your communication skills is totally different when she's not here. That's all I'm saying. And that's me preserving it for being here for 11 shows. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Thank you for sharing that.
Hey, Kay,
and Rilla be acting different too.
You what?
You looking really good tonight, Kay.
In his vagina energy.
Wait, I be acting different when who here?
I don't know. You acting real different lately. Like,
yeah.
Yo, Q, I'm trying to have a moment with Kay right now.
Yeah.
Yo, Q, I was trying to have a moment with Kay right now, and y'all just butted in.
My bad. Sorry.
Hold on, you know I'm known for popping.
Why are you shaking your head, Kay?
I'm a butt in.
You know, moment, but I'm that's not insulting, Q, because like I was the same way, like, and I ain't even been here that long. So let's say
actually, if you want the honest truth, Q has been around for like over a year. She's been on the manufacturing side with the clothing. She's been on.
Oh my goodness. But okay.
No, for real. No, she's been handling the books over there.
Okay.
So technically, she's been a part of Lapeef.
Okay, but she wasn't.
I've been around.
Is what I was talking about.
But I watched some episodes. I went back. Some people sent me some episodes to look back at. I'm like, ooh, child, a little crazy. It had to do nothing with UK.
No, I'm the same way. The same way. I never saw the show before I came on.
I already know it's about Rilla. I know.
Minus like one clip.
Yeah, I know Rilla.
Which
actually, it wasn't Rilla. It wasn't Rilla. It was the girl with the T. When her boyfriend came on, I saw that episode. Yeah, that. Oh, we can't talk about that.
Shout out, Mr. Coleman. Shout out to Mr. Coleman.
No, Mr. Coleman said we can't talk about that.
I'm just trying to find out if I still have a job.
We gotta find out.
No,
man.
you're broken, Dusty.
You broken, Dusty.
It's like a mandatory.
Like, can I at least have one last show?
We need to have an HR meeting.
That's what I think it's gonna have to happen, man. I think it's gonna. I don't know. Like I think Mr. Coleman flying everybody in, so we gotta go to the corporate office.
Who's that? Who's Mr. Coleman?
Mr. Coleman is HR. You would have known if you were. No, I'm just playing.
Are you talking about JoJo? I don't know.
No, he's the real HR.
It's a real HR person.
Mr. Coleman.
Yeah.
Look at Q face.
You know you could lose your job, Q.
I'm trying to
you could lose your job.
Q, like they really got HR.
Q, this is at will employment.
Shout out to Mr. Coleman. He's dope for real.
Wait, what do I got to do to get fired? Because I'm trying to get
at will employment, Q. This is at will employment.
She's trying to get unemployment.
You gotta have a list of complaints.
I'm trying to get.
You have a list of complaints. And once you start complaining,
you're not gonna get fired.
Okay.
So full of
yeah, I got problems. What else do I need to do to get fired? Do I need to bring someone on here to argue with y'all?
I'm gonna just have him reach out to you because I already know it's gonna be. I don't even
know
want
it.
to get this call tomorrow.
You just tag team with me, Q.
Like anytime HR come to the office,
Okay.
you already
Ooh,
know.
I got Jonathan. Ooh, everybody gonna hate me. Let's go, Jonathan.
Yeah,
What you
just
want to
tag
talk
team with
about?
me, Q.
Rilla.
And
Let's talk
you
about
already
Rilla
know we're
showing
gonna
up late.
be enemy number
what?
one.
You talking Q? Listen. You know what? I'm not even going live tomorrow. You are not invited on my live. Let me do my finger wagging and twerk my neck and whatever else. Jump all in the camera too.
You twerking too? Show us your twerk.
I ain't got no twerk for you. Ain't doing nothing strange for no change.
You're right. It depends what the change
Look at
is.
Q trying to pimp. Look. Hey man, listen.
What's
Q,
your price?
Nah, look, ain't no pimping and macking going on around here. Q, calm down.
I'm playing. Let me stop before people think I'm flirting with Rilla. Let me stop.
You know, HR get involved in that. It's going.
Oh, Q.
That's
Let
how
me
you
ask
get
you a
fired.
question. Not any. I know you're
I
not.
couldn't find it, Kay. I couldn't.
No, not that.
I
Not
did
that.
2
Not
videos
that.
and
Not
I gave
that.
up.
Not that. It's 2022. I have another question. What is your opinion about
what I picked up?
like let's say me and Kayla, you know, we have a little show on Mondays.
Yeah, girl.
Why do you think someone, and this is just
I hope we not
in
about to
general,
talking about
in
the same
general,
stuff over and over again.
why do you think someone would, like anyone, would watch or call in if they hate us both?
We're not talking about this no more. We done with this.
There's a love-hate
We
relationship.
done with this. Let's talk about something else.
Listen,
I just want
There's
to
a
know.
love-hate relationship.
We appreciate the support always from anyone.
It's like people that
I
say
don't
they
think
hate the
Rilla hates y'all.
Kardashians, but they watch
No.
every episode and they follow them on social media and they buy their products.
Let's not even just say call in, watch. Like, why do you think people who don't like on the panel, like on Thursdays, I get it because there's a bunch of people. But if you don't like me and Kayla, why would you watch the Kay and Kayla show? What do you think about that?
Watch it. If they really hate you, I don't think they really hate you because a lot of people will say stuff and they really like the entertainment. So it might be just to watch the entertainment, see what other people have to say, or they just don't have a life and they really want to watch y'all. It could be multiple factors. Like I wouldn't say they hate y'all because if that's the case, they wouldn't be watching y'all. I'm not about to watch somebody I hate. Like for what? Why am I going to give them attention? So I don't think they hate y'all. They might disagree or they want to be like, what? Like what's up with their logic? But I don't think they.
So
hate
that
y'all.
means that Kayla must hate us then because she don't watch King Talk. Oh
no, Q. I agree with that.
I think it's a love-hate relationship. I think it's
you
a
can't hate it that much, right?
It's a love-hate relationship sometimes.
Kayla. I'm calling HR. Fuck, I knew it.
What did I do?
You ain't watching King Talk.
I'm not what?
Watching King Talk.
No, I do tune in. I just can't watch the whole thing, but I do tune in.
Okay, what was it about last
King
Tuesday?
Talk is actually really good.
I tune in. I did
what
not
was it
tune
about
in
last Tuesday?
Charisma.
No, here you go again. It's all you always come in.
Oh yes, it was.
I'm gonna say WWF.
Okay, then what was it the Tuesday before?
I don't know. I don't recall.
What did I tell HR about this line?
I don't recall. However, I would love to come on and call in one of these days. Would you have me?
You're not allowed to call in the King Talk.
He said no women. He said no women. No, it's only men. If you had to watch the show, Kayla, it definitely I would suggest King Talk. Like compared to all the shows, definitely King Talk.
It's good.
They be dropping some damn happy gems.
Whatever. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, just bring your notepad when you come to King Talk. Yeah, bring your notepad, or if you're a typer, just bring your typewriter.
Typewriter.
And it's so civil. Y'all don't argue. It's just conversation.
So it's more of a lecture, like kind of like educational space than an entertainment space.
No, it's more. It's like they just give their opinion about something.
It's next level.
It's a barbershop talk.
Yeah,
it's next level.
People don't rebuttal people.
It's next level.
Okay.
It's like you know, Kayla, how Trill talks. You know how Trill talks. You see how
I love how Trill
conversation.
talks.
It's like that. It's definitely like that. It's conversation.
Because he be spitting, but he just be so like chill. Even when he be saying stuff I disagree with, and we go back and forth, he's still just like He's
See,
cool and he's
It's definitely
calm,
like
and
that.
that makes me be calm. And I love when Trill's on the show.
Yeah,
Rilla
Rilla is definitely calm on that show. Rilla's calm on that show. I don't know what
Nope.
be
So,
happening.
so how
Thursday,
amazing?
Drill
How
is
amazing is
awesome.
it?
Nope. Vagina monologue all day.
So
I'll be
how
going
amazing is
on
it
there
that?
too.
How amazing is it that a group of men with our egos and everything, a group of
Y'all
men
was-
can have
y'all won't
debates
stop.
on Tuesdays and never get out of order?
I'm gonna tell you, JB. I was hoping you would say this.
Like I think we might
Go
have to
ahead,
get
Kate.
security for us on the tour.
The reason is because if you respect someone and you view them as like a colleague, an equal, or whatever, and you're not trying to prove some point that you're superior to them, you're going to talk to them in a different way. I mean, I've been in groups of men, women, men and women, where things have been calm and people have disagreed. I've been in all those different groups and people have disagreed and it's been heated. So it just depends on how the people view each other. So yeah, if you're in a group and everyone respects each other, they're going to have a respectful conversation. If you're in a group and some people are like, you're just this, or you're just that, or you're the, then yeah, it's going to be different because they're not going to extend you that same level of courtesy or respect in the conversation. So JB, you might say your opinion and somebody might be like, nah, JB, you're being feminine, blah, blah, blah. That wouldn't happen on King Talk. Whereas here, if I say something or have said something, or Kayla in the past, or even Chicago was going through this at a certain point, says something, somebody's now questioning their sexuality, saying that they're masculine, saying that they're feminine. That doesn't happen on King Talk. That's what the difference is. It's not that the topics are different. It's not that the people are so much better or worse or whatever. It's that there is a certain level of decorum and just general respect to begin with.
You're saying respect, so are you saying you don't respect them?
No, I'm saying that I'm not saying I don't wait, what? No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that, let's say Q, you say something and I say, man, Q, like, okay, why do you think that? And you tell me, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. I mean, I don't agree or whatever. And we go back and forth and that's it. Versus if you say something, I'll be like, ugh, and then start insulting you as a human. Those are two different situations. They are.
I mean,
so,
I maybe okay, I get what you're saying, but I feel like, I mean, like I wouldn't have took offense, but everybody's different. Maybe I don't take
you
offense
don't
to
know
things
because you've
because
not
if
been
that's
in
not
the
who.
situation. But yeah.
No. But this is not my first time being on social media.
No,
so
I don't think
have
so
people
either.
said offensive. Okay, no, but have people said offensive stuff to me? Have people say offensive stuff in the comments? But the thing is like, you shouldn't take stuff so personal,
It's
right?
not taken
I get we don't. Okay, but I get that we have our boundaries. Like, for instance, if what's his name would have called me, you acted like a nigga or something, I wouldn't have take that offensive. I feel like sometimes if we don't react, like it's best not to react in cases. Like if a man calls me out my name, call me the B word. I don't like using the B word. I don't say the B word. Calls me a B word or calls me a hoe. I'm just like, okay, because that's not the truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's
how is a person that doesn't know you want to say? So yeah, I feel like just sometimes it's just, I know it's just me. I mean, I feel like our communication styles are different. So we shouldn't just jump off the rails and assume X, Y, and Z from a person. That's all.
No, I get that. Thank you for sharing. I mean, people are different.
I mean, I feel like we should just agree to disagree sometimes, like, or just, we know if me and you don't agree on things, like we can just be no. I'm not talking to you, just Kay.
No,
I'm just talking in general,
I agree
like
with you,
because
Just can't be quiet.
because like for instance, yeah, on Anton's long 12-hour shows, like not once do we go back and forth, and there's different. We got pookies, we got women that are just saying stuff left and right. So we got all types of energies and
y'all go back and forth with E-Man.
Oh, E-Man, E-Man. we're not gonna bring up men, but I feel like we kind of know how to let things flow, and that's what King Talk. They know they're all different in some way, some aspects. So it's just the flowing of conversations, and no one's be like, oh yeah, Rilla was right. Da, 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 da. It's not no tag team or triple teaming or quadruple teaming. So I kind of get what you're saying, Ken, when that happened in other shows and stuff like that. So, but I feel like, yeah, they said bomb cherry. That's oh.
Shout out to Miss Lee. Shout out to Miss Lee with the Words of Wisdom Tuesday.
I
We
just think
moving
everyone.
forward.
I think people should just be okay. I mean, I get heated debates, whatever is fine, but like, it doesn't mean you have to be out to get each other forever. Like, I think each week should be a new week. Like, it doesn't have to be a thing.
Group hug.
Right. Like, we can
Group
disagree
hugging.
and be fine. Like, it doesn't mean I hate you forever. Oh my goodness, me and Q disagreed, so I'm going to be out together. No, like, that's not how I don't view things that way. And I think sometimes people do, like, once you do something somebody doesn't like, and I've seen this happen before with other people, they love you, they love it, and you say something they don't like and they then hate you. Like, that's how it goes. So like, for me, I'm just like, you know what, whatever, think whatever you want, because
I mean, I kind of get that. Like, I have a disdain for people that like want to, like, for instance, this one person y'all might think,
I don't want to go to the meeting anymore.
huh? She's not.
He's.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. Like, for me, I get what you're saying, Kay.
Kay
Like,
always
forgiveness is a hard thing
always
for
sorry,
me.
yeah.
Just
Lord.
keep talking Q, because JR is just doing something.
Like, for me, like, regarding
I don't think
people's
Kayla know what to
conversations and
expect,
stuff,
really,
like,
to be honest.
I'm done with JR. Let JR finish.
JR, you on the phone?
Kayla, mute JR.
He on the phone with
Okay,
us.
I'll mute him.
Kayla.
Oh no, I remember when I went
He's on
out
the-
and came
he's
back.
on the
I don't
phone
have
with
the
us.
authority anymore.
Rilla,
No.
where you about to go, Rob? Rilla.
No, Q, what were you saying?
Look at my Jewtown
I like this
Polish.
conversation.
Say what?
It don't matter.
See, look what happened.
Apparently, I ain't about to do nothing because every time my name get bought up, they get glossed over. So
No, I'm just trying to figure out where you trying to
Rilla,
go,
who
Rob,
brought
right
your
now.
name up?
No, I got a early meeting. I'm gonna get up off of here.
I need JR. Hey,
JR, who was that?
Jonathan, we need
That was
JR,
HR.
the Lapeef net gators. We need some net gators.
Some
What
net
you
gators.
negotiated for?
What did you
Oh,
talk
I'm
to
gonna get
HR?
one.
What
I'm
did
gonna
you
get y'all.
talk to
No,
HR?
I'm gonna get y'all some snowsuits.
Yes.
It's gonna be in the shape of an L. Shit, go figure. Go try to put that one on.
The shape of an
Shit, motherfuckers gonna be rolling out with
L.
L.
Is
L's
Anton
up in them
okay?
Vegas.
Yo, but for real though, JR, can you just
No,
make
you
sure?
should get them beanies.
JR, can you just make sure, like, if I'm gonna get fired, can you just make sure I can have one last show,
We
please?
definitely need some beans.
I just want to say, bye to my audience before
Yeah,
y'all
we
let
gonna
me
all
go.
come on like it's so hard to say goodbye
Shout out to the Broken
to
Dusties.
yesterday.
I'm trying to get fired. You can take my spot here, Jonathan.
No, that's
I
not
like
that
being in
song.
the comments and trolling.
Good
Trying to turn in
times.
that little 2 weeks for
Hey.
3 months now.
I'm trying to see what
We're
it takes
singing
to
on
get
prison
fired.
songs.
Hey,
Let
tell
my
me,
people
what does it take to
go.
get fired?
Why'd you have to go?
Y'all terrible, man.
Oh, what you singing, Kat? It's like you singing some Fantasia over there. We ain't
No,
on that.
it was that gangsterling song. I don't know. I tip my 42. Y'all
Oh,
never heard
hey,
that?
Oh, this is
go get the guitar.
Yo, memory.
Go get the
Y'all never
guitar.
heard it?
Okay, go get the guitar for us
I'm
right now.
definitely
Come
not.
on.
This is not a safe space.
This is a safe
Nope.
space.
No, it's not.
And Rilla was lying in the
Oh
chat.
my
Anything
God.
I do is
I told y'all
wrong.
from the
No.
beginning.
Like, go
I
get that
Why do
thought
y'all
it
guitar.
feel it's on a
was.
safe
And on my
space?
very first
This is
show,
not a safe
It's not
I
a
found
safe
out
space.
it was not.
Who's you
Why
talking
do
about?
y'all?
Her,
Why do
you talking
y'all
her
feel?
playing
Why
the
do y'all
guitar?
feel that? Honest. It's an honest question.
Because I
Why do y'all
believe in a
feel
safe
it's on a
space
safe
is more about sharing. And this space is a little bit more about critiquing and rebutting. So that's what I mean. Like, I've been in spaces where it's like people share their opinion, like, oh, okay, you know, that thank you for sharing your perspective. It's a great perspective. And then other people are sharing versus like I say something and it's like, Kayla, you're wrong.
Right,
Kayla, that's not right.
And
Kayla,
it's not even
it's
right
like,
or wrong. It's just an opinion.
I'm just giving my opinion. How are you telling me my opinion is wrong?
Yeah,
Like,
people already have their views, so I would never
Kate
be
and
vulnerable
Kayla
like that
violating
here,
rules
ever,
again.
never.
They violating rules again. Yep.
I love playing the guitar. I have acoustic and electric, and I have a bass too.
Oh, you do?
And I have a
Can you play the guitar for us, please?
Nope. I have a triangle,
Just
and
give
I
us a
also
little,
have a
a little something.
harmonica. I have a few things. I
Hey,
have a djembe
hey,
drum.
Kay, send me the video and I'll put it up there.
Absolutely not. No.
Oh, come on.
This is not.
Are you gonna play at the live show, KK? You coming to
I'm
the
not-
live show?
I don't know.
Yeah, it should be there.
That's
You know
not even
what?
a safe
I think
space.
that is excellent.
Yeah.
I don't mean for the people. I meant for us, you know, in like
What?
the green room or whatever.
The green
Are you talking about? Yeah.
What?
Okay, how much for you to sing for us, Kay? How much for you to sing to us?
Nothing. I have a
Everything,
job.
everything got a price. Everything got a price, right?
100,000.
Right.
Girl,
100K.
100
I'm
grand.
dead. All right.
JB, make it happen. If not, 10K.
You could have said something like 200.
10K.
What happened? What you see, Rilla? What you see, Rilla?
You eat my ice cream?
Rilla, what happened? I'm really on fire. Look,
$200 for
fire
a
looking
10-second
around.
play is most what more people make.
Rilla, that was you.
Which
It
is
was
more
you,
than
B.
what?
I said $200 for a 10-second play. That's more than regular people make.
I'm not a regular person.
You
But
are
I
That's what I'm
would.
saying.
I think that, like, if y'all want me to get, I got a lot of friends that can do things. If y'all want me to put them on for 200,
y'all need friends. We don't want to see our friends. We want to see you play.
Well, you're not gonna see me.
You know what? I don't know what the issue is with friends. Someone even commented. Someone commented on my 2021 and said, "Oh, so these are the friends Kayla were talking about on my 2021 recap." Because I have a lot of
Oh
friends.
my God,
They said,
that
"Oh, these
video,
are the friends
I
Kayla
loved
was
it.
talking about," and I'm like, "Wow."
Kayla, that video I loved it. I was smiling the entire time. I was like, look at you out here living your best life.
Nope.
I'm just living life. What is that Kourtney Kardashian meme thing? I'm just living life. I'm just here living life.
There was a lot. I loved it. I loved it.
Wow. Who's hating doing the soundboard? Is that JR?
That's JR. Mm-hmm.
No, Rilla got that. So look at Rilla trying like it ain't him. Rilla, you ain't slick,
I
bro.
saw you with
We're bringing out them old
I saw you with the MF Doom.
1950s discs.
I saw you with the MF Doom album.
Oh, you know, I forgot about that. Yeah.
I got you.
Oh yeah. Man, like, did y'all see that? Like that thing the guy sent me.
What thing?
Oh, it's in my stories. Just go over to Instagram, you guys. Check out my stories, and I fucked. What's that,
JR's
Harvey?
like, don't put that on here. We're gonna get banned.
I know we definitely gonna get demonetized. No. If you know, you know. That's that Dilla dog.
What's up, Sherelle? Sherelle is like my twin. She's always here supporting in the comments.
There's no such thing as like your twin. Either she's your
Wait,
twin or
if
she's
that's
not.
your twin, then you JB second baby mama.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what you're talking about, but Sherelle is like my twin.
You trying to be on the team?
I'm not anything to anybody but my own man. But Sherelle, what's up?
Period, Pooh. JR,
Taylor, what did you make? What did you make?
Okay, was that a ring we just saw? Was that a ring?
Oh la la.
Huh?
That's on her right hand. Y'all gotta know the difference.
It's my left hand.
No, it's on her left hand.
You gotta know the difference clearly, Q.
No, this is the right hand. This is the right hand,
Right.
girl.
It's my left hand, Q. It's my hand.
What's on your
No,
left
we're
hand?
talking about Kayla. Oh, I'm talking to Kayla. I thought he said Kayla. My bad.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, be careful what you play in that background. On you come off mute. I don't know what that is.
Kay, are you
What?
engaged, Kay? Are you engaged?
This is not a safe space. But
It's not.
Well,
Not
shout
the
out
whip.
to you, Kay.
Was you
Kay's
talking to
engaged,
me, JR,
Kay's
when you
engaged
said that?
everybody. Kay's engaged everybody.
Was you talking to me, JR, when you said that?
Yeah, I was just saying. I didn't know what you was playing. Because
What?
apparently that video I played on King Talk wasn't a go. The Dame Dash wasn't a go. What is that? The Brady Bunch?
The barge. How are the DeBarges doing?
Oh.
You know, I know
The
if there was
Brady
some
Bunch.
drug issues.
Oh, wait a minute. What happened with the King?
Them motherfuckers came up looking like Clay, yeah.
Nah. You know that's
I know. I'm just saying they look
Hey,
like
but
some
wait,
fake
It
people.
did look a little claymation.
wait, you couldn't play the Dame Dash joint?
Nah, I don't know what they came from. Nah, I couldn't play it.
I think it dang.
Yo,
Came out
just
Hard
Jay.
Knock Life. It might have been Hard Knock Life tour.
AK, did you see Just Jay's comment?
No,
No, Kay doesn't look at comments.
no, I do, but what it
I know. I was being funny.
it wasn't funny. But I
You gotta want.
It's kind of crazy to like as soon as the stream is over, I start seeing y'all comment. I'm like,
Oh, Cindy.
wait, what?
Too many comments.
What happened?
Shout out to all the super
What
chats.
did Just Jay say?
Super chats coming out.
She said you're engaged.
engaged to the
You're
road.
engaged to
Leave
your-
Kay alone. She said, "Leave Kay alone." She said,
You engaged to the roaches.
She said, "Y'all be sleeping on Q. Sis a busy."
Nah, you
body."
too far back. You too far back.
Wait, keep going forward. I'm confused.
She said
I
you're
don't know
engaged
how
to
I'm
your
a busybody.
roaches. She
Nobody
said you're
knows my
engaged to your
life.
roaches.
Come on. Come on.
I think
See, I didn't hear you deny that, Kay. I didn't hear you deny it. So I'll take that as a
I have
confirmation.
nothing to prove to any of you. JB, if you would like to send me an email regarding the matter, you
Say what?
can. If you would like to send me an email
Okay, I got
regarding
you.
the matter, you can.
I got you. I got you.
But I ain't got nothing to say to this. But yeah.
That was kind of a crazy laugh. You was laughing, and you just came with a straight face. That's a crazy shit.
Everybody's like, well, not everybody, but one person was like, where are the books? I'm in a different room. The books are in the den.
The books are on the wall now. She got some drywall put up around in front of the
A
shelf.
secret. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like a Batman den or something like that.
A lair?
The whole wall
A lair.
moves. Like the whole wall has a handle on it now. So.
Yeah, it's
Good
like
evening.
a whole vault.
Good evening. All right, y'all. Let's wrap this up, man.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening. I already know Kayla is checked out. JB.
Ooh. JR.
Like Dracula. Good evening.
JR, serious question. Do you have any blue blockers? The glasses?
Let's see. No.
Okay.
What era were you born in, Rella?
I have to get you some for like
The
Christmas
new era.
No.
next
Don't
year.
you- No. Don't you give me a wagon.
I know. Remember? Did you see that post, JR? About the wag getting you a radio flyer?
Like with the hair with the headphones.
JR, you said
Yo,
that
I'm about to break into Rilla's crib, bro. I'm about to break into
JR
Rilla's crib.
said that he felt like feminine if he would push the cart from the front.
Ain't nothing
And
here.
I
JB.
said that everyone should get
I see the bangers.
kitchen and get JR a wagon so he can pull it. JR was like, I don't believe in pushing the cart.
JR, are you actually playing the piano of some sort? It's looking like, is he playing the piano? I gotta be some.
JB, I hate the placement of your microphone. Like, it's in front of your entire face.
Oh, yeah. I need to fix my whole setup because I got my camera. I got my camera right here. I got two screens right here. And, yeah, so
Chicago is showing us his entire collection. That was Stevie Wonder, that was just featured.
wait, what you
Coming
say?
up next, we have.
I said your microphone is like, when you sit comfortably, it's in front of your entire face.
Coming up next.
JR was already, talking, shit to me about it. So
Coming up next, we have the Jacksons.
Oh,
The
did somebody
Jackson
drop off?
Five.
Did somebody drop off?
Yeah, Q dropped
Q ran away.
Oh,
She didn't run away. She just dropped off. Even though she was giving me some flack in the chat. Hey, K.A.
Hello.
It's your time to shine, Kay.
Coming up next from Chicago Rilla.
JR.
JR.
JR always leaves and then comes back with like a new lighting system.
These sunglasses, JR, really?
I'm about to get these. I'm about to. JR, would you
Hollywood on
wear?
y'all, man. Hollywood.
JR, would you wear blue blockers?
I don't know what you're talking about, Kay.
What?
Let's talk about this tour.
You don't know what blue? I don't.
So
next is the cream.
Hey,
castle.
Kayla, what's the date for the
Ice
tour,
cream
Kayla? Kayla, what's the date that we trying to put in play?
The dates are going to be April 2022, specifically the weekend of the 16th.
You hear that, Kay?
See, but this is the thing.
It's not. This is the thing. Nothing. Did
No,
you hear
for
that? Did you
real.
comprehend
It's
the date?
Saturday.
Did you copy?
I heard the date, but my thing is, if I go anywhere, especially that place, I have to quarantine, and
No,
I
you
wouldn't get
don't.
paid. No, you don't know that school's policy. If you go on a vacation or you go out of the state, you have to quarantine for a certain amount of time.
What
You
if they
do.
don't know?
How would they know?
This is a public.
You
We're
just
live,
said
right?
it, duh.
Aren't we live?
No, we're not live
Many
anymore.
of my
It's just us.
coworkers watch this
For
show.
the live shows, JR, is it going to be live?
No, I'm saying like right
I
now
thought it
we're
was going to be
live.
pre-recorded.
No, I'm saying
To
right
be
now we're
determined.
live, and people
To be determined.
know.
It's gonna be a whole show. It's gonna be epic.
So, Kay, if it's pre-recorded, then no one will know. But if it's live, then it's live.
But we've been talking about.
I don't think
You got to use the word allegedly.
Allegedly. If it is
There you go.
pre-recorded, then you can attend allegedly. You can allegedly attend? I don't know how to spell.
There you go.
Jared, any
JR,
plans?
remember that time
Jared, any
when
plans to
somebody-
go international? Because we got some folks from the UK heavy in the comments. We got some folks from Australia.
Well,
Like
we
at
gotta
least the
find-
UK. At least
Well,
the
we got to
UK.
find out if they're gonna allow us in.
So what?
We got to
Yeah,
find out
get
if they're
that
gonna allow us.
Djokovic.
Yeah, see, in the UK right
let's
now,
be
you got
careful.
Djokovic?
Let's be careful of the language that we're using.
What, Djokovic?
I'm
What
just
happened
saying
to
anything.
Djokovic?
I just don't want anything to
Yeah, I feel you on that.
slip
Wait,
out.
no,
or
no,
something
Willa,
like
what
that.
happened to Djokovic?
Spell it first, Kayla.
Oh, here they are.
What joke? No, I don't know how to spell it. Djokovic, he's a tennis player. He's a famous tennis
Yeah.
player. I don't even know how to
I
spell
just
it.
said spell it.
What happened to him?
I cannot
He got
believe
denied
the
entry
price of blue
to
blockers
Australia.
in this day and
He's
age.
supposed to defend his title. He's
Yeah, for Australian
won
Open
it,
in like a week.
9 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got
flew
denied
in.
entry for what? COVID testing?
Hey, I just said we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Shout out to
He's
Shout
like,
out
you
to-
shouldn't
We
have
gotta
been
go. She off
hurt.
cold. She off cold.
I'm sorry. Y'all be doing
No.
it on the fly. How am I supposed to
I
keep
just
up?
said that be careful. The first thing I said. You animated. You tweaking.
So you look at JB behind his whole mic, whole head behind the mic.
I just said it.
JB, I can't deal with this microphone.
I just said it.
Listen, I told you, I'm gonna fix it. I gotta fix my whole setup.
Push it to the side.
But if I
You
push it to
came
the
right
side,
in.
then it messes up my sound.
We
Saying
can
that's-
still hear you. Like,
Is my sound still good?
Just
yes,
call it the beer bug, man. The beer bug.
JB.
Listen, I didn't realize my sound was still good. So
Yes, it's still good. But you know what? I was the same way. I thought I had to be really close to the mic, but you don't.
What
So,
the
Gerald,
hell?
Gerald, we going to the UK or not?
Renee McGree. The
Man, we going
painting
everywhere,
is,
man.
like right in front of.
Wait, you actually have an actual mic?
Yeah, and I used to put it on a stand, but like
What the fuck is that?
I used to put it on a stand, but I realized you don't have to. I just be putting it right next to the yeah.
Baby, what you got? A Shure? You got
Yeah.
a Shure mic?
I don't know if you
Look
can
at
see.
this whole boom
You can't see it,
system.
but yeah, it's a Shure MV7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rilla.
So,
Hey, Rilla.
man, stop, JR.
Nah. I was gonna say something, but I just had to catch myself.
JR, I want that same sweatshirt that you have on.
It's on the website
No, I'm not paying for this.
www.lapeef.com.
You
What?
need to give it to me.
Oh no, I'm not your man.
Oh.
You like that?
Oh.
Yeah.
So because we work,
It can be applied both ways. See, you
so
like
I
it?
haven't been
Yeah.
pouring my blood, sweat, and tears into the. Okay, fine.
Hey man, I had to pay for mine.
That's different. It is.
I mean, and really been here longer.
So I have been suffering from all types of.
I think that other people been suffering.
Equal rights and lefts.
Okay, you gotta get you gotta get a light and put it to your side to get rid of the shadow.
Yeah, that shadow.
This?
Yeah,
You got
it's
you gotta
creepy.
get a light.
I don't understand. Okay, send me a light. You see my Cash App.
Look at that. She's thirsty.
JB.
Thirsty.
JB, whatever light I should get, message it to me and Cash App me the money. If not, don't even worry about it.
Yeah, you only work about like was it like 4 months a year? And
Listen, I'm gonna do it, and then I'm gonna expense it to the Lapeef Network. So we
do it. Anton just gave the game.
You know what I'm saying? So
Anton just gave the game
I'm
about
right over the rail. I'm gonna say, really? I'm like, yeah.
About like
right
writing
over there.
things off and whatnot.
There you go. All right, I got an early meeting. I got to get off for real.
You be lying. Okay,
What I got to laugh for? Y'all the ones doing the line. See, that's a guilty conscience.
JR, you
right
do
there.
not have an early meeting.
I do have an early meeting in the morning.
What time?
I do.
What time?
6:30.
What time?
6:30.
Okay.
Why the hell you got a 6:30 meeting?
It's a long
It's
story,
his
man.
go-to. JR.
Hey, I be having no conversations, man.
At least if you on the West Coast, I'd understand. But you're not on the West Coast, so
nah, it's all. Listen,
JR, you
like when you when you talk to people.
JR?
No, hold on. When you speak with people that's higher up in higher places or whatever, like you get to set your own needs. You don't have to go with the regular folks. We able to have a conversation before we get our day started. Have a little something in the morning, like a little cocktail or something like that. We'll sip and discuss business. Yeah.
So you're gonna have a cocktail at 6:30 in the morning.
A little cigar.
JR gonna be lit by
talk,
7 a.m.
Yeah.
That's an excellent way to start the day, JR.
It absolutely is. Started right. Talk numbers and.
So what kind of cigar you smoke, JR? What kind of cigar? What's the name?
I don't smoke cigars. I
Romeo
said,
and
he said we'll probably smoke a couple of cigars. I said, cool, that's what's up, man. No, I got a meeting with Charlamagne in the morning. I got a flight.
My mom said that me and Anton are Charlamagne.
No, I got to be with Charlamagne tomorrow for real.
That Chicago was Angela Yee, and that JR was DJ Envy. That's what my mom said.
Wait, who is Charlamagne?
Me and Anton.
Y'all are both It take two of y'all to be Charlamagne.
Well, because there's too many spots. She had to put somebody somewhere. So she said me and Anton were both Charlamagne.
Oh, we the Breakfast Club. I get it. And then I'm Angela Yee.
Look, don't blame me for what my mom said.
I mean, you do be in that big coochie energy
all day long, twice a day.
And no, it doesn't have to do with being why didn't anybody say anything about me? She said I'm Charlamagne. That's a man, and I'm a woman.
Charlamagne is not a man.
And I'm a woman. Look, don't we? He's a man.
Oh wow.
Wait, what did you say? It's too early.
What the hell, JR?
It is too early. It's early as hell.
Hey,
I told you.
You're gonna have to make that its own video and put that in the on the playlist.
No, I gotta actually do.
Playlist.
I'm supposed to do another one. I got something in store for you guys. What's y'all see the new one?
That's
a new one.
Oh yeah.
You gotta make it so that we.
Wait, do you
gotta
know
make it so that we can share it? I can't share it. I can't share it.
It's gonna be the opposite. It's gonna be. It's too late.
Yes, it's too late, and you're like about to do your.
Yeah, instead of getting up, I'll be laying down.
There's a PM routine on that, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
there's a PM routine on that. Tej Hanley.
Yeah. So the whole thing is that y'all gonna see me walking in reverse. So it's gonna be the same video. Though.
It's not. I don't believe you.
Hey, wait, we gotta be careful. What we playing? I don't want to hear no songs on nothing playing at all. We
JR
taking
is
no
like
chances.
very
I ain't
vigilant.
fucking with no trolls. I ain't fucking with none of that shit.
JR
I got me
vigilant.
fucked up.
He
Hell
is
yeah.
JR is
vigilant.
vigilant. He's like, who is this calling in? What is this
Nah.
song playing? What do you have that's your avatar? Because we
Yeah.
ain't trying to have any problem.
We taking no chance. We got a clean slate.
Yo, real talk, Rilla. I know Rilla's usually the one that does this, giving JR his flowers. But yeah, when Rilla says JR is a genius, bro, JR, you're a genius, bro.
You see
Like,
it now, huh?
Say what?
You see it.
Yeah, like just the way that JR be thinking about strategy and how to approach things, man. Like I'm impressed, because I love strategy and whatnot. So when I listen to JR talking about, okay, this is how I'm gonna do this, this how we're gonna, I'm just like, this man.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
You in 20,
Yeah,
you in
very
2050, and
creative.
everybody's still over here in 2022, man.
I
JR
appreciate
is
it,
super
man.
creative. I don't think people know, but you are just a creative person.
Oh, thank
Very
you.
much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's always the weird, crazy ones, What the fuck
I
is
know
this
all
out there,
about
man?
it.
Yeah. Oh no, you
And
don't.
JB, even though I'm sick of you sometimes, like a lot, you're
love
very,
me, Kay.
very smart. You are super smart, very knowledgeable. You have a lot of information to share. Like, I mean, I hate how like so many people don't know so many things about us.
Okay, Kay, don't start crying. This ain't one of the moments right now.
Kay, it's okay to just say you love me, Kay. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. Just say it.
Why are you always doing this? Like,
Just say it.
what are you?
Okay. Let's try this. I love you, Kay. You can at least say it back, man.
I love you like a little brother. I do, like a little bro.
Okay. And you gonna do this to me live? There's like 900 people watching. Okay, you gonna do this to me live?
Love you like a little brother.
You got me going out bad out
You
here.
are like a little brother. Cause like I'd be so sick of you, but like I'm like, okay, well.
Okay.
You're
So,
not.
on the tour when we on stage, we can't be doing all this talking about love. We gotta be on point.
Somebody has to I should wear a wig so somebody can pull it off, like make it real dramatic,
Yeah, like
No?
and then I gotta
No.
hand y'all scripts.
Scripts.
Yeah. It's gonna be like shooting a damn Denzel movie or something.
Hey JB, now that you on the squad, how much of this is scripted?
Oh, none of it. none of it. Yeah, I think actually that's a good question, Rilla, because I remember when I used to just be watching, I would see some people saying like, oh, this must have been a setup, or this must have, and it's like, nah. Honestly, like I said, JR really just is a master strategist. Like real talk, like he's a master strategist. Like this man, yeah. So
I mean, be careful, man, because people think I be putting people in position to attack and stuff.
You do.
I don't.
Yes, you
I don't. There's nobody that can ever tell you that I had a conversation with them saying I want you to.
It's not that you have a conversation, but you, like you said, put people in position.
No, I don't.
Knowing you'll be like, man,
this is not VH1. This is not can I say that? Shit.
Erase it. Erase it.
I don't know what he could say now.
He tried to say
no name brands.
I'm gonna let
no
y'all have
name
it, man. I gotta be up in the morning.
No. If you leave, then we all leave together, really.
Yeah, we leaving. I gotta be with my
Hold
DM.
on. I gotta cue the music up first. Let me find something.
Okay. Well, they want you to do the music. They really want that playlist. When's that playlist coming, man?
But Kay, I think
it's gonna be on a tour. It's gonna be on a tour. Jared, and free copies at the tour on the tour.
Okay, I think what Jared does is mostly, it's just my opinion, is mostly just it's mostly just try to find balance. That's it.
Strategic pairings.
It's mostly just to find balance. I don't think it's about like trying to set people up. So
no.
Yeah.
I don't think he's maliciously, but that balance sometimes, there's some, things that have to happen to find the balance. You know what I'm saying?
On that note, Hey, thank you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. And this, I guess you could call this after hours. Oh, yeah, make sure you guys go cop that hoodie right there that Rilla has on. It's on the website, which is lapeef.com. I'll post that for you guys real quick. You can also get this. I think I got a few more of these, maybe a couple more. I don't know what size I have, but you can also cop these Lavish Lapeef combo. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Huh?
You said combo?
Yeah, it's a collab. Combo too.
Oh, wait, what comes with it?
No, Lavish.
Oh,
It's a collaboration.
Combo. It's not like it's a meal. Like you can't say give me a number 4.
Oh,
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
I thought
man.
you meant two
Clearly
things.
you from the suburb. What you like?
I
What you
thought
like?
you meant-
Oak Park? Oak
I
Brook?
thought you
What?
meant like
Schaumburg?
Schaumburg.
You ain't from the city.
I
Probably
thought
like
you meant
that.
like pants
Evanston?
with the shirt.
No.
Nigga said Evanston.
Schaumburg.
Stop.
Cal Park.
You eliminating
She
that
gotta be
word.
from
It's
Cal
too
Park.
offensive.
Name all the suburbs.
Yeah.
Oh,
She from
man.
Cal Park.
You still haven't named the one that I've spent most of my time in. But
Oh, jeez.
I thought you meant like a pants, like a jogger.
Dalton, there you go. You spend most of your time at Dalton.
Absolutely
She
not.
definitely ain't from Dalton.
She used to be a Dalton Bowl all the time.
Nothing wrong with Dalton, but no.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with Dalton.
Yeah, she's Dalton either. So maybe Harvey. She like she Harvey World though.
You know I'm not from Harvey.
They
Or she might be out there at Bloom Trail out there in Sauk Trail.
Now look at the places you're naming. Clearly you're a South Side person.
What's
Like,
Carbondale?
Carbondale is way.
That's not a suburb. That's a whole other yeah.
Hey, no, she from Champaign. She a townie.
Shit,
Yeah, townie. That's what we used to call them, townies in Champagne. She stay in Urbana.
Hey man, was they
Urbana. What's wrong
was
with
they
Urbana?
man, I'll ask you offline. I'm
Oh.
curious. I heard about Western Illinois and how the people were out there. I'm just curious if they were the same way in Champaign.
Oh yeah, because
that's not much
JR is
different
from
now.
Champagne.
I'm not from Champagne.
Well, kind of.
So what's the issue with? Because the last time I was in Illinois, I was in Champagne. What's the issue with
Don't
Champagne?
say an S on. Don't put an S.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it, but
Don't
that's
put
why I
an
was.
S on Illinois.
Oh, Illinois. Okay, I got you.
Say it again.
Well, what's the issue with Champagne though?
That's just where U of I is. You know,
Yeah, it's the college.
it's a college town.
Yeah, so Champagne and Urbana is literally like a street, like separates the two. But the school is on both of them.
No, I'm aware. Like I was actually over
Oh.
there for a tech conference.
I was gonna say tech conference.
Yeah, it was for a tech conference. I was a speaker, so it was actually at the university.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, it's changed now. It's changed a whole lot now. They got a lot of shit over there. A whole lot since I've been down there.
JR, are you from O Block?
Nah, from the PCs.
You from 63rd?
Nah, 26 and King Drive. It's gone now. All my shit gone.
It's now very, you know.
No, you know what? I wouldn't even say like when they first did it, it looked like it was something, but now it just still look like probably like row houses. It looked like the row houses that was over there, and that building kind of looked similar to my building. It just looked a little bit more modern.
And much more expensive, probably.
I'm pretty sure it's much expensive.
You know they're changing all those places, making them. No.
You know what's funny is how people like it's how music can kind of push a lot of this stuff, because like you be in the clubs in Atlanta and they start putting on those King Von music, and everybody's talking about not being from 63rd, and I'm like do people even know what they're singing and know like what the implications of that is? Like, because I don't, I'm not from there, so I'm just thinking typically, when you're saying the type of stuff he's saying in that music, like he could have said it, because he's from where he's from, but everybody's just repeating it. And
I mean, well, like it's the same thing in the city. If they put it on, the host people, for the most part, people rock. Even that song, like like they just let the GDs in it. That shit come on, motherfuckers just they still rocking out hard.
Oh yeah, or the Chief. There's the Chief Keef song where he talks
Finito.
about.
If they put on Finito, it's a rap.
Yeah, the New Jersey joint. I'm like, and everybody just
go New Jersey, yo.
Yeah, Sherelle, I was born in Haiti.
Can't wait to shake
I
your
was
head.
born in Haiti.
You know them kids be singing them songs.
I know, and that's what I have to.
But then like when you go to the grown folks party, you be out there too.
I don't go to parties.
No, I'm talking about the house, the adult like gatherings or something like that.
I don't go to those.
Yes, you do. I see you. I see
you. You haven't.
Okay, you be at Francis Lounge over there on 75th.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Francis.
And like the President's Lounge. Yeah.
I've been there multiple times.
I just popped in for a second. Now let's go out here.
I did pop
in. Reynolds on Tuesday.
Yo, y'all see Sherelle in the chat? Sherelle, I'm a citizen. I don't have a green card. don't be ignorant, Sherelle. Don't be ignorant, Sherelle.
JB is like, please don't blow up the spot. Like,
I'm a U.S. citizen, okay? I don't have a green card. I'm a U.S.
He's
citizen.
like, don't have my employer's
with a U.S. passport, okay?
Sherelle a trip. When we supposed to be getting a Lapeef nephew?
No, we're supposed to be going on tour, man.
Listen,
like the weekend of yeah, Kay, you gonna be there, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you be on know.
I said don't plan anything around me. I'll just maybe be there or maybe not. Let me know the itinerary.
Oh my God.
What? I have to defer to my man. I have to give him. Isn't that what feminine submissive women do? So yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Hey JR, for the record, JR, I only
look at JR. Look at JR.
Hey JR, for the record, I only fly first class in private. So
JR is actually flying.
But they have a no, we got a pilot in the that's in the chat.
Right, like somebody there's like a private pilot.
Yeah.
Shout out to Captain Exec.
And then you already got the plane, so
okay.
Already got the plane.
Captain Exec said he like his women.
Shout out to Charlemagne. Shout out to Charlemagne the God.
Somebody else caught me that before my mom did.
We ain't talking about that.
They said when we hit the East Coast, JR.
First class is gonna be look, they got this super slingshot on the east side of Chicago. But it's just I don't even know what it's made out of, but they put people in this little cup and they pull it back and throw your ass in another city.
Yeah, you're stupid.
No, I'm serious. It's a big ass slingshot. It's some shit straight off of like
you talking about
shit like DuckTales.
Throw you to Gary or Hammond.
Nah, this should go far.
Yeah, I really thought you were about to say something serious, bro.
No, I mean, picture that. Picture big ass slingshot, right? I guarantee you tonight.
Jerry, you do realize the way physics works. You would die very quickly, right?
Well, it all depends on the suit you got on.
It'll be fun.
It all depends on the suit you got on. I mean, if they can make people you got to put on a suit, like a protection suit. They can make suits to go to space.
JB is in charge of the suits to keep us safe because what?
I told y'all I was having doing Lapeef snowsuits. Yeah, they shit is real.
Oh my God. Are you talking about the ones with look like overalls kind of?
No, they shaped like an L. I know it's probably gonna be a little different or something. In your head, I can see what you're thinking. Like, how you gonna put a suit on that's in the shape of an L?
Oh, so now you missed the logic now, huh?
But it come with instructions though. They come with instructions.
You can just tell.
We need the neck gaiters. We need the neck gaiters and the beanies, man. It's cold up here.
Man, listen, so I've been to Illinois, not Illinois. I've been to Illinois 2 times. And I remember the first time I went to Illinois. I was, I'm coming from Massachusetts, where I'm used to cold, but I did not I know I've heard of, it's windy in Chicago and all of that. I've heard it. I walked out of that airport, that thing smacked me in the face.
Oh, talk about smack in the face.
That's the
it smacked me in the face. And
you ain't been downtown. You ain't felt the hawk until you go downtown and you cut one of them corners and that bitch.
You be talking, whoo shit, whoo shit.
Hey JR, that's when you turn your back to it.
Still ain't working. You be suffering.
You sit up there walking backwards,
putting your head down, like, oh my goodness, I cannot.
Start walking too fast. Leave your kid, like, come on.
Man, I'm used to
Hey, you
cold.
sitting up there like, bring
Like,
your ass on.
I'm
Leave
used
your
to cold,
kid.
right? Because in Massachusetts, I was used to like dealing with below zero weather and stuff like that, temperatures. But like I just was not expecting like the way that thing smacked me in the face. I had to walk back in real quick and kind of like prepare myself to walk back out.
Hey, like it be some moments like in the summertime, you'd be like, it's hot as hell, I'm sick of this shit. Then it'd be like that one cold ass day. You walk outside like shit. What I was thinking, I can't wait till it get back warm. It gets so cold in Chicago, it makes you curse in front of the church. Like, shit. Oh, I'm sorry, Pastor.
It's a constant.
Oh no,
back
it's cool.
and
It's
forth.
cold than a motherfucker.
Literally.
I think it's like
Pastor talking about it's cold. Oh, it's cold than a motherfucker.
These past few days have been ridiculous. And we have to like wait outside with the kids. And I'd be like, okay, like can we go back in? It was like 5 degrees the other day, wind chill on like
It's
Wednesday.
0 degrees right now.
It was terrible.
Hey,
It was windy.
just abandon the children. Just say F them kids and abandon them.
Come on, y'all. We were all like,
Hey,
individual.
okay, so is it still like remote? I can't say that.
Not for me.
Oh, okay. I forgot.
Wait, I thought they wait. I thought they just
I mean, different
voted.
people do different things.
I thought they just voted.
Different
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, it's a secret society.
Know what she's saying?
Unless she must be from the burbs. Yeah, she in the burbs. She ain't.
No, I teach in Chicago.
She in Naperville.
She ain't CTU.
She in Naperville.
Yeah,
Okay.
she ain't CTU. She'll want to be.
Tell that to that CTPF coming out my check. Multiple. No, I'm just playing. But no, that does come out. But it's complicated.
You weren't on the lines.
No,
no.
But I stand with them though. I do. Yeah. But I do teach in Chicago.
I think it's crazy.
Teachers aid.
I think
because like, I think the teacher aides have they're part of a different.
No, I'm a teacher. I just don't teach at a public school.
Teacher aide. It's fine. It's cool.
You ain't have to give up. I knew what you were saying when you said.
I know, but
like, I think all the aides say they teachers. They say.
Well, I'm not. I used to be one. Shout out to all the teachers' aides. They're very important. I used to be one, but I've been teaching for 7 years.
Do they do your lesson plans? Do the teacher aide do your lesson plans, or you have to do your lesson?
I wish back when I was a teaching assistant 7-8 years ago that somebody would have asked me to do a lesson plan. No.
But wait, let me ask you this, Kay. How is it that Lightfoot, her own daughter?
That's what I know. Don't even talk.
How?
I've been having this conversation all week, all day.
Okay.
All month.
I don't want to get the channel taken down.
Hey, HR already. He called me about you. He said
we all think the same thing.
He said you didn't even clock out. You just left. They ain't gonna blow over pretty well tomorrow. I already know.
Hey, y'all mayor is so out of pocket. Like every time I hear some news, I'm just like, I'm just happy I'm not living out there.
Man, she give you that look.
Hey, she be standing with the moles. She be standing with the moles. Listen, let me tell you something, JB. Let me tell you something, JB, real quick. Be honest, but that election between because the other person that was running.
Hey, be careful what we talking about now.
I know.
Okay.
Nobody. Let me say this.
JR is like.
Hey. Yeah, what's
the other person she was running against?
Take name on Power. I forgot his name.
Who?
You remember Tate, like the attorney?
Councilman Tate. Yeah, Lorenz Tate character. Yeah. Nah, man, didn't nobody come to vote, so it was just nobody voted. So that's how people get elected when people. Don't vote.
You could try to get unemployment. It's gonna get denied though.
What she said?
Like we're gonna fight it. So
she been trying to please let Kay know I'm.
Well, actually, JR, she said she quits.
Look.
JR, she said she quit, so she's not entitled to unemployment.
Nah, she's not.
Well,
she ain't been here long enough to quit to get it, so it's gonna probably come from
nobody cares about the cat.
So I don't think the cat care about us.
I don't even think the cat cares about K right now.
I gotta go to sleep. I'm off, man. I'm off.
That cat wanted you to let him go.
All right, y'all. That's
Her.
She wanted you to let her go right now.
She was mad. She was like,
Yep. There you go. Appreciate y'all, man. Hit the like button on the way out. I'll let y'all.